Gaudy Night by Dorothy L. Sayers, read by Ian Carmichael. The university is a paradise. Rivers of knowledge are there. Arts and sciences flow from thence. Council tables are horticonclusi, as it is said in the canticles. Gardens that are walled in, and they are fontes signate. Wells that are sealed up. Bottomless depths of unsearchable counsels there. John Donne. Chapter 1. Thou blind man's mark, thou fool's self-chosen snare, fond fancy's scum and dregs of scattered thought, band of all evils, cradle of causeless care, thou web of will whose end is never wrought. Desire, desire, I have too dearly bought with price of mangled mind thy worthless ware. Sir Philip Sidney. Harriet Vane sat at her writing-table and stared out into Mecklenburgh Square. The late tulips made a brave show in the square garden, and a quartet of early tennis players were energetically calling the score of a rather erratic and unpractised game. But Harriet saw neither tulips nor tennis players. A letter lay open on the blotting-pad before her, but its image had faded from her mind to make way for another picture. She saw a stone quadrangle, built by a modern architect in a style neither new nor old, but stretching out reconciling hands to past and present. Folded within its walls lay a trim grass plot, with flower beds splashed at the angles and surrounded by a wide stone plinth. Behind the level roofs of Cotswold slate rose the brick chimneys of an older and less formal pile of buildings. A quadrangle, also of a kind, but still keeping a domestic remembrance of the original Victorian dwelling-houses that had sheltered the first shy students of Shrewsbury College. In front were the trees of Jowett Walk, and beyond them a jumble of ancient gables, and the tower of New College, with its jackdaws wheeling against a windy sky. Memory peopled the quad with moving figures. Students sauntering in pairs, students dashing to lectures, their gowns hitched hurriedly over light summer frocks, the wind jerking their flat caps into the absurd likeness of so many jesters' coxcombs. Bicycles stacked in the porter's lodge, their carriers piled with books, and gowns twisted about their handlebars. A grizzled woman-don crossing the turf with vague eyes, her thoughts riveted upon aspects of 16th-century philosophy, her sleeves floating, her shoulders cocked to the academic angle that automatically compensated the backward drag of the pleated poplin. Two male commoners in search of a coach, bareheaded, hands in their trouser pockets, talking loudly about boats. The warden, grey and stately, and the dean, stocky, brisk, bird-like, a lesser redpoll, in animated conference under the archway leading to the old quadrangle. Tall spikes of delphinium against the grey, quiveringly blue-like flames, if flame were ever so blue. The college cat, preoccupied and remote, stalking with tail erect in the direction of the buttery. It was all so long ago, so closely encompassed and complete, so cut off as by swords from the bitter years that lay between. Could one face it now? What would those women say to her? To Harriet Vane, who had taken her first in English and gone to London to write mystery fiction, to live with a man who was not married to her, and to be tried for his murder amid a roar of notoriety. That was not the kind of career that Shrewsbury expected of its old students. She had never gone back, at first because she'd loved the place too well, and a clean break seemed better than a slow wrenching away. And also because, when her parents had died and left her penniless, the struggle to earn a livelihood had absorbed all her time and thought. And afterwards the stark shadow of the gallows had fallen between her and that sun-drenched quadrangle of grey and green. But now... She picked up the letter again. It was an urgent entreaty that she should attend the Shrewsbury Gaudy, an entreaty of the kind that is difficult to disregard. A friend whom she had not seen since they went down together, married now and remote from her, but fallen sick and eager to see Harriet once again before going abroad for a delicate and dangerous operation. Mary Stokes, so pretty and dainty as Miss Patty in the second-year play. so charming and finished in manner, so much the social centre of her year. It had seemed strange that she should take such a fancy to Harriet Vane, rough and gawky and anything but generally popular. Mary had led and Harriet had followed. When they punted up the Char with strawberries and thermos flasks, when they climbed Magdalen Tower together before the sunrise on May Day and felt it swing beneath them with the swing of the reeling bells, when they sat up late at night over the fire with coffee and Parkin, it was always Mary who took the lead in all the long discussions about love and art, religion and citizenship. Mary, said all her friends, was marked for a first. Only the dim, inscrutable dons had not been surprised when the lists came out with Harriet's name in the first class and Mary's in the second. And since then, Mary had married and scarcely been heard of, except that she haunted the college with a sick persistence, never missing an old students' meeting or a Gaudy. But Harriet had broken all her old ties and half the commandments, dragged her reputation in the dust, and made money, had the rich and amusing Lord Peter Wimsey at her feet, to marry him if she chose, and was full of energy and bitterness and the uncertain rewards of fame. Prometheus and Epimetheus had changed their parts, it seemed. But for one there was the box of troubles, and for the other the bare rock and the vulture. And never, it seemed to Harriet, could they meet on any common ground. "But my God," said Harriet, "I won't be a coward. I'll go and be damned to it. Nothing can hurt me worse than I've been hurt already. And what does it matter, after all?" She filled up her invitation form, addressed it, stamped it with a sharp thump, and ran quickly down to drop it in the pillar box before she changed her mind. She came back slowly across the square garden, mounted the Adam stone stair to her flat, and after a fruitless rummage in a cupboard, came out and climbed up slowly again to a landing at the top of the house. She dragged out an ancient trunk, unlocked it, and flung back the lid. A close, cold odour. Books, discarded garments, old shoes, old manuscripts. A faded tie that had belonged to her dead lover. How horrible that that should still be hanging about. She burrowed to the bottom of the pile and dragged a thick black bundle out into the dusty sunlight. The gown, worn only once at the taking of her M.A. degree, had suffered nothing from its long seclusion. The stiff folds shook loose with hardly a crease. The crimson silk of the hood gleamed bravely. Only the flat cap showed a little touch of the moth's tooth. As she beat the loose fluff from it, a tortoise-shell butterfly, disturbed from its hibernation beneath the flap of the trunk-lid, fluttered out into the brightness of the window, where it was caught and held by a cobweb. Harriet was glad that in these days she could afford her own little car. Her entry into Oxford would bear no resemblance to those early arrivals by train. For a few hours longer she could ignore the whimpering ghost of her dead youth and tell herself that she was a stranger and a sojourner, a well-to-do woman with a position in the world. The hot road spun away behind her. Towns rose from the green landscape, crowded close about her with their inn signs and petrol pumps, their shops and police and perambulators, then reeled back and were forgotten. June was dying among the roses. The hedges were darkening to a duller green. The blatancy of red brick sprawled along the highway was a reminder that the present builds inexorably over the empty fields of the past. She lunched in High Wycombe, solidly, comfortably, ordering half a bottle of white wine and tipping the waitress generously. She was eager to distinguish herself as sharply as possible from that former undergraduate who would have had to be content with a packet of sandwiches and a flask of coffee beneath the bough in a by-lane. As one grew older, as one established oneself, one gained a new delight in formality. Her dress for the garden party, chosen to combine suitably with full academicals, lay, neatly folded, inside her suitcase. It was long and severe, of plain black georgette, wholly and unimpeachably correct. Beneath it was an evening dress for the gaudy dinner, of a rich petunia colour, excellently cut on restrained lines, with no unbecoming display of back or bust. It would not affront the portraits of dead wardens, gazing down from the slowly mellowing oak of the hall. Headington. She was very near now, and in spite of herself a chill qualm cramped her stomach. Headington Hill, up which one had toiled so often pushing a decrepit bicycle. It seemed less steep now, as one made decorous descent behind 4 rhythmically pulsating cylinders, but every leaf and stone hailed one with the intrusive familiarity of an old schoolfellow. Then the narrow street with its cramped, untidy shops, like the main street of a village. 1 or 2 stretches had been widened and improved, but there was little real change to take refuge in. Magdalen Bridge, Magdalen Tower, and here no change at all, only the heartless and indifferent persistence of man's handiwork. Here one must begin to steel oneself in earnest. Long Wall Street, St. Cross Road, the iron hand of the past gripping at one's entrails, the college gates, and now one must go through with it. There was a new porter at the St. Cross Lodge who heard Harriet's name unmoved and checked it off upon a list. She handed him her bag, took her car round to a garage in Mansfield Lane, and then, with her gown over her arm, passed through the new quad into the old, and so, by way of an ugly brick doorway, into Burley Building. She met nobody of her year in the corridor or on the staircase. 3 contemporaries of a far senior generation were greeting one another with effusive and belated girlishness at the door of the junior common room. But she knew none of them, and went by unspeaking and unspoken to, like a ghost. The room allotted to her she recognized, after a little calculation, as one that had been occupied in her day by a woman she particularly disliked, who'd married a missionary and gone to China. The present owner's short gown hung behind the door. Judging by the bookshelves, she was reading history. Judging by her personal belongings, she was a fresher with an urge for modernity and very little natural taste. The narrow bed, on which Harriet flung down her belongings, was covered with drapery of a crude green colour and ill-considered futuristic pattern. A bad picture in the neo-archaic manner hung above it. A chromium-plated lamp of angular and inconvenient design swore acidly at the table and wardrobe provided by the college, which were of a style usually associated with the Tottenham Court Road. While the disharmony was crowned and accentuated by the presence on the chest of drawers of a curious statuette or 3-dimensional diagram carried out in aluminium which resembled a gigantic and contorted corkscrew and was labelled upon its base, Aspiration. It was with surprise and relief that Harriet discovered 3 practicable dress-hangers in the wardrobe. The looking-glass, in conformity with the established college use, was about 1 foot square and hung in the darkest corner of the room. She unpacked her bag, took off her coat and skirt, slipped on a dressing gown, and set out in search of a bathroom. She'd allowed herself 3/4 of an hour for changing, and Shrewsbury's hot water system had always been one of its most admirable minor efficiencies. She'd forgotten exactly where the bathrooms were on this floor, but surely they were round here to the left. A pantry, 2 pantries, with notices on the doors. No washing up to be done after 11 p.m. 3 lavatories with notices on the doors. Kindly extinguish the light when leaving. Ah, yes, here she was. 4 bathrooms with notices on the doors. No bath to be taken after 11 p.m., and underneath an exasperated addendum to each. If students persist in taking baths after 11 p.m., the bathrooms will be locked at 10:30 p.m. Some consideration for others is necessary in community life. Signed, L. Martin, Dean. Harriet selected the largest bathroom. It contained a notice. Regulations in case of fire, and a card printed in large capitals, "The supply of hot water is limited. Please avoid undue waste." With a familiar sensation of being under authority, Harriet pushed down the waste plug and turned on the tap. The water was boiling, though the bath badly needed a new coat of enamel, and the cork mat had seen better days. Once bathed, Harriet felt better. She was lucky again in returning to her room to meet no one whom she knew. She was in no mood for reminiscent gossipings in dressing gowns. She saw the name Mrs. H. Atwood on the door next but one to hers. The door was shut, and she was grateful. The next door bore no name, but as she went by, someone turned the handle from within, and it began to open slowly. Harriet leapt quickly past it and into shelter. She found her heart beating absurdly fast. The black frock fitted her like a glove. It was made with a small, square yoke and long, close sleeves, softened by a wrist frill falling nearly to the knuckles. It outlined her figure to the waist and fell full-skirted to the ground, with a suggestion of the medieval robe. Its dull surface effaced itself, not outshining the dull gleam of the academic poplin. She pulled the gown's heavy folds forward upon her shoulders, so that the straight fronts fell stole-wise, serene. The hood cost her a small struggle before she remembered the right twist at the throat which turned the bright silk outwards. She pinned it invisibly on her breast, so that it sat poised and balanced, one black shoulder and one crimson. Standing and stooping before the inadequate looking-glass, the present student who owned the room was obviously a very short woman, she adjusted the soft cap to lie flat and straight, peaked down in the centre of the forehead. The glass showed her her own face, rather pale, with black brows fronting squarely either side of a strong nose, a little too broad for beauty. Her own eyes looked back at her, rather tired, rather defiant, eyes that had looked upon fear and were still wary. The mouth was the mouth of one who had been generous and repented of generosity. Its wide corners were tucked back to give nothing away. With the thick, waving hair folded beneath the black cloth, the face seemed somehow stripped for action. She frowned at herself and moved her hands a little up and down upon the stuff of her gown. Then, becoming impatient with the looking-glass, she turned to the window, which looked out into the inner or old quad. This, indeed, was less a quad than an oblong garden with the college buildings grouped about it. At one end, tables and chairs were set out upon the grass beneath the shade of the trees. At the far side, the new library wing, now almost complete, showed its bare rafters and a forest of scaffolding. A few groups of women crossed the lawn. Harriet observed with irritation that most of them wore their caps badly, and one had had the folly to put on a pale lemon frock with muslin frills which looked incongruous beneath a gown. Though, after all, she thought, the bright colours are medieval enough, and at any rate the women are no worse than the men. I once saw old Hammond walk in the Inkynia procession in a musk-dock gown, a grey flannel suit, brown boots and a blue-spotted tie, and nobody said anything to him. She laughed suddenly, and for the first time felt confident. They can't take this away, at any rate. Whatever I may have done since, this remains. Scholar, Master of Arts, Domina. Senior member of this university. Statutum est quad juniores senioribus debitam et congruam reverentiam tum in privato tum in publico exhibiant. A place achieved, inalienable, worthy of reverence. She walked firmly from the room and knocked upon the door next but one to her own. The four women walked down to the garden together, slowly, because Mary was ill and could not move fast, and as they went, Harriet was thinking, "It's a mistake. It's a great mistake. I shouldn't have come. Mary is a dear, as she always was, and she is pathetically pleased to see me, but we have nothing to say to one another. And I shall always remember her now as she is today, with that haggard face and look of defeat, and she will remember me as I am, hardened. She told me I looked successful, as I know what that means." She was glad that Betty Armstrong and Dorothy Collins were doing all the talking. One of them was a hard-working dog breeder, the other ran a bookshop in Manchester. They'd evidently kept in touch with one another, for they were discussing things and not people, as those do who have lively interests in common. Mary Stokes, now Mary Atwood, seemed cut off from them, by sickness, by marriage, by... well, it was no use to blink at the truth, by a kind of mental stagnation that had nothing to do with either illness or marriage. I suppose, thought Harriet, she had one of those small, summery brains that flower early and run to seed. Here she is, my intimate friend, talking to me with a painful kind of admiring politeness about my books. And I am talking with a painful kind of admiring politeness about her children. We ought not to have met again. It's awful. Dorothy Collins broke in upon her thoughts by asking her a question about publishers' contracts, and the reply to this tied them over till they emerged into the quad. A brisk figure came bustling along the path and stopped with a cry of welcome. "Why, it's Miss Vane! How nice to see you after all this time!" Harriet thankfully allowed herself to be scooped up by the Dean, for whom she had always had a very great affection, and who had written kindly to her in the days when a cheerful kindliness had been the most helpful thing on earth. The other three, mindful of reverence towards authority, passed on. They'd paid their respects to the Dean earlier in the afternoon. "It was splendid that you were able to come." "Rather brave of me, don't you think?" said Harriet. "Oh, nonsense," said the Dean. She put her head on one side and fixed Harriet with a bright and bird-like eye. "You mustn't think about all that. Nobody bothers about it at all. We're not nearly such dried-up mummies as you think. After all, it's the work you're doing that really counts, isn't it? Oh, by the way, the warden is longing to see you. She simply loved the sands of crime. Let's see if we can catch her before the Vice-Chancellor arrives. How do you think Stokes was looking? Atwood, I mean. I never can remember all their married names." "Pretty rotten, I'm afraid," said Harriet. "I came here to see her, really, you know, but I'm afraid it's not going to be much of a success." "Ah," said the Dean. "She stopped growing, I expect. She was a friend of yours, but I always thought she had a head like a day-old chick. Very precocious, but no staying power. However, I hope they'll put her right. Oh, bother this wind, I can't keep my cap down. You manage yours remarkably well. How do you do it? And I notice that we are both decently sub-fusk. Have you seen Trimmer in that frightful frock like a canary lampshade?" "That was Trimmer, was it? What's she doing?" "Oh, Lord, my dear, she's gone in for mental healing, brightness and love and all that. Ah, I thought we should see the warden here." Shrewsbury College had been fortunate in its wardens. In the early days it had been dignified by a woman of position. In the difficult period when it fought for women's degrees, it had been guided by a diplomat. And now that it was received into the university, its behaviour was made acceptable by a personality. Dr. Margaret Baring wore her scarlet and French grey with an air. She was a magnificent figurehead on all public occasions, and she could soothe with tact the wounded breasts of crusty and affronted male dons. She greeted Harriet graciously and asked what she thought of the new library wing, which would complete the north side of the old quad. Harriet duly admired what could be seen of its proportions, said it would be a great improvement, and asked when it would be finished. "By Easter, we hope. Perhaps we shall see you at the opening." Harriet said politely that she should look forward to it, and seeing the Vice-Chancellor's gown flutter into sight in the distance, drifted tactfully away to join the main throng of old students. Gowns, gowns, gowns. It was difficult sometimes to recognise people after 10 years or more. That in the blue and rabbit-skin hood must be Sylvia Drake. She'd taken that B-Lit at last, then. Miss Drake's B-Lit had been the joke of the college. It had taken her so long. She was continually rewriting her thesis and despairing over it. She would hardly remember Harriet, who was so much her junior, but Harriet remembered her well, always popping in and out of the JCR during her years of residence, and chattering away about medieval courts of love. Heavens! Here was that awful woman, Muriel Campshot, coming up to claim acquaintance. Oh, Campshot had always simpered. She still simpered, and she was dressed in a shocking shade of green. She was going to say, "How do you think of all your plots?" She did say it. Curse the woman. And Vera Mollison. She was asking, "Are you writing anything now?" "Yes," said Harriet. "Are you still teaching?" Yes, still in the same place," said Miss Mollison. "I'm afraid my doings are very small beer compared with yours." As there was no possible answer to this but a deprecating laugh, Harriet laughed deprecatingly. A movement took place. People were drifting into the new quad, where a presentation clock was to be unveiled, and taking up their positions upon the stone plinth that ran round behind the flower-beds. An official voice was heard exhorting the guests to leave a path for the procession. Harriet used this excuse to disentangle herself from Vera Mollison and established herself at the back of a group, all of whose faces were strange to her. On the opposite side of the quad she could see Mary Atwood and her friends. They were waving. She waved back. She was not going to cross the grass and join them. She would remain detached, a unit in an official crowd. From behind a drapery of bunting, the clock, anticipating its official appearance in public, chimed and struck 3. Footsteps crunched along the gravel. The procession came into sight. Beneath the archway, a small crocodile walk of elderly people, dressed with the incongruous brilliance of a more sumptuous era, and moving with the slovenly dignity characteristic of university functions in England. They crossed the quad. They mounted the plinth beneath the clock. The male dons removed their Tudor bonnets and mortarboards in deference to the Vice-Chancellor. The female dons adopted a reverential attitude suggestive of a prayer meeting. In a thin, delicate voice, the Vice-Chancellor began to speak. He spoke of the history of the college. He made a graceful allusion to achievements which could not be measured by the mere passing of time. He cracked a dry and nutty little jest about relativity and adorned it with a classical tag. He referred to the generosity of the donor and the beloved personality of the deceased member of council in whose memory the clock was presented. He expressed himself happy to unveil this handsome clock, which would add so greatly to the beauty of the quadrangle. A quadrangle, he would add, which, although a newcomer in point of time, was fully worthy to take its place among those ancient and noble buildings which were the glory of our university. In the name of the Chancellor and the University of Oxford, he now unveiled the clock. His hand went out to the rope. An agitated expression came over the face of the Dean, resolving itself into a wide smile of triumph when the drapery fell away without any unseemly hitch or disaster. The clock was revealed. A few bold spirits started a round of applause. The warden, in a short, neat speech, thanked the Vice-Chancellor for his kindness in coming and his friendly expressions. The golden hand of the clock moved on, and the quarter chime rang out mellowly. The assembly heaved a sigh of satisfaction, the procession collected itself and made the return journey through the archway, and the ceremony was happily over. Harriet, following with the throng, discovered to her horror that Vera Mollison had bobbed up again beside her, and was saying she supposed all mystery writers must feel a strong personal interest in clocks, as so many alibis turned upon clocks and time signals. There had been a curious incident one day at the school where she taught. It would, she thought, make a splendid plot for a detective story for anybody who was clever enough to work such things out. She'd been longing to see Harriet and tell her all about it. Planting herself firmly on the lawn of the old quad at a considerable distance from the refreshment tables, she began to retail the curious incident which required a good deal of preliminary explanation. A scout advanced, carrying cups of tea. Harriet secured one, and instantly wished she hadn't. It prevented swift movement, and seemed to nail her to Miss Mollison's side to all eternity. Then, with a heart-lifting surge of thankfulness, she saw Phoebe Tucker, good old Phoebe, looking exactly the same as ever. She excused herself hurriedly to Miss Mollison, begging that she might hear the clock incident at a more leisurely moment, made her way through a bunch of gowns, and said, "Hello." "Hello," said Phoebe. "Oh, it's you! Oh, thank God! I was beginning to think there wasn't a soul of our year here, except Trimmer and that ghastly Mollison female. Come and get some sandwiches. They're quite good, strange to say. How are you these days, flourishing?" "Not too bad." "You're doing good stuff, anyhow." "So are you. Let's find something to sit upon. I want to hear all about the digging." Phoebe Tucker was a history student who had married an archaeologist, and the combination seemed to work remarkably well. They dug up bones and stones and pottery in forgotten corners of the globe, and wrote pamphlets and lectured to learned societies. At odd moments they had produced a trio of cheerful youngsters, whom they dumped casually upon delighted grandparents before hastening back to the bones and the stones. "Well, we've only just got back from Ithaca. Bob is fearfully excited about a new set of burial places and has evolved an entirely original and revolutionary theory about funerary rites. He's writing a paper that contradicts all old Lambard's conclusions, and I'm helping by toning down his adjectives and putting in deprecatory footnotes. I mean, Lambard may be a perverse old idiot, but it's more dignified not to say so in so many words. A bland and deadly courtesy is more devastating, don't you think?" "Infinitely." Here, at any rate, was somebody who had not altered by a hair's breadth, in spite of added years and marriage. Harriet was in a mood to be glad of that. After an exhaustive inquiry into the matter of funerary rites, she asked after the family. "Oh, they're getting to be rather fun. Richard, that's the eldest, is thrilled by the burial places. His grandmother was horrified the other day to find him very patiently and correctly excavating the gardener's rubbish heap and making a collection of bones. Her generation always gets so agitated about germs and dirt. I suppose they're quite right, but the offspring doesn't seem any the worse. So his father gave him a cabinet to keep the bones in. Simply encouraging him, Mother said. I think we shall have to take Richard out with us next time. Only Mother would be so worried, thinking about no drainage and what he might pick up from the Greeks. All the children seem to be coming out quite intelligently, thank goodness. It would have been such a bore to be the mother of morons, and it's an absolute toss-up, isn't it? If only one could invent them, like characters in books, it would be much more satisfactory to a well-regulated mind. From this, the conversation naturally passed to biology, Mendelian factors, and Brave New World. It was cut short by the emergence of Harriet's former tutor from a crowd of old students. Harriet and Phoebe made a concerted rush to greet her. Miss Lydgate's manner was exactly what it had always been. To the innocent and candid eyes of that great scholar, no moral problem seemed ever to present itself. Of a scrupulous personal integrity, she embraced the irregularities of other people in a wide, unquestioning charity. As any student of literature must, she knew all the sins of the world by name, but it was doubtful whether she recognized them when she met them in real life. It was as though a misdemeanour committed by a person she knew was disarmed and disinfected by the contact. So many young people had passed through her hands, and she had found so much good in all of them. It was impossible to think that they could be deliberately wicked, like Richard III or Iago. Unhappy, yes. Misguided, yes. Exposed to difficult and complicated temptations which Miss Lydgate herself had been mercifully spared, yes. If she heard of a theft, a divorce, even worse things, she would knit puzzled brows and think how utterly wretched the offenders must have been before they could do so dreadful a thing. Only once had Harriet ever heard her speak with unqualified disapproval of anyone she knew, and that was a former pupil of her own who had written a popular book about Carlyle. No research at all, had been Miss Lydgate's verdict, and no effort at critical judgment. She has reproduced all the old gossip without troubling to verify anything. Slipshod, showy, and catchpenny. I am really ashamed of her. And even then she'd added, but I believe, poor thing, she's very hard up. Miss Lydgate showed no signs of being ashamed of Miss Vane. On the contrary, she greeted her warmly, begged her to come and see her on Sunday morning, spoke appreciatively of her work, and commended her for keeping up a scholarly standard of English, even in mystery fiction. You give a lot of pleasure in the SCR, she added, and I believe Mr. Vine is also a fervent admirer of yours. Mr. Vine? Well, of course, you don't know her. No, our new research fellow. Oh, she's such a nice person, but I know she wants to talk to you about your books. You must come and make her acquaintance. We've got her for 3 years, you know. Well, that is, she only comes into residence next term, but she's been living in Oxford for the last few weeks, working in Bodley. She's doing a great work on national finance under the Tudors, and makes it perfectly fascinating, even for people like me who are stupid about money. We're all so glad that the college decided to offer her the Jane Barraclough Fellowship, because she's a most distinguished scholar and has had rather a hard time. I think I've heard of her. Wasn't she head of one of the big provincial colleges? Yes. She was provost of Flamborough for 3 years, but it wasn't really her job. Too much administration, though of course she was marvellous on the financial side. But she was doing too much, what with her own work and examining for doctorates and so on, and coping with students. The university and the college between them wore her out. She's one of those people who always will give of her best, but I think she found all the personal contacts uncongenial. She got ill and had to go abroad for a couple of years. In fact, she's only just got back to England. Of course, having to give up Flamborough made a good deal of difference from the financial point of view, so it's nice to think that for the next 3 years she'll be able to get on with her book and not worry about that side of things. Ah, I remember it now, said Harriet. I saw the election announced somewhere or other last Christmas or thereabouts. Well, I expect you saw it in the Shrewsbury Yearbook. We're naturally very proud to have her here. She ought really to have a professorship, but I doubt if she could stand the tutorial side of it. The fewer distractions she has, the better, because she's one of the real scholars. There she is, over there. Oh dear. Yes, I'm afraid she's been caught by Miss Gubbins. You remember Miss Gubbins? Vaguely, said Phoebe. She was 3rd year when we were freshers. An excellent soul, but rather earnest and an appalling bore at college meetings. She is a very conscientious person, said Miss Lydgate, but she has rather an unfortunate knack of making any subject sound dull. It's a great pity, because she is exceptionally sound and dependable. However, that doesn't greatly matter in her present appointment. She holds a librarianship somewhere. Miss Hilliard would remember where, but I believe she's researching on the Bacon family. Oh, she's such a hard worker. But I'm afraid she's putting poor Miss Devine through a cross-examination, which doesn't seem quite fair on an occasion like this. Shall we go to the rescue? As Harriet followed Miss Lydgate across the lawn, she was visited by an enormous nostalgia. If only one could come back to this quiet place where only intellectual achievement counted. If one could work here steadily and obscurely at some close-knit piece of reasoning, undistracted and uncorrupted by agents, contracts, publishers, blurb writers, interviewers, fan mail, autograph hunters, notoriety hunters, and competitors. Abolishing personal contacts, personal spites, personal jealousies. Getting one's teeth into something dull and durable. Maturing into solidity like the Shrewsbury beeches. Then one might be able to forget the wreck and chaos of the past, or see it, at any rate, in a truer proportion. Because in a sense it was not important. The fact that one had loved and sinned and suffered and escaped death was a far less ultimate moment than a single footnote in a dim academic journal establishing the priority of a manuscript or restoring a lost iota subscript. It was the hand-to-hand struggle with the insistent personalities of other people, all pushing for a place in the limelight, that made the accident of one's own personal adventure bulk so large in the scheme of things. But she doubted whether she were now capable of any such withdrawal. She'd long ago taken the step that put the grey-walled paradise of Oxford behind her. No one can bathe in the same river twice, not even in the Isis. She would be impatient of that narrow serenity, or so she told herself. Pulling her wandering thoughts together, she found herself being introduced to Miss Devine, and looking at her, she saw at once that here was a scholar of a kind very unlike Miss Lydgate, for example, and still more grotesquely unlike anything that Harriet Vane could ever become. Here was a fighter, indeed, but one to whom the quadrangle of Shrewsbury was a native and proper arena. A soldier knowing no personal loyalties, whose sole allegiance was to the fact. A Miss Lydgate standing serenely untouched by the world could unfold it in a genial warmth of charity. This woman, with infinitely more knowledge of the world, would rate it at a just value and set it out of her path if it incommoded her. The thin, eager face with its large grey eyes deeply set and luminous behind thick glasses was sensitive to impressions. But behind that sensitiveness was a mind as hard and immovable as granite. As the head of a woman's college, she must, thought Harriet, have had a distasteful task, for she looked as though the word compromise had been omitted from her vocabulary, and all statesmanship is compromise. She would not be likely to tolerate any waverings of purpose or woolliness of judgment. If anything came between her and the service of truth, she would walk over it without rancour and without pity, even if it were her own reputation. A formidable woman when pursuing the end in view, and the more so for the deceptive moderation and modesty she would display in dealing with any subject of which she was not master. As they came up, she was saying to Miss Gubbins, "I entirely agree that a historian ought to be precise in detail, but unless you take all the characters and circumstances concerned into account, you are reckoning without the facts. The proportions and relations of things are just as much facts as the things themselves, and if you get those wrong, you falsify the picture really seriously." Here, just as Miss Gubbins, with a mulish look in her eye, was preparing to expostulate, Miss Devine caught sight of the English tutor and excused herself. Miss Gubbins was obliged to withdraw. Harriet observed with regret that she had untidy hair or ill-kept skin and a large white safety-pin securing her hood to her dress. "Dear me," said Miss Devine, "who is that very uninspired young woman? She seems very much annoyed with my review of Mr. Winterlake's book on Essex. She seems to think that I should have torn the poor man to pieces because of a trifling error of a few months made in dealing, quite incidentally, with the early history of the Bacon family. She attaches no importance to the fact that the book is the most illuminating and scholarly handling to date of the interactions of two most enigmatic characters. Bacon family history is her subject, said Miss Lydgate, so I've no doubt she feels strongly about it. Well, it's a great mistake to see one's own subject out of proportion to its background. The error should be corrected, of course. I did correct it, in a private letter to the author, which is the proper medium for trifling corrections. But the man has, I feel sure, got hold of the master key to the situation between those two men, and in so doing he's got hold of a fact of genuine importance. Well, said Miss Lydgate, showing her strong teeth in a genial grin, you seem to have taken a strong line with Miss Gubbins. Now, I brought along somebody I know you're anxious to meet. This is Miss Harriet Vane, also an artist in the relating of details. Miss Vane! The historian bent her brilliant, short-sighted eyes on Harriet, and her face lit up. This is delightful. Do let me say how much I enjoyed your last book. I thought it quite the best thing you'd done, though of course I'm not competent to form an opinion from the scientific point of view. I was discussing it with Professor Higgins, who is quite a devotee of yours, and he said it suggested a most interesting possibility, which had not before occurred to him. He wasn't quite sure whether it would work, but he would do his best to find out. Tell me, what did you have to go upon? Well, I got a pretty good opinion, said Harriet, feeling a hideous qualm of uncertainty and cursing Professor Higgins from the bottom of her heart. But of course, at this point, Miss Lydgate espied another old pupil in the distance and ran away. Phoebe Tucker had already been lost on the way across the lawn. Harriet was left to her fate. After 10 minutes, during which Mr. Vine ruthlessly turned her victim's brain inside out, shook the facts out of it like a vigorous housemaid shaking dust from a carpet, beat it, refreshed it, rubbed up the surface of it, relaid it in a new position, and tacked it into place with a firm hand. The Dean mercifully came up and burst into the conversation. Thank goodness the Vice-Chancellor's taking himself off. Now we can get rid of this filthy old bombazine and show off our party frocks. Why did we ever clamour for degrees and the fun of stewing in full academicals on a hot day? There, he's gone. Oh, give me those anything-but-glad rags, and I'll shove them into the SCR with mine. Has yours got a name on it, Miss Vane? Oh, good girl. I've got 3 unknown gowns sitting in my office already. Found lying about at the end of term. No clue to their owners, of course. The untidy little beasts seem to think it's our job to sort out their miserable belongings. They strew them everywhere, regardless, and then borrow each other's. And if anybody's fined for being out without a gown, it's always because somebody pinched it. And the wretched things are always as dirty as dishclouts. They use them for dusters and drawing the fire up. When I think how our devoted generation sweated to get the right to these garments, and these young things don't care that for them. They go about looking all bits and pieces, like illustrations to Pendennis, so out of date of them. But their idea of being modern is to imitate what male undergraduates were like half a century ago. Some of us old students aren't much to write home about, said Harriet. Look at Gubbins, for instance. Oh, my dear, that crashing bore. And all held together with safety pins. And I wish she'd wash her neck. I think, said Mr. Vine, with painstaking readiness to set the facts in a just light, that the colour is natural to her skin. Then she should eat carrots and clear her system, retorted the Dean, snatching Harriet's gown from her. No, don't bother. It won't take me a minute to chuck them through the SCR window. And don't you dare run away, or I shall never find you again. Is my hair untidy? Inquired Mr. Vine, becoming suddenly human and hesitating with the loss of her cap and gown. Well, said Harriet, surveying the thick iron-grey coils from which a quantity of overworked hairpins stood out like croquet hoops, it's coming down just a trifle. Well, it always does, said Mr. Vine, making vague dabs at the pins. I think I shall have to cut it short. It must be much less trouble that way. I like it as it is. The big coil suits you. Let me have a go at it, shall I? Oh, I wish you would, said the historian, thankfully submitting to have the pins thrust into place. I'm very stupid with my fingers. I do possess a hat somewhere, she added, with an irresolute glance round the quad, as though she expected to see the hat growing on a tree. But the Dean said we'd better stay here. Ah, thank you. Yes, now that feels much better. A marvellous sense of security. Here's Miss Martin. Miss Vane has kindly been acting as hairdresser to the White Queen, but oughtn't I to put on a hat? Not now, said Miss Martin emphatically. I'm going to have some property, and so are you. I'm ravenous. I've been tagging after old Professor Boniface, who's 97 and practically gaga, and screaming in his deaf ear till I'm almost dead. What's the time? Well, I'm like Marjorie Fleming's turkey. I do not give a single damn for the old students' meeting. I simply must eat and drink. Let's swoop down upon the table before Miss Shaw and Miss Stevens collar the last ices. Chapter 2. 'Tis proper to all melancholy men, saith Mercurialis, what conceit they have once entertained, to be most intent violent and continually about it. Invitis occurrit. Do what they may, they cannot be rid of it. Against their wills they must think of it 1,000 times over. Perpetuo molestanta nec oblivisci possent. They are continually troubled with it, in company, out of company, at meat, at exercise, at all times and places. Non desinunt ia quae minime volunt cogitare. If it be offensive, especially they cannot forget it. Robert Burton. So far, so good, thought Harriet, changing for dinner. There had been baddish moments, like trying to renew contact with Mary Stokes. There had also been a brief encounter with Miss Hilliard, the history tutor, who had never liked her, and who had said with dry mouth and acidulated tongue, "Well, Miss Vane, you have had some very varied experiences since we last saw you." But there had been good moments, too, carrying with them the promise of permanence in a Heraclitean universe. She felt it might be possible to survive the gaudy dinner, though Mary Stokes had dutifully bagged her for a place next to herself, which was trying. Fortunately, she had contrived to get Phoebe Tucker on her other side. In these surroundings she thought of them still as Stokes and Tucker. The first thing to strike her, when the procession had slowly filed up to the high table and grace had been said, was the appalling noise in hall. Strike was the right word. It fell upon one like the rush and weight of a shouting waterfall. It beat on the ear like the hammer-clang of some infernal smithy. It savaged the air like the metallic clatter of 50,000 monotype machines casting type. 200 female tongues, released as though by a spring, burst into high, clamorous speech. She had forgotten what it was like, but it came back to her tonight how, at the beginning of every term, she'd felt that if the noise were to go on like that for 1 minute more, she would go quite mad. Within a week, the effect of it had always worn off. Use had made her immune. But now it shattered her unaccustomed nerves with all and more than all its original violence. People screamed in her ear, and she found herself screaming back. She looked rather anxiously at Mary. Could any invalid bear it? Mary seemed not to notice. She was more animated than she had been earlier in the day, and was screaming quite cheerfully at Dorothy Collins. Harriet turned to Phoebe. "Gosh, I'd forgotten what this row was like. If I scream, I shall go as hoarse as a crow. I'm going to bellow at you in a foghorn kind of voice. Do you mind?" "Not a bit. I can hear you quite well." "Why on earth did God give women such shrill voices? Though I don't mind frightfully. It reminds me of native workmen quarrelling. They're doing us rather well, don't you think? Much better soup than we ever got. They made a special effort for Gaudy. Besides, the new bursar's rather good, I believe. She was something to do with domestic economy. Dear old Straddles had a mind above food. Ah, yes. But I liked Straddles. She was awfully decent to me when I got ill just before schools. Do you remember? What happened to Straddles before she left? Oh, she's treasurer at Bronte College. Finance was really her line, you know. She had a real genius for figures. And what became of that woman, what was her name, Peabody? Freebody? You know, the one who always said solemnly that her great ambition in life was to become bursar of Shrewsbury. Oh, my dear, she went absolutely potty on some new kind of religion and joined an extraordinary sect somewhere or other where they go about in loincloths and have agapemones of nuts and grapefruit. That is, if you mean Brodrib. Brodrib. I knew it was something like Peabody. Fancy her of all people. So intensely practical and subfusk. Or reaction, I expect. Repressed emotional instinct and all that. She was frightfully sentimental inside, you know. I know. She wormed round, rather. Had a sort of a GP for Miss Shaw. Perhaps we were all rather inhibited in those days. Well, the present generation doesn't suffer from that, I'm told. No inhibitions of any kind. Oh, come, Phoebe. We had a good bit of liberty, not like before women's degrees. We weren't monastic. No, but we were born long enough before the war to feel a few restrictions. We inherited some sense of responsibility. Anne Brodrib came from a fearfully rigid sort of household, positivists or Unitarians or Presbyterians or something. The present lot are the real wartime generation, you know. So they are. Well, I don't know that I've any right to throw stones at Brodrib. Oh, my dear, that's entirely different. One thing's natural, the other's... Oh, I don't know, but it seems to me like complete degeneration of the grey matter. She even wrote a book. About Agapemones? Yes. And the higher wisdom, and beautiful thought, that sort of thing. Full of bad syntax. Oh, Lord. Oh, that's pretty awful, isn't it? I can't think why fancied religion should have such a ghastly effect on one's grammar. Well, it's kind of intellectual rot that sets in, I'm afraid. But which of them causes the other, or whether they're both symptoms of something else, I don't know. What with Trimmer's mental healing and Henderson's going nudist, no. Fact. There she is at the next table. That's why she's so brown. And her frock so badly cut. If you can't be naked, be as ill-dressed as possible, I suppose. I sometimes wonder whether a little normal, hearty wickedness wouldn't be good for a good many of us. At this moment, Miss Mollison, from 3 places away on the same side of the table, leaned across her neighbours and screamed something. "What?" screamed Phoebe. Miss Mollison leaned still further, compressing Dorothy Collins, Betty Armstrong, and Mary Stokes almost to suffocation. "I hope Miss Vane isn't telling you anything too blood-curdling." "No," said Harriet loudly. "Mrs. Bancroft is curdling my blood." "How?" "Telling me the life histories of our year." "Oh!" screamed Miss Mollison, disconcerted. The service of a dish of lamb and green peas intervened and broke up the formation, and her neighbours breathed again. But to Harriet's intense horror, the question and reply seemed to have opened up an avenue for a dark, determined woman with large spectacles and rigidly groomed hair who sat opposite to her and now bent over and said in piercingly American accents, "I don't suppose you remember me, Miss Vane. I was only in college for 1 term, but I would know you anywhere. I'm always recommending your books to my friends in America who are keen to study the British detective story, because I think you're just terribly good." "Oh, very kind of you," said Harriet feebly. "And we have a very dear mutual acquaintance," went on the spectacled lady. Heavens, thought Harriet, what social nuisance is going to be dragged out of obscurity now? And who is this frightful female? "Really," she said aloud, trying to gain time while she ransacked her memory, "who is this Miss... Schuster Slat," prompted Phoebe's voice in her ear. Schuster Slat, of course, arrived in Harriet's first summer term, supposed to read law, left after 1 term because the conditions of Shrewsbury were too restrictive of liberty, joined the home students and passed mercifully out of one's life. "How clever of you to know my name." "Yes, well, you'll be surprised when I tell you, but in my work I see so many of your British aristocracy." Oh, hell, thought Harriet. Miss Schuster Slat's strident tones dominated even the surrounding uproar. "Your marvellous Lord Peter. He was so kind to me and terribly interested when I told him I was at college with you. I think he's just a lovely man." "He has very nice manners," said Harriet, but the implication was too subtle. Miss Schuster Slat proceeded. "He was just wonderful to me when I told him all about my work." I wonder what it is, thought Harriet. "And of course I wanted to hear all about his thrilling detective cases, but he was much too modest to say anything. Do tell me, Miss Vane, does he wear that cute little eyeglass because of his sight, or is it part of an old English tradition?" "I have never had the impertinence to ask him," said Harriet. "Now, isn't that just like your British reticence?" exclaimed Miss Schuster Slat, when Mary Stokes struck in with, "Oh, Harriet, do tell us about Lord Peter. He must be perfectly charming if he's at all like his photographs. Of course you know him very well, don't you?" "I worked with him over 1 case." "He must have been frightfully exciting. Do tell us what he's like." "Seeing," said Harriet in angry and desperate tones, "seeing that he got me out of prison and probably saved me from being hanged, I am naturally bound to find him delightful." "Oh," said Mary Stokes, flushing scarlet and shrinking from Harriet's furious eyes as if she had received a blow. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think." "Well, there," said Miss Schuster Slat, "I'm afraid I've been very, very tactless. My mother always said to me, 'Sadie, you're the most tactless girl I ever had the bad luck to meet.' But I am enthusiastic. I get carried away. I don't stop to think. I'm just the same with my work. I don't consider my own feelings. I don't consider other people's feelings. I just wade right in and ask for what I want, and mostly I get it. After which Miss Schuster-Slatt, with more sensitive feeling than one might have credited her with, carried the conversation triumphantly away to the subject of her own work, which turned out to have something to do with the sterilization of the unfit and the encouragement of matrimony among the intelligentsia. Harriet, meanwhile, sat miserably wondering what devil possessed her to display every disagreeable trait in her character at the mere mention of Wimsey's name. He'd done her no harm. He'd only saved her from a shameful death and offered her an unswerving personal devotion, and for neither benefit had he ever claimed or expected her gratitude. It was not pretty that her only return should be a snarling resentment. The fact is, thought Harriet, I've got a bad inferiority complex. Unfortunately, the fact that I know it doesn't help me to get rid of it. I could have liked him so much if I could have met him on an equal footing. The warden rapped upon the table. A welcome silence fell upon the hall. A speaker was rising to propose the toast of the university. She spoke gravely, unrolling the great scroll of history, pleading for the humanities, proclaiming the Pax Academica to a world terrified with unrest. Oxford has been called the home of lost causes. If the love of learning for its own sake is a lost cause everywhere else in the world, let us see to it that here, at least, it finds its abiding home. Magnificent, thought Harriet, but it's not war. And then, her imagination weaving in and out of the spoken words, she saw it as a holy war, and that whole wildly heterogeneous, that even slightly absurd collection of chattering women fused into a corporate unity with one another, and with every man and woman to whom integrity of mind meant more than material gain. Defenders in the central keep of man-soul, their personal differences forgotten in face of a common foe. To be true to one's calling, whatever follies one might commit in one's emotional life, that was the way to spiritual peace. How could one feel fettered, being the freeman of so great a city, or humiliated, where all enjoyed equal citizenship? The eminent professor who rose to reply spoke of a diversity of gifts, but the same spirit. The note, once struck, vibrated on the lips of every speaker and the ear of every hearer. Nor was the warden's review of the academic year out of key with it. Appointments, degrees, fellowships, all these were the domestic details of the discipline without which the community could not function. In the glamour of one gaudy night, one could realize that one was a citizen of no mean city. It might be an old and an old-fashioned city, with inconvenient buildings and narrow streets where the passers-by squabbled foolishly about the right of way, but her foundations were set upon the holy hills, and her spires touched heaven. Leaving the hall in this rather exalted mood, Harriet found herself invited to take coffee with the dean. She accepted, after ascertaining that Mary Stokes was bound for bed by doctor's orders and had therefore no claim upon her company. She therefore made her way along to the new quad and tapped upon Miss Martin's door. Gathered together in the sitting-room, she found Betty Armstrong, Phoebe Tucker, Miss Devine, Miss Stevens the bursar, another of the fellows who answered to the same name of Barton, and a couple of old students a few years senior to herself. The dean, who was dispensing coffee, hailed her arrival cheerfully. "Come along! Here's coffee that is coffee. Can nothing be done about the hall coffee, Steve?" "Well, yes, if you'll start a coffee fund," replied the bursar. "I don't know if you've ever worked out the finances of really first-class coffee for 200 people. "Oh, I know," said the dean. "It's so trying to be grovellingly poor. I think I'd better mention it to Flackett. You remember Flackett, the rich one, who was always rather odd. She was in your year, Miss Fortescue. She'd been following me around, trying to present the college with a tank full of tropical fish. She thought it would brighten the science lecture room." "Well, if it would brighten some of the lectures," said Miss Fortescue, "it might be a good thing. Miss Hilliard's constitutional developments were a bit gruesome in our day." "Oh, my dear, those constitutional developments, dear me, yes, they still go on. She starts every year with about 30 students and ends up with 2 or 3 earnest black men who take every word down solemnly in notebooks. Exactly the same lectures. I don't think even fish would help them. Anyway," I said, "it's very good of you, Miss Flackett, but I really don't think they'd thrive. It would mean putting in a special heating system, wouldn't it? And it would make extra work for the gardeners. Oh, she looked so disappointed, poor thing. So I said she'd better consult the bursar. All right, said Miss Stevens. I'll tackle Flackett and suggest the endowment of a coffee fund. Much more useful than tropical fish, agreed the Dean. I'm afraid we do turn out some oddities. And yet, you know, I believe Flackett is extremely sound upon the life history of the liver fluke. Would anybody like a Benedictine with the coffee? Come along, Miss Vane. Alcohol loosens the tongue, and we want to hear all about your latest mysteries. Harriet obliged with a brief resume of the plot she was working on. Forgive me, Miss Vane, for speaking frankly, said Miss Barton, leaning earnestly forward, but after your own terrible experience, I wonder that you care about writing that kind of book. The Dean looked a little shocked. Well, said Harriet, for one thing, writers can't pick and choose until they've made money. If you've made your name for one kind of book and then switch over to another, your sales are apt to go down, and that's the brutal fact. She paused. Now, I know what you're thinking, that anybody with proper sensitive feeling would rather scrub floors for a living. But I should scrub floors very badly, and I write detective stories rather well. I don't see why proper feeling should prevent me from doing my proper job. Quite right, said Mr. Vine. But surely, persisted Miss Barton, you must feel that terrible crimes and the suffering of innocent suspects ought to be taken seriously and not just made into an intellectual game. I do take them seriously in real life, everybody must. But should you say that anybody who had tragic experience of sex, for example, should never write an artificial drawing-room comedy? But isn't that different, said Miss Barton, frowning. There is a lighter side to love, whereas there is no lighter side to murder. Perhaps not in the sense of a comic side, but there is a purely intellectual side to the detection. You did investigate a case in real life, didn't you? How did you feel about it? Well, it was very interesting. And in the light of what you knew, did you like the idea of sending a man to the dock and the gallows? I don't think it's quite fair to ask Miss Vane that, said the Dean. Miss Barton, she added a little apologetically to Harriet, is interested in the sociological aspects of crime and very eager for the reform of the penal code. I am, said Miss Barton. Our attitude to the whole thing seems to me completely savage and brutal. I have met so many murderers when visiting prisons, and most of them are very harmless, stupid people, poor creatures when they aren't definitely pathological. You might feel different about it, said Harriet, if you'd happened to meet the victims. They are often still stupider and more harmless than the murderers, but they don't make a public appearance. Even the jury needn't see the body unless they like. But I saw the body in that Wilvercombe case. I found it. And it was beastlier than anything you can imagine. I'm quite sure you must be right about that, said the Dean. The description in the papers was more than enough for me. And, went on Harriet to Miss Barton, you don't see the murderers actively engaged in murdering. You see them when they're caught and caged and looking pathetic. But the Wilvercombe man was a cunning, avaricious brute, and quite ready to go on and do it again if he hadn't been stopped. That's an unanswerable argument for stopping them, said Phoebe, whatever the law does to them afterwards. All the same, said Miss Stevens, isn't it a little cold-blooded to catch murderers as an intellectual exercise? It's all right for the police. It's their duty. In law, said Harriet, it is every citizen's obligation, though most people don't know that. And this man Wimsey, said Miss Barton, who seems to make a hobby of it, does he look upon it as a duty or an intellectual exercise? I'm not sure, said Harriet. But you know it was just as well for me that he did make a hobby of it. The police were wrong in my case. I don't blame them, but they were, so I'm glad it wasn't left to them. I call that a perfectly noble speech, said the Dean. If anyone accused me of doing something I hadn't done, I should be foaming at the mouth. But it's my job to weigh evidence, said Harriet, and I can't help seeing the strength of the police case. It's a matter of A plus B, you know. Only there happened to be an unknown factor. Like that thing that keeps cropping up in the new kind of physics, said the Dean. Planck's constant, or whatever they call it. Surely, said Mr. Vine. Whatever comes of it, or whatever anybody feels about it, the important thing is to get at the facts. Yes, said Harriet, yes. That's the point. I mean, the fact is that I didn't do the murder, so that my feelings are quite irrelevant. If I had done it, I should probably have thought myself thoroughly justified and been deeply indignant about the way I was treated. As it is, I still think that to inflict the agonies of poisoning on anybody is unpardonable. The particular trouble I got let in for was as much sheer accident as falling off a roof." "I really ought to apologise for having brought the subject up at all," said Miss Barton. "It's very good of you to discuss it so frankly." "I don't mind, now. It would have been different just after it happened. But that awful business down at Wivelcombe shed rather a new light on the matter, showed it up from the other side." "Tell me," said the Dean, "Lord Peter, what is he like?" "To look at, do you mean, or to work with?" "Well, one knows more or less what he looks like, fair and Mayfair. I meant to talk to." "Rather amusing. He does a good deal of the talking himself, if he comes to that. A little merry and bright when you're feeling off colour." "I met him once at a dog show," put in Miss Armstrong unexpectedly. "He was giving a perfect imitation of the silly ass about town." "Then he was either frightfully bored or detecting something," said Harriet, laughing. "I know that frivolous mood, and it's mostly camouflage, but one doesn't always know for what." "Well, there must be something behind it," said Miss Barton, "because he's obviously very intelligent. But is it only intelligence, or is there any genuine feeling?" "I shouldn't," said Harriet, gazing thoughtfully into her empty coffee-cup, "accuse him of any lack of feeling. I've seen him very much upset, for instance, over convicting a sympathetic criminal. But he's really rather reserved, in spite of that deceptive manner." "Perhaps he's shy," suggested Phoebe Tucker kindly. "People who talk a lot often are. I think they're very much to be pitied." "Shy," said Harriet. "Well, hardly. Nervy, perhaps. That blessed word covers a lot, but he doesn't exactly seem to call for pity." "Why should he?" said Miss Barton. "In a very pitiful world I don't see much need to pity a young man who's everything he can possibly want." "He must be a remarkable person if he's that," said Mr. Vine, with a gravity that her eyes belied. "He's not so young as all that," said Harriet. "He's 45. This was Miss Barton's age. "I think it's rather impertinent to pity people," said the Dean. "Hear, hear," said Harriet. "Nobody likes being pitied. Most of us enjoy self-pity, but that's another thing." "Caustic," said Mr. Vine, "but painfully true." "But what I should like to know," pursued Miss Barton, refusing to be diverted, "is whether this dilettante gentleman does anything outside his hobbies of detecting crimes and collecting books, and, I believe, playing cricket in his off time." Harriet, who had been congratulating herself upon the way in which she was keeping her temper, was seized with irritation. "I don't know," she said. "Does it matter? Why should he do anything else? Catching murderers isn't a soft job or a sheltered job. It takes a lot of time and energy, and you may very easily get injured or killed. I dare say he does it for fun, but at any rate he does do it. Scores of people must have as much reason to thank him as I have. You can't call that nothing." "I absolutely agree," said the Dean. "I think one ought to be very grateful to people who do dirty jobs for nothing, whatever their reason is." Miss Fortescue applauded this. "The drains in my week-end cottage got stopped up last Sunday, and a most helpful neighbour came and unstopped them. He got quite filthy in the process, and I apologised profusely, but he said I owed him no thanks because he was inquisitive and liked drains. He may not have been telling the truth, but even if he was, I certainly had nothing to grumble about." "Talking of drains," said the bursar, the conversation took a less personal and more anecdotal turn, for there is no chance assembly of people who cannot make lively conversation about drains, and after a little time Miss Barton retired to bed. The Dean breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope you didn't mind too much," she said. "Miss Barton is the most terribly downright person, and she was determined to get all that off her chest. She's a splendid person, but hasn't very much sense of humour. She can't bear anything to be done except for the very loftiest motives." Harriet apologised for having spoken so vehemently. "I thought you took it all wonderfully well, and your Lord Peter sounds a most interesting person, but I don't see why you should be forced to discuss him, poor man." "If you ask me," observed the bursar, "we discuss everything a great deal too much in this university. We argue about this and that and why and wherefore, instead of getting the thing done." "But oughtn't we to ask what things we want done?" objected the Dean. Harriet grinned at Betty Armstrong, hearing the familiar academic wrangle begin. Before 10 minutes had passed, somebody had introduced the word values. An hour later they were still at it. Finally the bursar was heard to quote, "God made the integers, all else is the work of man." "Oh, bother," cried the Dean. "Do let's keep mathematics out of it. And physics. I cannot cope with them. Who mentioned Planck's constant a little time ago?" I did, and I'm sorry for it. I call it a revolting little object." The Dean's emphatic tones reduced everybody to laughter, and midnight striking, the party broke up. "I'm still living out of college," said Mr. Vine to Harriet. "May I walk across to your room with you?" Harriet assented, wondering what Mr. Vine had to say to her. They stepped out together into the new quad. The moon was up, painting the buildings with gold washes of black and silver, whose austerity rebuked the yellow gleam of lighted windows, behind which old friends reunited still made merry with talk and laughter. "It might almost be term time," said Harriet. "Yes," Mr. Vine smiled oddly. "If you were to listen at those windows, you would find it was the middle-aged ones who were making the noise. The old have gone to bed, wondering whether they have worn as badly as their contemporaries. They've suffered some shocks, and their feet hurt them, and the younger ones are chattering soberly about life and its responsibilities. But the women of 40 are pretending they are undergraduates again and finding it rather an effort. Miss Vane, I admire you for speaking as you did tonight. Detachment is a rare virtue, and very few people find it lovable, either in themselves or in others. If you ever find a person who likes you in spite of it, still more because of it, that liking has very great value, because it is perfectly sincere, and because, with that person, you will never need to be anything but sincere yourself." "That's probably true," said Harriet. "But what makes you say it?" "Not any desire to offend you, believe me. But I imagine you come across a number of people who are disconcerted by the difference between what you do feel and what they fancy you ought to feel. It is fatal to pay the smallest attention to them." "Yes," said Harriet, "but I'm one of them. I disconcert myself very much. I never know what I do feel. Well, I don't think that matters, providing one doesn't try to persuade oneself into appropriate feelings." They'd entered the old quad, and the ancient beeches, most venerable of all Shrewsbury institutions, cast over them a dappled and changing shadow pattern that was more confusing than darkness. "But one has to make some sort of choice," said Harriet, "and between one desire and another, how is one to know which things are really of overmastering importance?" "We can only know that," said Mr. Vine, "when they have overmastered us." The checkered shadow dropped off them, like the dropping of linked silver chains. Each after each, from all the towers of Oxford, clocks struck the quarter chime, in a tumbling cascade of friendly disagreement. Mr. Vine bade Harriet good night at the door of the Burley building, and vanished, with a long, stooping stride, beneath the hall archway. An odd woman, thought Harriet, and of a penetrating shrewdness. All Harriet's own tragedy had sprung from persuading herself into appropriate feelings, towards a man whose feelings had not stood up to the test of sincerity either. And all her subsequent instability of purpose had sprung from the determination that never again would she mistake the will to feel for the feeling itself. We can only know what things are of overmastering importance when they have overmastered us. Was there anything at all that had stood firm in the midst of her indecisions? Well, yes. She'd stuck to her work, and that in the face of what might have seemed overwhelming reasons for abandoning it and doing something different. Indeed, though she had shown cause that evening for this particular loyalty, she had never felt it necessary to show cause to herself. She had written what she felt herself called upon to write, and though she was beginning to feel that she might perhaps do this thing better, she'd no doubt that the thing itself was the right thing for her. It had overmastered her without her knowledge or notice, and that was the proof of its mastery. She paced for some minutes to and fro in the quad, too restless to go in and sleep. As she did so, her eye was caught by a sheet of paper, fluttering untidily across the trim turf. Mechanically she picked it up, and seeing that it was not blank, carried it into Burley Building with her for examination. It was a sheet of common scribbling paper, and all it bore was a childish drawing scrawled heavily in pencil. It was not in any way an agreeable drawing, not at all the kind of thing that one would expect to find in a college quadrangle. It was ugly and sadistic. It depicted a naked figure of exaggeratedly feminine outlines, inflicting savage and humiliating outrage upon some person of indeterminate gender, clad in a cap and gown. It was neither sane nor healthy. It was, in fact, a nasty, dirty, and lunatic scribble. Harriet stared at it for a little time in disgust, while a number of questions formed themselves into her mind. Then she took it upstairs with her into the nearest lavatory, dropped it in, and pulled the plug on it. That was the proper fate for such things, and there was an end to it. But for all that, she wished she had not seen it. Chapter 3. They do best who, if they cannot but admit love, yet make it keep quarter, and sever it wholly from their serious affairs and actions of life. For if it check once with business, it troubleth men's fortunes, and maketh men that they can no ways be true to their own ends. Francis Bacon. Sunday, as the SCR always declared, was invariably the best part of a Gaudy. The official dinner and speeches were got out of the way. The old students resident in Oxford and the immensely busy visitors with only one night to spare had all cleared off. People began to sort themselves out, and one could talk to one's friends at leisure without being instantly collared and hauled away by a collection of bores. Harriet paid her visit of state to the warden, who was holding a small reception with sherry and biscuits, and then went to call upon Miss Lydgate in the new quad. The English tutor's room was festooned with proofs of her forthcoming work on the prosodic elements in English verse from Beowulf to Bridges. Since Miss Lydgate had perfected, or was in process of perfecting, since no work of scholarship ever attains a static perfection, an entirely new prosodic theory demanding a novel and complicated system of notation which involved the use of 12 different varieties of type. And since Miss Lydgate's handwriting was difficult to read and her experience in dealing with printers limited, there existed, at that moment, 5 successive revises in galley form at different stages of completion, together with 2 sheets in page proof and an appendix in typescript, while the important introduction, which afforded the key to the whole argument, still remained to be written. It was only when a section had advanced to page-proof condition that Miss Lydgate became fully convinced of the necessity of transferring large paragraphs of argument from one chapter to another, each change of this kind naturally demanding expensive overrunning on the page-proof, and the elimination of the corresponding portion in the 5 sets of revises. So that, in the course of the necessary cross-reference, Miss Lydgate would be discovered by her pupils and colleagues wound into a kind of paper cocoon and helplessly searching for her fountain pen amid the litter. "I am afraid," said Miss Lydgate, rubbing her head in response to Harriet's polite inquiries as to the magnum opus, "I am dreadfully ignorant about the practical side of bookmaking. I find it very confusing, and I'm not at all clever at explaining myself to the printers. It'll be a great help having Miss Devine here. She's such an orderly mind. It's really an education to see her manuscript, and of course her work is far more intricate than mine. All sorts of little items out of Elizabethan payrolls and so on, all wonderfully sorted out and arranged in a beautifully clear argument. And she understands setting out footnotes properly, so that they fit in with the text. I always find that so difficult, and though Miss Harper is kindly doing all my typing for me, she really knows more about Anglo-Saxon than about compositors. I expect you'll remember Miss Harper. She was 2 years junior to you and took a second in English and lives in the Woodstock Road." Harriet said she thought footnotes were always very tiresome, and might she see some of the book. "Well, if you're really interested," said Miss Lydgate, "but I don't want to bore you." She extracted a couple of paged sheets from a desk stuffed with papers. "Now, don't prick your fingers on that bit of manuscript that's pinned on. I'm afraid it's rather full of marginal balloons and interlineations, but you see I suddenly realized that I could work out a big improvement in my notation, so I've had to alter it all through. I expect," she added wistfully, "the printers will be rather angry with me." Harriet privately agreed with her, but said comfortingly that the Oxford University Press was no doubt accustomed to deciphering the manuscripts of scholars. "I sometimes wonder whether I'm a scholar at all," said Miss Lydgate. "It's all quite clear in my head, you know, but I get muddled when I put it down on paper. How do you manage about your plots? All that timetable work with alibis and so on must be terribly hard to bear in mind." "I'm always getting mixed up myself," admitted Harriet. "I've never yet succeeded in producing a plot without at least 6 major howlers. Fortunately, 9 readers out of 10 get mixed up too, so it doesn't matter. The 10th writes me a letter, and I promise to make the correction in the second edition, but I never do. After all, my books are only meant for fun. It's not like a work of scholarship. You always had a scholarly mind, though, said Miss Lydgate, and I expect you'll find your training a help in some ways, don't you? I used to think you might take up an academic career. Are you disappointed that I didn't? No, indeed, no. No, I think it's so nice that our students go out and do such varied and interesting things, provided they do them well. And I must say most of our students do exceedingly good work along their own lines. What are the present lot like? Well, said Miss Lydgate, we've got some very good people up, and they work surprisingly hard when you think of all the outside activities they manage to carry on at the same time. Only sometimes I'm afraid they rather overdo it and don't get enough sleep at nights. What with young men and motor cars and parties, their lives are so much fuller than they were before the war. Even more so than in your day, I think. I'm afraid our old warden will be very greatly disconcerted if she saw the college as it is today. I must say that I'm occasionally a little startled myself, and even the dean, who is so broad-minded, thinks a brassiere and a pair of drawers rather unsuitable for sunbathing in the quad. It isn't so much the male undergraduates, they're used to it, but after all, when the heads of the men's colleges come to call on the warden, they really ought to be able to get through the ground without blushing. Miss Martin has already had to insist on bathing dresses, backless if they like, but proper bathing dresses made for the purpose and not ordinary underwear. Harriet agreed that this seemed only reasonable. I'm so glad you think so, said Miss Lydgate. It is rather difficult for us of the older generation to hold the balance between tradition and progress, if it is progress. Authority as such commands very little respect nowadays, and I expect that is a good thing on the whole, though it makes the work of running any kind of institution more difficult. I'm sure you'd like a cup of coffee. No, really, I always have one myself about this time. Annie! I think I hear my scout in the pantry. Annie, would you please bring in a second cup for Miss Vane? Harriet was fairly well satisfied already with eatables and drinkables, but politely accepted the refreshment brought in by the smartly uniformed maid. She made some remark when the door was shut again, as to the great improvements made since her own day in the staff and service at Shrewsbury, and again heard the praise awarded to the new bursar. Though I'm afraid, added Miss Lydgate, we may have to lose Annie from this staircase. Miss Hilliard finds her too independent, and perhaps she is a little absent-minded. But then, poor thing, she's a widow with 2 children, and really ought not to have to be in service at all. Her husband was in quite a good position, I believe, but he went out of his mind or something, poor man, and died, or shot himself, or something tragic of that kind, leaving her badly off, so she was glad to take what she could. The little girls are boarded out with Mrs. Jukes. You remember the Jukeses? They were at the St. Cross Lodge in your time. They live down in St. Olgate's now, so Annie is able to go and see them at weekends. It's nice for her, and brings in a trifle extra for Mrs. Jukes. Did Jukes retire? He wasn't very old, was he? Ah, poor Jukes, said Miss Lydgate, her kind face clouding. He got into sad trouble, and we were obliged to dismiss him. He turned out to be not quite honest, I'm sorry to say. But we found him work as a jobbing gardener, she went on more cheerfully, where he wouldn't be exposed to so much temptation in the matter of parcels and so on. He was a most hard-working man, but he would put money on horse races, and so, naturally, he found himself in difficulties. It was so unfortunate for his wife. She was a good soul, agreed Harriet. She was terribly upset about it all, went on Miss Lydgate. And so, to do him justice, was Jukes. He quite broke down, and there was a sad scene with the bursar when she told him he must go. Yes, said Harriet. Jukes always had a pretty glib tongue. Oh, but I'm sure he was really very sorry for what he'd done. He explained how he'd slipped into it, and one thing led to another. We were all very much distressed about it, except perhaps the dean, but then she never did like Jukes very much. However, we made a small loan to his wife to pay off his debts, and they certainly repaid it most honestly, a few shillings a week. Now that he's put straight, I feel sure he will keep straight. But of course it was impossible to keep him on here. One could never feel absolutely easy, and one must have entire confidence in the porter. The present man, Paget, is most reliable and a very amusing character. You must get the dean to tell you some of Paget's quaint sayings. He looks a monument of integrity, said Harriet. He may be less popular on that account. Dukes took bribes, you know, if one came in late and that sort of thing. Ah, yeah, we were afraid he did, said Miss Lydgate. Of course it's the responsible post for a man who isn't a very strong character. He'll do much better where he is. You've lost Agnes, too, I see. Yes. Yes, she was head scout in your time. Yes, she's left. She began to find the work too much for her and had to retire. I'm glad to say we were able to squeeze out a tiny pension for her. Only a trifle, but as you know, our income has to be stretched very carefully to cover everything. And we arranged a little scheme by which she takes in odd jobs of mending and so on for the students, and attends to the college linen. It all helps, and she's especially glad because that crippled sister of hers can do part of the work and contribute something to their small income. Agnes says the poor soul is so much happier now that she needn't feel herself a burden. Harriet marvelled, not for the first time, at the untiring conscientiousness of administrative women. Nobody's interests ever seem to be overlooked or forgotten, and an endless goodwill made up for a perennial scarcity of funds. After a little more talk about the doings of past dons and students, the conversation turned upon the new library. The books had long outgrown their old home in Tudor Building, and were at last to be adequately housed. "And when that's finished," said Miss Lydgate, "we shall feel that our college buildings are substantially complete. It does seem rather wonderful to those of us who remember the early days when we only had the one funny old house with 10 students, and were chaperoned to lectures in a donkey carriage. I must say we rather wept to see the dear old place pulled down to make way for the library. It held so many memories." "Yes, indeed," said Harriet sympathetically. She supposed that there was no moment of the past upon which this experienced and yet innocent soul could not dwell with unaffected pleasure. The entrance of another old pupil cut short her interview with Miss Lydgate, and she went out, vaguely envious, to encounter the persistent Miss Mollison, primed with every remorseless detail of the clock incident. It gave her pleasure to inform Miss Mollison that Mr. A.E.W. Mission had hit on the same idea earlier. Unquenchable, Miss Mollison proceeded to question her victim eagerly about Lord Peter Wimsey, his manners, customs, and appearance. And when Miss Mollison was driven away by Miss Schuster-Slatt, the irritation was little relieved, for Harriet was subjected to a long harangue about the sterilisation of the unfit, to which it appeared a campaign to encourage the marriage of the fit was a necessary corollary. Harriet agreed that intellectual women should marry and reproduce their kind, but she pointed out that the English husband had something to say in the matter, and that very often he didn't care for an intellectual wife. Miss Schuster-Slatt said she thought English husbands were lovely, and that she was preparing a questionnaire to be circulated to the young men of the United Kingdom with a view to finding out their matrimonial preferences. "But English people won't fill up questionnaires," said Harriet. "Won't fill up questionnaires?" cried Miss Schuster-Slatt, taken aback. "No," said Harriet, "they won't. As a nation we are not questionnaire-conscious." "Well, that's too bad," said Miss Schuster-Slatt. "But I do hope you will join the British branch of our League for the Encouragement of Matrimonial Fitness. Our president, Mrs. J. Popplehinken, is a wonderful woman. You would so much like to meet her. She will be coming to Europe next year. In the meantime, I am here to do propaganda and study the whole question from the angle of British mentality. But I'm afraid you will find it a very difficult job." "I wonder," added Harriet, for she felt she owed Miss Schuster-Slatt a riposte for her unfortunate observations of the night before, "whether your intentions are as disinterested as you make out. Perhaps you're thinking of investigating the loveliness of English husbands in a personal and practical way." "Now you're making fun of me," said Miss Schuster-Slatt with perfect good humour. No, I'm just the little worker bee gathering honey for the queens to eat." "How all occasions do inform against me," muttered Harriet to herself. One would have thought that Oxford at least would have offered a respite from Peter Wimsey and the marriage question. But although she herself was a notoriety, if not precisely a celebrity, it was an annoying fact that Peter was a still more spectacular celebrity, and that, of the two, people would rather know about him than about her. As regards marriage, well, here one certainly had a chance to find out whether it worked or not. Was it worse to be a Mary Atwood, née Stokes, or a Miss Schuster-Slatt? Was it better to be a Phoebe Bancroft, née Tucker, or a Miss Lydgate? And would all these people have turned out exactly the same, married or single? She wandered into the JCR, which was empty, but for one drab and ill-dressed woman who sat desolately reading an illustrated paper. As Harriet passed, this woman looked up and said, rather tentatively, "Hello, it's Miss Vane, isn't it?" Harriet racked her memory hastily. This was obviously someone very much senior to herself. She looked nearer 50 than 40. Who on earth? "I don't suppose you remember me," said the other. "Catherine Fremantle." Catherine Fremantle, good God! But she'd been only 2 years senior to Harriet. Very brilliant, very smart, very lively, and the outstanding scholar of her year. What in heaven's name had happened to her? "Of course I remember you," said Harriet, "but I'm always so stupid about names. What have you been doing?" Catherine Fremantle, it seemed, had married a farmer, and everything had gone wrong. Slumps and sickness and tithe and taxes, and the milk board and the marketing board, and working one's fingers to the bone for a bare living, and trying to bring up children. Harriet had read and heard enough about agricultural depression to know that the story was a common one enough. She was ashamed of being and looking so prosperous. She felt she would rather be tried for life over again than walk the daily treadmill of Catherine's life. It was a saga in its way, but it was preposterous. She broke in rather abruptly upon a complaint against the hard-heartedness of the ecclesiastical commissioners. "But, Miss Fremantle, I mean Mrs. Bendick, it's absurd that you should have to do this kind of thing. I mean, pick your own fruit and get up at all hours to feed poultry and slave like a navvy. Surely to goodness it would have paid far better for you to take on some kind of writing or intellectual job and get someone else to do the manual work." "Yes, it would. But at the beginning I didn't see it like that. I came down with a lot of ideas about the dignity of labour. And besides, at that time my husband wouldn't have liked it much if I separated myself from his interests. Of course we didn't think it would turn out like this." What damned waste was all Harriet could say to herself. All that brilliance, all that trained intelligence, harnessed to a load that any uneducated country girl could have drawn far better. The thing had its compensations, she supposed. She asked the question bluntly. "Worth it?" said Mrs. Bendick. Oh, yes, it was certainly worth it. The job was worth doing. One was serving the land, and that, she managed to convey, was a service harsh and austere indeed, but a finer thing than spinning words on paper. "I'm quite prepared to admit that," said Harriet. "A ploughshare is a nobler object than a razor. But if your natural talent is for barbering, wouldn't it be better to be a barber, and a good barber, and use the profits, if you like, to speed the plough? However grand the job may be, is it your job?" "It's got to be my job now," said Mrs. Bendick. "One can't go back on things. One gets out of touch and one's brain gets rusty. If you'd spent your time washing and cooking for a family and digging potatoes and feeding cattle, you'd know that that kind of thing takes the edge off the razor. You needn't think I don't envy you people your easy life. I do. I came to the Gaudy out of sentiment, and I wish I'd stopped away. I'm 2 years older than you, but I look 20. None of you cares in the least for my interests, and yours all seem to me to be mere beating the air. You don't seem to have anything to do with real life. You're going about in a dream." She stopped speaking, and her angry voice softened. "But it's a beautiful dream in its way. It seems queer to me now to think that once I was a scholar. I don't know. You may be right after all. Learning and literature have a way of outlasting the civilization that made them. The word and naught else in time endures. Not you, long after perished and mute will last, but the defter viol and lute," quoted Harriet. She stared vaguely out into the sunshine. "It's curious, because I've been thinking exactly the same thing, only in a different connection. Look here, I admire you like hell, but I believe you're all wrong. I'm sure one should do one's own job, however trivial, and not persuade oneself into doing somebody else's, however noble." As she spoke, she remembered Miss Devine. Here was a new aspect of persuasion. "That's all very well," replied Mrs. Bendick, "but one's rather apt to marry into somebody else's job." "True. But Harriet was offered the opportunity of marrying into a job as near her own as made no great difference, and into money enough to make any job supererogatory. Again she saw herself unfairly provided with advantages which more deserving people desired in vain. "I suppose," she said, "marriage is the really important job, isn't it?" "Yes, it is," said Mrs. Bendick. "My marriage is happy as marriages go, but I often wonder whether my husband wouldn't have been better off with another kind of wife. He never says so, but I wonder. I think he knows I miss things and resents it sometimes. I don't know why I should say this to you. I've never said it to anybody, and I never knew you very well, did I?" "No, and I haven't been very sympathetic either. In fact, I've been disgustingly rude." "You have, rather," said Mrs. Bendick. "But you've such a beautiful voice to be rude in." "Oh, good gracious," said Harriet. "Our farm's on the Welsh border, and the people all speak in the most hideous local sing-song. Do you know what makes me feel most homesick here? The cultured speech. The dear old, much-abused Oxford accent. That's funny, isn't it? I thought the noise in Hall was more like a cage full of peacocks." "Yes. But out of Hall you can pick out the people who speak the right way. Lots of them don't, of course, but some do. You do. And you have a lovely voice into the bargain. Do you remember the old Bach choir days?" "Do I not? Do you manage to get any music on the Welsh border? The Welsh can sing." "I haven't much time for music. I try to teach the children." Harriet took advantage of this opening to make suitable domestic inquiries. She parted eventually from Mrs. Bendick with a depressed feeling that she had seen a Derby winner making shift with a coal cut. Sunday lunch in Hall was a casual affair. Many people didn't attend it, having engagements in the town. Those who did dropped in as and when they liked, fetched their food from the serving hatches, and consumed it in chattering groups wherever they could find seats. Harriet, having seized a plate of cold ham for herself, looked round for a lunch partner, and was thankful to see Phoebe Tucker just come in and being helped by the attendant scout to a portion of cold roast beef. The two joined forces and sat down at the far end of a long table which ran parallel to the high and at right angles to the other tables. From there they commanded the whole room, including the high table itself and the row of serving hatches. As her eye wandered from one briskly occupied luncher to the next, Harriet kept on asking herself, which? Which of all these normal and cheerful-looking women had dropped that unpleasant paper in the quad the night before? Because you never knew. And the trouble of not knowing was that you dimly suspected everybody. Haunts of ancient peace were all very well, but very odd things could crawl and creep beneath lichen-covered stones. The warden in her great carved chair was bending her stately head and smiling at some jest of the Dean's. Miss Lydgate was attending, with eager courtesy, to the wants of a very old student indeed, who was almost blind. She'd helped her stumbling feet up the 3 steps of the dais, had fetched her lunch from the hatch, and was now putting salad on her plate for her. Miss Stevens, the bursar, and Miss Shaw, the modern language tutor, had collected about them 3 other old students of considerable age and attainments. The conversation was animated and apparently amusing. Miss Pike, the classical tutor, was deep in a discussion with a tall, robust woman who Phoebe Tucker had recognised and pointed out to Harriet as an eminent archaeologist, and in a momentary flash of comparative silence the tutor's high voice rang out unexpectedly. "The tumulus at Hellos appears to be an isolated instance. The Cis graves at Theotokou—" Then the clamour again closed over the argument. 2 other dons, whom Harriet didn't recognise, they were new since her day, appeared from their gestures to be discussing millinery. Miss Hilliard, whose sarcastic tongue tended to isolate her from her colleagues, was slowly eating her lunch and glancing at a pamphlet she had brought in with her. Mr. Vine, arriving late, sat down beside Miss Hilliard and began to consume ham in a detached way with her eyes fixed on vacancy. Then the old students in the body of the hall. All types, all ages, all varieties of costume. Was it the curious, round-shouldered woman in yellow jibber and sandals, with her hair coiled in 2 snail shells over her ears? Or the sturdy, curly-headed person in tweeds, with a masculine-looking waistcoat and the face like the back of a cab? Or the tightly corseted peroxide of 60, whose hat would better have suited an 18-year-old debutante at Ascot? Or one of the innumerable women with schoolteacher stamped on their resolutely cheery countenances? Or the plain person of indeterminate age who sat at the head of her table with the air of a chairman of committee? Or that curious little creature dressed in unbecoming pink, who looked as though she had been carelessly packed away in a drawer all winter and put into circulation again without being ironed? Or that handsome, well-preserved businesswoman of 50, with well-manicured hands, who broke into the conversation of total strangers to inform them that she had just opened a new hairdressing establishment just off Bond Street? Or that tall, haggard tragedy queen in black silk marocaine, who looked like Hamlet's aunt, but was actually Aunt Beatrice, who ran the household column in the Daily Mercury? Or the bony woman with a long, hoarse shape who had devoted herself to settlement work? Or even that unconquerably merry and bright little dumpling of a creature who was the high-valued secretary of a political secretary and had secretaries under her? The faces came and went as though in a dream, all animated, all inscrutable. Relegated to a remote table at the lower end of the hall were 6 present students, still lingering in Oxford for viva voce examinations. They babbled continually among themselves, rather obviously ignoring the invasion of their college by all these quaint old freaks who were what they themselves would be in 10 years' time, or 20, or 30. They were a badly turned-out bunch, Harriet thought, with an end-of-term crumpled appearance. There was an odd, shy-faced, sandy girl with pale eyes and restless fingers, and next to her a dark, beautiful one, for whose face men might have sacked cities, if it had had any sort of animation. And there was a gawky, an unfinished-looking young person, very badly made up, who had a pathetic air of seeking to win hearts and never succeeding. And most interesting of the bunch, a girl with a face like eager flame, who was dressed with a maddening perversity of wrongness, but who one day would undoubtedly hold the world in her hands for good or evil. The rest were nondescript, as yet undifferentiated. Yet nondescripts, thought Harriet, were the most difficult of all human beings to analyse. You scarcely knew they were there, until, bang, something quite unexpected blew up like a depth charge and left you marvelling to collect strange floating debris. So the hall seethed, and the scouts looked on impassively from the serving hatches. And what they think of us all, God only knows, mused Harriet. "Are you plotting an exceptionally intricate murder?" demanded Phoebe's voice in her ear, "or working out a difficult alibi? I've asked you 3 times to pass the cruet." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Harriet, doing as she was requested. "I was meditating on the impenetrability of the human countenance." She hesitated on the verge of telling Phoebe about the disagreeable drawing, but her friend went on to ask some other question, and the moment passed by. But the episode had troubled and unsettled her. Passing through the empty hall later in the day, she stopped to stare at the portrait of that Mary, Countess of Shrewsbury, in whose honour the college had been founded. The painting was a well-executed modern copy of the one in St. John's College, Cambridge, and the queer, strong-featured face, with its ill-tempered mouth and sidelong, secretive glance, had always exercised a curious fascination over her, even in her student days, a period when portraits of dead and gone celebrities exposed in public places incur more sarcastic comment than reverential consideration. She didn't know, and indeed had never troubled to inquire, how Shrewsbury College had come to adopt so ominous a patroness. Bess of Hardwick's daughter had been a great intellectual indeed, but something of a holy terror. Uncontrollable by her menfolk, undaunted by the Tower, contemptuously silent before the Privy Council, an obstinate recusant, a staunch friend, an implacable enemy, and a lady with a turn for invective remarkable even in an age when few mouths suffered from mealiness. She seemed, in fact, to be the epitome of every alarming quality which a learned woman is popularly credited with developing. Her husband, the great and glorious Earl of Shrewsbury, had purchased domestic peace at a price. For, said Bacon, there was a greater than he, which is my Lady of Shrewsbury. and that, of course, was a dreadful thing to have said about one. The prospect seemed discouraging for Miss Schuster-Slat's matrimonial campaign, since the rule seemed to be that a great woman must either die unwed, to Miss Schuster-Slat's distress, or find a still greater man to marry her. And that limited the great woman's choice considerably, since though the world, of course, abounded in great men, it contained a much larger number of middling and commonplace men. The great man, on the other hand, could marry where he liked, not being restricted to great women. Indeed, it was often found sweet and commendable in him to choose a woman of no sort of greatness at all. Though, of course, Harriet reminded herself, a woman may achieve greatness, or at any rate great renown, by merely being a wonderful wife and mother, like the mother of the Gracchi, whereas the men who have achieved great renown by being devoted husbands and fathers might be counted on the fingers of one hand. Charles I was an unfortunate king, but an admirable family man. Still, you would scarcely class him as one of the world's greatest fathers, and his children were not an unqualified success. Dear me, being a great father is either a very difficult or a very sadly unrewarded profession. Wherever you find a great man, you will find a great mother, or a great wife standing behind him. Or so they used to say. It would be interesting to know how many great women have had great fathers and husbands behind them. An interesting thesis for research. Elizabeth Barrett? Well, she had a great husband, but he was great in his own right, so to speak. And Mr. Barrett was not exactly... The Brontes? Oh, well, hardly. Queen Elizabeth? She had a remarkable father, but devoted helpfulness towards his daughters was scarcely his leading characteristic. And she was so wrong-headed as to have no husband. Queen Victoria? You might make a good deal out of poor Albert, but you couldn't do much with the Duke of Kent. Somebody passed through the hall behind her. It was Miss Hilliard. With a mischievous determination to get some response out of this antagonistic personality, Harriet laid before her the new idea for an historical thesis. "You've forgotten physical achievements," said Miss Hilliard. "I believe that many female singers, dancers, channel swimmers, and tennis stars owe everything to their devoted fathers. But the fathers are not famous. No, self-effacing men are not popular with either sex. I doubt whether even your literary skill would gain recognition for their virtues. Particularly if you select your women for their intellectual qualities. It'll be a short thesis in that case. Gravelled for lack of matter? I'm afraid so. Do you know any man who sincerely admires a woman for her brains?" "Well," said Harriet, "well, certainly not many." "You may think you know one," said Miss Hilliard with a bitter emphasis. "Most of us think at some time or other that we know one, but the man usually has some other little axe to grind." "Very likely," said Harriet. "You don't seem to have a very high opinion of men. Of the male character, I mean, as such." "No," said Miss Hilliard, "not very high. But they have an admirable talent for imposing their point of view on society in general. All women are sensitive to male criticism. Men are not sensitive to female criticism. They despise the critics." "Do you personally despise male criticism?" "Heartily," said Miss Hilliard. "But it does damage. Look at this university. All the men have been amazingly kind and sympathetic about the women's colleges. Certainly. But you won't find them appointing women to big university posts. That would never do. The women might perform their work in a way beyond criticism, but they are quite pleased to see us play with our little toys." "Excellent fathers and family men," murmured Harriet. "In that sense, yes," said Miss Hilliard, and laughed rather unpleasantly. Something funny here, thought Harriet. A personal history, probably. How difficult it was not to be embittered by personal experience. She went down to the JCR and examined herself in the mirror. There had been a look in the history tutor's eyes that she didn't wish to discover in her own. Sunday evening prayers. The college was undenominational, but some form of Christian worship was held to be essential to community life. The chapel, with its stained-glass windows, plain oak panelling and unadorned communion table, was a kind of lowest common multiple of all sects and creeds. Harriet, making her way towards it, remembered that she had not seen her gown since the previous afternoon, when the dean had taken it to the SCR. Not liking to penetrate uninvited into that holy of holies, she went in search of Miss Martin, who had, it appeared, taken both gowns together to her own room. Harriet wriggled into the gown, one fluttering sleeve of which struck an adjacent table with a loud bang. "Mercy," said the Dean. "What's that?" "My cigarette case," said Harriet. "I thought I'd lost it. I remember now. I hadn't a pocket yesterday, so I shoved it into the sleeve of my gown. After all, that's what these sleeves are for, aren't they?" "Oh, my dear, mine are always a perfect dirty clothes bag by the end of term. When I have absolutely no clean handkerchiefs left in the drawer, my scout turns out my gown sleeves. My best collection worked out at 22, but then I'd had a bad cold one week. Dreadful insanitary garments. Here's your cap. Oh, look, never mind about taking your hood. You can come back here for it. What have you been doing today? I've scarcely seen you." Again Harriet felt an impulse to mention the unpleasant drawing, but again she refrained. She felt she was getting rather unbalanced about it. Why think about it at all? She mentioned her conversation with Miss Hilliard. "Oh, law," said the Dean. "That's Miss Hilliard's hobby-horse. Rubbage, as Mrs. Gamp would say. Of course men don't like having their poor little noses put out of joint. Who does? I think it's perfectly noble of them to let us come trampling over their university at all, bless our hearts. They've been used to being lords and masters for hundreds of years, and they want a bit of time to get used to the change. Why, it takes a man months and months to reconcile himself to a new hat, and just when you're preparing to send it to the jumble sale, he says, 'That's rather a nice hat you've got on. Where did you get it?' And you say, 'My dear Henry, it's the one I had last year, and you said made me look like an organ-grinder's monkey.' My brother-in-law says that every time, and it does make my sister so wild." They mounted the steps of the chapel. It had not, after all, been so bad. Definitely not so bad as one had expected, though it was melancholy to find that one had grown out of Mary Stokes, and a little tiresome in a way that Mary Stokes refused to recognise the fact. Harriet had long ago discovered that one could not like people any the better merely because they were ill or dead, still less because one had once liked them very much. Some happy souls could go through life without making this discovery, and they were the men and women who were called sincere. Still there remained old friends whom one was glad to meet again, like the Dean and Phoebe Tucker. And really everybody had been quite extraordinarily decent. Rather inquisitive and silly about the man Wimsey, some of them, but no doubt with the best of intentions. Miss Hilliard might be an exception. There had always been something a little twisted and uncomfortable about Miss Hilliard. As the car wound its way over the Chilterns, Harriet grinned to herself, thinking of her parting conversation with the Dean and Bursar. "Be sure and write us a new book soon, and remember, if ever we get a mystery at Shrewsbury, we shall call upon you to come and disentangle it." "All right," said Harriet. "When you find a mangled corpse in the buttery, send me a wire. And be sure to let Miss Barton view the body, and then she won't so much mind my hauling the murderess off to justice." I suppose they actually find a bloody corpse in the buttery. How surprised they would all be. The glory of a college was that nothing drastic ever happened in it. The most frightful thing that was ever likely to happen was that an undergraduate should take the wrong turning. The purloining of a parcel or two by a porter had been enough to throw the whole senior common room into consternation. Bless their hearts, how refreshing and soothing and good they all were, walking beneath the ancient beeches and meditating on Han Kai on Va and the finance of Queen Elizabeth. "I've broken the ice," she said aloud, "and the water wasn't so cold after all. I shall go back from time to time. I shall go back." She picked out a pleasant pub for lunch and ate with a good appetite. Then she remembered that her cigarette case was still in her gown. She'd brought the garment in with her on her arm, and thrusting her hand down into the bottom of the long sleeve, she extracted the case. A piece of paper came out with it, an ordinary sheet of scribbling paper folded into four. She frowned at a disagreeable memory as she unfolded it. There was a message pasted across it, made up of letters cut, apparently, from the headlines of a newspaper. "You dirty murderess. Aren't you ashamed to show your face?" "Hell," said Harriet. "Oxford. Thou too?" She sat very still for a few moments. Then she struck a match and set light to the paper. It burned briskly, till she was forced to drop it upon her plate. Even then the letters showed grey upon the crackling blackness, until she pounded their spectral shapes to powder with the back of a spoon. Chapter 4. Thou canst not, love, disgrace me half so ill, to set a form upon desired change as I'll myself disgrace. Knowing thy will, I will acquaintance strangle and look strange. Be absent from thy walks, and in my tongue thy sweet beloved name no more shall dwell, lest I, too much profane, should do it wrong, and haply of our old acquaintance tell. William Shakespeare. There are incidents in one's life which, through some haphazard coincidence of time and mood, acquire a symbolic value. Harriet's attendance at the Shrewsbury Gaudy was of this kind. In spite of minor incongruities and absurdities, it had shown itself to have one definite significance. It had opened up to her the vision of an old desire long obscured by a forest of irrelevant fancies, but now standing up unmistakable like a tower set on a hill. Two phrases rang in her ears. The Dean's, "It's the work you're doing that really counts," and that one melancholy lament for eternal loss, "Once I was a scholar." Time is, quoth the brazen head, time was, time is past. Philip Boys was dead, and the nightmares that had haunted the ghastly midnight of his passing were gradually fading away. Clinging on by blind instinct to the job that had to be done, she'd fought her way back to an insecure stability. Was it too late to achieve wholly the clear eye and the untroubled mind? And what in that case was she to do with one powerful fetter which still tied her ineluctably to the bitter past? What about Peter Wimsey? During the past 3 years their relations had been peculiar. Immediately after the horrible business that they had investigated together at Wilvercombe, Harriet, feeling that something must be done to ease a situation which was fast becoming intolerable, had carried out a long-cherished scheme, now at last made practicable by her increasing reputation and income as a writer. Taking a woman friend with her as companion and secretary, she'd left England and travelled slowly about Europe, staying now here, now there, as fancy dictated or a good background presented itself for a story. Financially, the trip had been a success. She'd gathered material for 2 full-length novels, the scenes laid respectively in Madrid and Carcassonne, and written a series of short stories dealing with detective adventures in Hitlerite Berlin, and also a number of travel articles, thus more than replenishing the treasury. Before her departure, she'd asked Wimsey not to write. He'd taken the prohibition with unexpected meekness. "I see. Very well. Vade in pacem. If you ever want me, you will find the old firm at the usual stand." She'd occasionally seen his name in the English papers, and that was all. At the beginning of the following June, she'd returned home, feeling that, after so long a break, there should be little difficulty in bringing their relationship to a cool and friendly close. By this time, he was probably feeling as much settled and relieved as she was. As soon as she got back to London, she moved to a new flat in Mecklenburgh Square and settled down to work on the Carcassonne novel. A trifling incident soon after her return gave her the opportunity to test her own reactions. She went down to Ascot, in company with a witty young woman writer and her barrister husband, partly for fun and partly because she wanted to get local colour for a short story, in which an unhappy victim was due to fall suddenly dead in the royal enclosure, just at the exciting moment when all eyes were glued upon the finish of a race. Scanning those sacred precincts, therefore, from without the pale, Harriet became aware that the local colour included a pair of slim shoulders, tailored to swooning point, and carrying a well-known parrot profile, thrown into prominence by the acute backward slant of a pale grey topper. A froth of summer hats billowed about this apparition, so that it resembled a slightly grotesque but expensive orchid in a bouquet of roses. From the expressions of the parties, Harriet gathered that the summer hats were picking long-priced and impossible outsiders, and that the topper was receiving their instructions with an amusement amounting to hilarity. At any rate, his attention was well occupied. Excellent, thought Harriet. Nothing to trouble about there. She came home rejoicing in the exceptional tranquillity of her own spirits. 3 days later, while reading in the morning paper that among the guests at a literary luncheon party had been seen Miss Harriet Vane, the well-known detective authoress, she was interrupted by the telephone. A familiar voice said, with a curious huskiness and uncertainty, "Miss Harriet Vane? Is that you, Harriet? Ah, I saw you were back. Will you dine with me one evening?" There were several possible answers, among them the repressed and disconcerting, "Who is that speaking, please?" Being unprepared and naturally honest, Harriet feebly replied, "Oh, thank you, Peter, but I don't know whether—" "What?" said the voice, with a hint of mockery. "Every night book from now till the come-in of the cocky grew?" "Of course not," said Harriet, not at all willing to pose as the swollen-headed and much run-after celebrity. "Then say when." "I'm free tonight," said Harriet, thinking that the shortness of the notice might force him to plead a previous engagement. "Admirable," said he. "So am I. We'll taste the sweets of freedom. By the way, you've changed your telephone number." Yes, I've got a new flat. Shall I call for you, or will you meet me at Ferrara's at 7 o'clock? At Ferrara's? Yes. 7 o'clock, if that's not too early. Then we can go on to a show, if you care about it. Till this evening, then. Thank you." He hung up the receiver before she had time to protest. Ferrara's was not the place she would have chosen. It was both fashionable and conspicuous. Everybody who could get there went there, but its charges were so high that, for the present at least, it could afford not to be crowded. That meant that if you went there you were seen. If one intended to break off a connection with anyone, it was perhaps not the best opening move to affiche oneself with him at Ferrara's. Oddly enough, this would be the first time she dined in the West End with Peter Wimsey. During the first year or so after her trial, she had not wanted to appear anywhere, even had she been able to afford the frocks to appear in. In those days he'd taken her to the quieter and better restaurants in Soho, or more often carried her off sulkily and rebellious in the car to such roadside inns as kept reliable cooks. She had been too listless to refuse these outings, which had probably done something to keep her from brooding, even though her host's imperturbable cheerfulness had often been repaid only with bitter, distressful words. Looking back, she was as much amazed by his patience as fretted by his persistence. He received her at Ferrara's with the old, quick, sidelong smile and ready speech, but with a more formal courtesy than she remembered in him. He listened with interest, and indeed with eagerness, to the tale of her journeyings abroad, and she found, as was to be expected, that the map of Europe was familiar ground to him. He contributed a few amusing incidents from his own experience, and added some well-informed comments on the conditions of life in modern Germany. She was surprised to find him so closely acquainted with the ins and outs of international politics, for she had not credited him with any great interest in public affairs. She found herself arguing passionately with him about the prospects of the Ottawa Conference, of which he appeared to entertain no very great hopes. And by the time they got to the coffee, she was so eager to disabuse his mind of some perverse opinions about disarmament that she had quite forgotten with what intentions, if any, she'd come to meet him. In the theatre she contrived to remind herself from time to time that something decisive ought to be said. But the conversational atmosphere remained so cool that it was difficult to introduce the new subject. The play being over, he put her into a taxi, asked what address should be given the driver, requested formal permission to see her home, and took his seat beside her. This, to be sure, was the moment. But he was babbling pleasantly about the Georgian architecture of London. It was only as they were running along Guildford Street that he forestalled her by saying, after a pause during which she had been making up her mind to take the plunge, "I take it, Harriet, that you have no answer to give me?" "No, Peter. I'm sorry, but I can't say anything else." "All right, don't worry. I'll try not to be a nuisance, but if you would put up with me occasionally, as you have done tonight, I shall be very grateful to you." "I don't think that would be at all fair to you." "Well, if that's the only reason, I'm the best judge of that." Then, with a return to his habitual self-mockery, "Old habits die hard. I will not promise to reform altogether. I shall, with your permission, continue to propose to you at decently regulated intervals, as a birthday treat, and on Guy Fawkes Day, and on the anniversary of the King's accession. But consider it, if you will, as a pure formality. You need not pay the slightest attention to it. Peter, it's foolish to go on like this, and of course on the Feast of All Fools. Look, it would be better to forget all about it. I hoped you had. I have the most ill-regulated memory. It does the things which it ought not to do, and leaves undone the things that it ought to have done, but it has not yet gone on strike altogether. The taxi drew up, and the driver peered round inquiringly. Wimsey handed her out and waited gravely while she disentangled her latchkey. Then he took it from her, opened the door for her, said good night, and was gone. Mounting the stone staircase, she knew that, as far as this situation was concerned, her flight had been useless. She was back in the old net of indecision and distress. In him it appeared to have worked some kind of change, but it had certainly not made him any easier to deal with. He'd kept his promise and troubled her very little. He'd been out of town a good deal, hard at work upon cases, some of which trickled through into newspaper columns, while others appeared to settle themselves in discreet obscurity. For 6 months he'd himself been out of the country, offering no explanation except business. One summer he'd been involved in an odd affair which had led him to take a post in an advertising agency. He'd found office life entertaining, but the thing had come to a strange and painful conclusion. There had been an evening when he had turned up to keep a previously made dinner appointment, but had obviously been unfit either to eat or talk. Eventually he'd confessed to a splitting headache and a temperature, and suffered himself to be personally conducted home. She'd been sufficiently alarmed not to leave him till he was safely in his own flat and in the capable hands of Bunter. The latter had been reassuring. The trouble was nothing but reaction, a frequent occurrence at the end of a trying case, but soon over. A day or two later, the patient had rung up, apologised, and made a fresh appointment, in which he had displayed a quite remarkable effervescence of spirits. On no other occasion had Harriet ever passed his threshold, nor had he ever violated the seclusion of Mecklenburgh Square. 2 or 3 times courtesy had moved her to invite him in, but he'd always made some excuse, and she understood that he was determined to leave her that place, at least, free from any awkward associations. It was clear that he had no fatuous intention of making himself more valued by withdrawal. He'd rather the air of trying to make amends for something. He renewed his offer of marriage on an average of once in 3 months, but in such a way as to afford no excuse for any outbreak of temperament on either side. One 1st of April, the question had arrived from Paris in a single Latin sentence, starting off dispiritedly, "Num?" a particle which notoriously expects the answer no. Harriet, rummaging through grammar books for polite negatives, replied still more briefly, "Benigne." Looking back upon her visit to Oxford, Harriet found that it had had an unsettling effect. She had begun to take Wimsey for granted, as one might take dynamite for granted in a munitions factory. But the discovery that the mere sound of his name still had the power to provoke such explosions in herself, that she could so passionately resent, at one and the same time, either praise or blame of him in other people's lips, awakened a misgiving that dynamite was perhaps still dynamite, however harmless it might come to look through long custom. On the mantelpiece of her sitting-room stood a note, in Peter's small and rather difficult writing. It informed her that he had been called away by Chief Inspector Parker, who was in difficulties over a murder in the north of England. He must therefore regretfully cancel their appointment for that week. Could she oblige him by making use of the tickets, of which he had no time to dispose otherwise? Harriet pinched her lips over that last cautious sentence. Ever since one frightful occasion during the first year of their acquaintance, when he had ventured to send her a Christmas present, and she, in an access of mortified pride, had returned it to him with a stinging rebuke, he had been careful never to offer anything that could possibly be looked upon as a material gift. Had he been wiped out of existence at any moment, there was nothing among her possessions to remind her of him. She now took up the tickets and hesitated over them. She could give them away, or she could go herself and take a friend. On the whole, she thought she would rather not sit through the performance, with a kind of banquer's ghost disputing possession of the next stall with somebody else. She put the tickets in an envelope, dispatched them to the married couple who had taken her to Ascot, and then tore the note across and deposited it in the waste-paper basket. Having thus disposed of Banquo, she breathed more freely and turned to deal with the day's next nuisance. This was the revision of 3 of her books for a new edition. The rereading of one's own works is usually a dismal matter, and when she had completed her task she felt thoroughly jaded and displeased with herself. The books were all right as far as they went. As intellectual exercises they were even brilliant, but there was something lacking about them. They read now to her as though they had been written with a mental reservation, a determination to keep her own opinions and personality out of view. She considered with distaste a clever and superficial discussion between 2 of the characters about married life. She could have made a much better thing of that if she had not been afraid of giving herself away. What hampered her was this sense of being in the middle of things, too close to things, pressed upon and bullied by reality. If she could succeed in standing aside from herself, she would achieve self-confidence and a better control. That was the great possession in which, with all his limitations, the scholar could account himself blessed. The single eye, directed to the object, not dimmed nor distracted by private motes and beams. Private indeed, muttered Harriet to herself, as she smacked her proofs irritably into brown paper. You not alone when you are alone. O God, from you that I could private be. She was exceedingly glad that she'd got rid of the theatre tickets. So that when Wimsey eventually got back from his expedition north, she went to see him in a belligerent spirit. He had asked her to dine with him, this time at the Egotists' Club, an unusual venue. It was a Saturday night, and they had the room to themselves. She mentioned her Oxford visit, and took the opportunity to recite to him a list of promising scholars, distinguished in their studies and subsequently extinguished by matrimony. He agreed mildly that such things did happen far too often. An instance of a very brilliant painter who, urged on by a socially ambitious wife, had now become a slick machine for the production of Academy portraits. Sometimes, of course, he went on dispassionately, the partner is merely jealous or selfish, but half the time it's sheer stupidity. They don't mean it. It's surprising how few people ever mean anything definite from one year's end to another. I don't think they could help it, whatever they meant. It's the pressure of other people's personalities that does the mischief. Yes, best intentions, no security. Well, they never are, of course. You may say you won't interfere with another person's soul, but you do, merely by existing. The snag about it is the practical difficulty, so to speak, of not existing. I mean, here we all are, you know, and what are we to do about it? Well, I suppose some people feel themselves called to make personal relationships their life work. If so, it's all right for them, but what about the others? Tiresome, ain't it? He said, with a gleam of amusement that annoyed her. Do you think they ought to cut out human contacts altogether? It's not easy. There's always the butcher, or the baker, or the landlady, or somebody one has to wrestle with. Or should the people with brains sit tight and let the people with hearts look after them? They frequently do. So they do. For the 5th time he summoned the waiter to pick up Harriet's napkin for her. Why do geniuses make bad husbands and all that? What are you going to do about the people who are cursed with both hearts and brains? I'm sorry, I keep on dropping things. This silk's so slippery. Well, that's just the problem, isn't it? I'm beginning to believe they've got to choose. Not compromise? I don't think the compromise works. That I should live to hear any person of English blood blaspheme against compromise. Oh, I'm not all English. I've got some bits of Scotch and Irish tucked away somewhere. Well, that proves you're English. No other race ever boasts of being a mongrel. I'm quite offensively English myself, because I'm 1/16 French, besides all the usual nationalities, so that compromise is in my blood. However, should you catalogue me as a heart or a brain? Nobody, said Harriet, could deny your brain. Who denies it? And you may deny my heart, but I'm damned if I shall deny its existence. You argue like an Elizabethan wit, 2 meanings under one word. It was your word. You will have to deny something if you intend to be like Caesar's sacrifice. Caesar's a beast without a heart, Oh, has your napkin gone again? No, it's my bag this time. It's just under your left foot. Oh. He looked round, but the waiter had vanished. Well, he went on, without moving, it is the heart's office to wait upon the brain. But in view of— Look, please don't trouble, said Harriet. It doesn't matter in the least. In view of the fact that I've got 2 cracked ribs, I'd better not try, because if once I got down I should probably never get up again. Good gracious, said Harriet, I thought you seemed a little stiff in your manner. Why on earth didn't you say so before, instead of sitting there like a martyr and inveigling me into misjudging you? I don't seem able to do anything right, he said plaintively. How did you manage to do it? Fell off a wall in the most inartistic manner. I was in a bit of a hurry. There was a very plain-looking bloke on the other side with a gun. It wasn't so much the wall as the wheelbarrow at the bottom, and it ain't really so much the ribs as the sticking plaster. It's strapped as tight as hell, and it itches infernally. Oh, how beastly for you. I'm so sorry. But what became of the bloke with the gun? Ah, yes, I'm afraid personal complications won't trouble him any longer. If luck had been the other way round, I suppose they wouldn't have troubled you any longer. Probably not. Then I shouldn't have troubled you any longer. If my mind had been where my heart was, I might have welcomed that settlement. But my mind, being momentarily on my job, I ran away with the greatest rapidity so as to live to finish the case. Well, I'm glad of that, Peter. Are you? That shows how hard it is for even the most powerful brain to be completely heartless. Let me see. It's not my day for asking you to marry me, and a few yards of sticking plaster are hardly enough to make it a special occasion. But we'll have coffee in the lounge, if you don't mind, because this chair is getting as hard as the wheelbarrow, and seems to be catching me in several of the same places. He got up cautiously. The waiter arrived and restored Harriet's handbag, together with some letters which she'd taken from the postman as she left the house and thrust into the outer pocket of the bag without reading. Wimsey steered his guest into the lounge, established her in a chair, and lowered himself with a grimace into one corner of a low couch. Rather a long way down, isn't it? It's all right when you get there. I'm sorry to be always presenting myself in such a decrepit state. I do it on purpose, of course, to attract attention and awaken sympathy. But I'm afraid the manoeuvre's getting rather obvious. Would you like a liqueur with your coffee, or a brandy? 2 old brandies, James. Very good, my lord. This was found under the table in the dining room, madam. Oh, more of your scattered belongings, said Wimsey as she took the postcard. Then, seeing her flush and frown of disgust, What is it? Nothing, said Harriet, pushing the ugly scrawl into her bag. He looked at her. Do you often get that kind of thing? What kind of thing? Anonymous dirt. Not very often now. I got one at Oxford, but they used to come by every post. Don't worry, I'm used to it. I only wished I'd looked at it before I got here. It's horrible of me to have dropped it about your club for the servants to read. A careless little devil, aren't you? May I see it? No, Peter, please. Give it to me. She handed it to him without looking up. Ask your boyfriend with the title if he likes arsenic in his soup. What did you give him to get you off? It inquired disagreeably. God, what muck, said he bitterly. So that's what I'm letting you in for. I might have known it. I could hardly hope that it wasn't so. But you said nothing, so I allowed myself to be selfish. Look, it doesn't matter. It's just part of the consequence. You can't do anything about it. I might have the consideration not to expose you to it. Heaven knows you tried hard enough to get rid of me. In fact, I think you've used every possible lever to dislodge me except that one. Well, I knew you would hate it, so I didn't want to hurt you. Didn't want to hurt me? She realized that this to him must sound completely lunatic. I mean that, Peter. I know I've said about every damnable thing to you that I could think of, but I have my limits. A sudden wave of anger surged up in her. My God, do you really think that of me? Do you suppose there's no meanness I wouldn't stoop to? You would have been perfectly justified in telling me that I was making things more difficult for you by hanging around. Should I? Do you expect me to tell you that you were compromising my reputation when I had none to compromise? To point out that you'd saved me from the gallows, thank you very much, but left me in the pillory? To say my name's Mud, but kindly treat it as Lilies? I'm not quite such a hypocrite as that. I see. The plain truth is that I'm doing nothing but make life a little bitterer for you. It was generous of you not to say so. Why did you insist on seeing that thing? Because, he said, striking a match and holding the flame to a corner of the postcard, while I am quite ready to take flight from plug uglies with guns, I prefer to look other kinds of trouble in the face. He dropped the burning paper onto the tray and crushed the ashes together. And she was again reminded of the message she had found in her sleeve. You have nothing to reproach yourself with. You didn't tell me this. I found it out for myself. I will admit defeat and say goodbye, shall I? The club waiter set down the brandies. Harriet, with her eyes on her own hands, sat plaiting her fingers together. Peter watched her for some minutes and then said gently, Don't look so tragic about it. The coffee's getting cold. After all, you know, I have the consolation that not you, but fate has vanquished me. I shall emerge with my vanity intact, and that's something. Peter, I'm afraid I'm not very consistent. I came here tonight with the firm intention of telling you to chuck it, but I'd rather fight my own battles. She looked up and went on quaveringly, I'm damned if I'll have you wiped out by plug uglies or anonymous letter-writers. He sat up sharply so that his exclamation of pleasure turned halfway into an anguished grunt. Oh, curse this sticking plaster. Oh, Harriet, you have got guts, haven't you? Give me your hand and we'll fight on until we drop. Here, look, none of that. You can't cry in this club, it's never been done, and if you disgrace me like this, I shall get into a row with the committee. They'll probably close the ladies' room altogether. I'm sorry, Peter. And don't put sugar in my coffee. Later in the evening, having lent a strong arm to extricate him, swearing loudly from the difficult depths of the couch, and dispatched him to such rest as he might reasonably look for between the pains of love and sticking plaster, she had leisure to reflect that if fate had vanquished either of them, it was not Peter Wimsey. He knew too well the restless trick of letting the adversary's own strength defeat itself. Yet she knew with certainty that if, when he had said, "Shall I go?" she'd replied with firm kindness, "I'm sorry, but I think it would be better," there would have been the desired end of the matter. I wish, she said to a friend of the European trip, he would take a firm line of some kind. But he has, replied the friend, who was a clear-headed person. He knows what he wants. The trouble is that you don't. I know it isn't pleasant putting an end to things, but I don't see why he should do all your dirty work for you, particularly as he doesn't want it done. As for anonymous letters, it seems to be quite ridiculous to pay any attention to them. It was easy for the friend to say this, having no vulnerable points in her brisk and hard-working life. Peter says I ought to get a secretary and have them weeded out. Well, said the friend, that's a practical suggestion anyway. But I suppose, since it's his advice, you'll find some ingenious reason for not taking it. I'm not as bad as that, said Harriet, and engaged the secretary. So, matters went on for some months. She made no further effort to discuss the conflicting claims of heart and brain. That line of talk led to a perilous exchange of personalities, in which he, with a livelier wit and better self-control, could always drive her into a corner without exposing himself. It was only by sheer brutal hacking that she could beat down his guard, and she was beginning to be afraid of those impulses to savagery. She heard no news of Shrewsbury College in the interval, except that one day in the Michaelmas term there was a paragraph in one of the more foolish London dailies about an undergraduate's rag, informing the world that somebody had made a bonfire of gowns in Shrewsbury Quad, and that the lady head was said to be taking disciplinary measures. Women, of course, were always news. Harriet wrote a tart letter to the paper, pointing out that either undergraduate or woman student would be seemlier English than undergraduate, and that the correct method of describing Dr. Baring was the warden. The only result of this was to provoke a correspondence headed lady undergrads, and a reference to sweet girl graduates. She informed Wimsey, who happened to be the nearest male person handy for scarifying, that this kind of vulgarity was typical of the average man's attitude to women's intellectual interests. He replied that bad manners always made him sick, but was it any worse than headlining foreign monarchs by their Christian names untitled? About 3 weeks before the end of the Easter term, however, Harriet's attention was again called to college affairs in a way that was more personal and more disquieting. February was sobbing and blustering its lachrymose way into March, when she received a letter from the Dean. "My dear Miss Vane, I am writing to ask you whether you will be able to get up to Oxford for the opening of the new library wing by the Chancellor next Thursday. This, as you know, has always been the date for the official opening, though we had hoped that the buildings themselves would be ready for habitation at the beginning of this term. However, what with the dispute in the contractor's firm and the unfortunate illness of the architect, we got badly held up so that we shall only just be ready in time. In fact, the interior decoration of the ground floor isn't finished yet. Still, we couldn't very well ask Lord Oakapple to change the date, as he is such a busy man. And after all, the library is the chief thing, and not the fellows' sets, however badly they may need a home to go to, poor dears. We are particularly anxious, I am speaking for Dr. Baring as well as myself, that you should come if you can manage to find time, though of course you have a lot of engagements. We shall be very glad to have your advice about a most unpleasant thing that has been happening here. Not that one expects a detective novelist to be a practical policeman, but I know you've taken part in one real investigation, and I feel sure you know a lot more than we do about tracking down malefactors. Don't think that we are getting murdered in our beds. In some ways, I'm not sure that a nice, clean murder wouldn't be easier to deal with. The fact is, we are being victimised by a cross between a poltergeist and a poisoned pen, and you can imagine how disgusting it is for everybody. It seems that letters started coming some time ago, but at first nobody took much notice. I suppose everyone gets vulgar anonymous communications from time to time, and though some of the beastly things don't come by post, there's nothing in a place like this to prevent an outsider from dropping them at the lodge, or even inside the college. But wanton destruction of property is a different matter, and the last outbreak has been so abominable that something really must be done about it. Poor Miss Lidgett's English prosody, you saw the colossal work in progress, has been defaced and mutilated in the most revolting manner, and some important manuscript portions completely destroyed, so that they will have to be done all over again. She was almost in tears, poor dear, and the alarming thing is that it now looks as though somebody in college must be responsible. We suppose that some student must have a grudge against the SCR, but it must be more than a grudge. It must be a very horrid kind of pottiness. One can scarcely call in the police. I mean, if you'd seen some of the letters, you'd realise that the less publicity the better, and you know how things get about. I dare say you noticed there was a wretched newspaper paragraph about that bonfire in the quad last November. We never discovered who did that, by the way. We thought, naturally, it was a stupid practical joke, but we are now beginning to wonder whether it wasn't all part of the same campaign. So, if you could possibly snatch time to give us the benefit of your experience, we should be exceedingly grateful. There must be some way of coping. This sort of persecution simply cannot go on. But it's an awfully difficult job to pin anything down in a place like this, with 150 students and all doors open everywhere night and day. I'm afraid this is rather an incoherent letter, but I'm feeling that put about, with the opening looming ahead and all the entrance and scholarship papers blowing about me like leaves in Vallombrosa. Hoping very much to see you next Thursday. Yours very sincerely, Letitia Martin. Here was a pretty thing. Just the kind of thing to do the worst possible damage to university women. Not only in Oxford, but everywhere. In any community, of course, one always ran the risk of harbouring somebody undesirable, but parents obviously would not care to send their young innocents to places where psychological oddities flourished unchecked. Even if the poison campaign led to no open disaster, and you never knew what people might be driven to under persecution, a washing of dirty linen in public was not calculated to do Shrewsbury any good, because though 9/10 of the mud might not be thrown at random, the remaining 10th might quite easily be, as it usually was, dredged from the bottom of the well of truth and would stick. Who should know that better than herself? She smiled wryly over the Dean's letter. "The benefit of your experience." Yes, indeed. The words had, of course, been written in the most perfect innocence, and with no suspicions that they could make the galled Jane wince. Miss Martin herself would never dream of writing abusive letters to a person who'd been acquitted of murder, and it had undoubtedly never occurred to her that to ask the notorious Miss Vane for advice about how to deal with that kind of thing was to talk of rope in the house of the hanged. This was merely an instance of that kind of unworldly tactlessness to which learned and cloistered women were prone. The Dean would be horrified to know that Harriet was the last person who should, in charity, have been approached in the matter, and that even in Oxford itself, in Shrewsbury College itself, and at the Gaudy. That was the point. The letter she'd found in her sleeve had been put there in Shrewsbury College and at the Gaudy. Not only that, there'd been the drawing she'd picked up in the quad. Was either, or were both of these, part only of her own miserable quarrel with the world, or were they rather to be connected with the subsequent outbreak in the college itself? It seemed unlikely that Shrewsbury should have to harbour two dirty-minded lunatics in such quick succession. But if the two lunatics were one and the same lunatic, then the implication was an alarming one, and she herself must, at all costs, interfere at least so far as to tell what she knew. There did come a moment when all personal feelings had to be set aside in the interests of public service, and this looked like being one of them. Reluctantly, she reached for the telephone and put a call through to Oxford. While she waited for it, she thought the matter over in this new light. The Dean had given no details about the poison letters, except that they suggested a grudge against the SCR, and that the culprit appeared to belong to the college. It was natural enough to attribute destructive ragging to the undergraduates, but then the Dean did not know what Harriet knew. The warped and repressed mind is apt enough to turn and wound itself. Soured virginity, unnatural life, semi-demented spinsters, starved appetites and suppressed impulses, unwholesome atmosphere. She could think of whole sets of epithets, ready minted for circulation. Was this what lived in the tower set on the hill? Would it turn out to be like Lady Athalia's tower in Frolic Wind, the home of frustration and perversion and madness? If thine eye be single, the whole body is full of light. But was it physically possible to have the single eye? What are you to do with the people who are cursed with both hearts and brains? For them, stereoscopic vision was probably a necessity. As for whom was it not? This was a foolish play on words, but it meant something. Well, then, what about this business of choosing one way of life? Must one, after all, seek a compromise, merely to preserve one's sanity? Then one was doomed for ever to this miserable inner warfare, with confused noise and garments rolled in blood. And she reflected drearily, with the usual war aftermath of a debased coinage, a lowered efficiency, and unstable conditions of government. At this point the Oxford call came through, with the Dean's voice sounding full of agitation. Harriet, after hurriedly disclaiming all pretence to detective ability in real life, expressed concern and sympathy, and then asked the question that to her was of prime importance. "How are the letters written?" Well, that is just the difficulty. They're mostly done by pasting together bits of newspapers, so you see there's no handwriting to identify. Well, that seems to settle it. There were not two anonymous correspondents, but only one. Very well, then. Are they merely obscene, or are they abusive or threatening, too? All three. Calling people names that poor Miss Lydgate didn't know existed. The worst she knows being restoration drama, and threatening everything from public exposure to the gallows. Then the tower was Lady Athalia's tower. Are they sent to anybody besides the SCR? Well, it's difficult to say, because people don't always come and tell you things. But I believe one or two of the students here have had them. And they come sometimes by post and sometimes to the lodge? Yes, and they're beginning to come out on the walls now, and lately they've been pushed under people's doors at night, so it looks as though it must be somebody in college. When did you get the first one? The first one I definitely know about was sent to Mr. Vine last Michaelmas term. That was her first term here, and of course she thought it must be somebody who had a personal grudge against her. But several people got them shortly afterwards, so we decided it couldn't be that. We've never had anything of that sort happening before, so just at present we're inclined to check up on the first-year students." The one set of people that it can't possibly be, thought Harriet. She only said, however, "It doesn't do to take too much for granted. People may go on quite all right for a time, till something sets them off. The whole difficulty with these things is that the person generally behaves quite normally in other respects. It might be anybody." "That's true. I suppose it might even be one of ourselves. That's what's so horrible. Yes, I know, elderly virgins and all that. It's awful to know that at any minute one may be sitting cheek by jowl with somebody who feels like that. Do you think the poor creature knows that she does it herself? I've been waking up with nightmares, wondering whether I didn't perhaps prowl round in my sleep, spitting at people. And, my dear, I'm so terrified about next week. Poor Lord Oakapple coming to open the library with venomous asps, simply dripping poison all over his boots. Suppose they send him something." "Well," said Harriet, "I think I'll come along next week. There's a very good reason why I'm not quite the right person to handle this, but on the other hand, I think I ought to come. I'll tell you why when we meet." "It's terribly good of you. I'm sure you'll be able to suggest something. I suppose you'll want to see all specimens there are, yes? Very well. Every fragment shall be cherished next to our hearts. Do we handle them with the tongs for the better preservation of fingerprints?" Harriet doubted whether fingerprints would be of much service, but advised the precaution should be taken on principle. When she'd rung off, with the Dean's reiterated thanks still echoing from the other end of the line, she sat for a few moments with the receiver in her hand. Was there any quarter to which she might usefully turn for advice? There was, but she was not eager to discuss the subject of anonymous letters, still less the question of what lived in academic towers. She hung up resolutely and pushed the instrument away. She woke next morning with a change of heart. She said that personal feeling ought not to stand in the way of public utility, and it should not. If Wimsey could be made useful to Shrewsbury College, she would use him. Whether she liked it or not, whether or not she had to put up with his saying, "I told you so," she would put her pride in her pocket and ask him the best way to go about the job. She had her bath and dressed, glowing all the time with a consciousness of her own disinterested devotion to the cause of truth. She came into the sitting-room and enjoyed a good breakfast, still congratulating herself. As she was finishing her toast and marmalade, the secretary arrived, bringing in the morning's post. It contained a hurried note from Peter, sent off the previous evening from Victoria. Hauled off abroad again at a moment's notice. Paris first, then Rome. Then God knows. Should you want me, per impossibile, you can get me through the embassies, or the post office will forward letters from the Piccadilly address. In any case, you will hear from me on April 1st. P.D.B.W. Post Acacio Calva. One could scarcely bombard the embassies with letters about an obscure and complicated little affair in an Oxford college, especially when one's correspondent was urgently engaged in investigating something else all over Europe. The call must have been urgent, for the note was very ill and hastily written, and looked, in fact, as though it had been scribbled at the last moment in a taxi. Harriet amused herself with wondering whether the Prince of Ruritania had been shot, or the master crook of the continent had brought off a fresh coup, or whether this was the international conspiracy to wreck civilization with a death ray. All those situations being frequent in her kind of fiction. Whatever it was all about, she would have to carry on unaided and find consolation in a proper independence of spirit. Chapter 5. Virginity is a fine picture, as Bonaventure calls it, a blessed thing in itself, and if we will believe a papist, meritorious. And although there be some inconveniences, irksomeness, solitariness, etc., incident to such persons, yet they are but toys in respect easily to be endured, if conferred to those frequent encumbrances of marriage. And methinks some time or other, amongst so many rich bachelors, a benefactor should be found to build a monastical college for old, decayed, deformed, or discontented maids to live together in, that have lost their first loves, or otherwise miscarried, or else are willing, howsoever, to lead a single life. The rest, I say, are toys in respect, and sufficiently recompensed by those innumerable contents and incomparable privileges of virginity. Robert Burton. Harriet drove out to Oxford through a vile downpour of sleet that forced its way between the joints of the all-weather curtains and kept the windscreen wiper hard at work. Nothing could have been less like her journey of the previous June. But the greatest change of all was in her own feelings. Then she had been reluctant and uneasy. A prodigal daughter without the romantic appeal of husks and very uncertain of the fatted calf. Now it was the college that had blotted its copybook and had called her in as one calls in a specialist, with little regard to private morals, but a despairing faith in professional skill. Not that she cared much for the problem, or had very much hope of solving it, but she was able by now to look upon it as pure problem and a job to be done. In June she'd said to herself, at every landmark on the way, "Plenty of time yet, 30 miles before I need begin to feel uncomfortable. 20 miles more respite, 10 miles is still a good way to go." This time she was plainly and simply anxious to reach Oxford as quickly as possible, a state of mind for which the weather was perhaps largely responsible. She slithered down Headington Hill with no concern beyond a passing thought for possible skids, crossed Magdalen Bridge with only a caustic observation addressed to a shoal of push cyclists, muttered "Thank God" as she reached the St. Cross Road gate, and said good afternoon cheerfully to Paget the porter. "Good afternoon, miss. Nasty day it's been. The Dean left a message, miss, as you was to be put in the guest room over at Tudor, and she was out at a meeting but will be back for tea." "Do you know the guest room, miss?" "That will be since your time, perhaps." "Well, it's on the new bridge, miss, between Tudor Building and the North Annex, where the cottage used to be. Only, of course, that's all done away now, and you has to go up by the main staircase past West Lecture Room, miss, what used to be the junior common room, before they made the new entrance and moved the stairs, and then turn right as it's halfway along the corridor. You can't miss it, miss. Any of the scouts would show you if you could find one about just now." "Thank you, Paget. I'll find it all right. I'll just take the car round to the garage." "No, don't you trouble, miss. Raining cats and dogs it is. I'll take her round for you later on. She weren't hurt in the street for a bit. Then I'll have your bag up in half a moment, miss. Only I can't leave the gate till Mrs. Paget comes back from running over to the buttery, or I'm sure I'd show you the way myself." Harriet again begged him not to trouble. "Oh, it's quite easy when you know, miss. But what with pulling down here and building up there and altering this and that, as many of our old ladies gets quite lost when they comes back to see us." "I won't get lost, Paget." And she had, in fact, no difficulty in finding the mysterious guest room by the shifting stair and the non-existent cottage. She noticed that its windows gave her a commanding view over the old quad, though the new quad was out of range, and the greater part of the new library building hidden by the annex wing of Tudor. Having had tea with the Dean, Harriet found herself seated in the senior common room at an informal meeting of the fellows and tutors, presided over by the warden. Before her lay the documents in the case, a pitiful little heap of dirty imaginations. 15 or so of them had been collected for inspection. There were half a dozen drawings, all much of the same kind as the one she'd picked up on the Gaudy Night. There were a number of messages addressed to various members of the SCR, and informing them, with various disagreeable epithets, that their sins would find them out, that they were not fit for decent society, and that unless they left men alone, various unpleasing things would occur to them. Some of these missives had come by post. Others had been found on window-sills or pushed under doors. All were made up of the same cut-out letters pasted on sheets of rough scribbling paper. 2 other messages had been sent to undergraduates, one to the senior student, a very well-bred and inoffensive young woman who was reading Greats, the other to a Miss Flaxman, a brilliant second-year scholar. The latter was rather more definite than most of the letters, in that it mentioned a name. "If you don't leave young Farringdon alone," it said, adding an abusive term, "it will be the worse for you." The remaining items in the collection consisted, first, of a small book written by Miss Barton, The Position of Women in the Modern State. The copy belonged to the library, and had been discovered one Sunday morning merrily burning on the fire in the junior common room in Burley House. Secondly, there were the proofs and manuscript of Miss Lidgett's English prosody. The history of these was as follows. Miss Lidgett had at length transferred all her corrections in the text to the final page proof and destroyed all the earlier revises. She had then handed the proofs, together with the manuscript of the introduction, to Miss Hilliard, who had undertaken to go through them with a view to verifying certain historical allusions. Miss Hilliard stated that she had received them on a Saturday morning and taken them to her own rooms, which were on Miss Lydgate's staircase and on the floor immediately above. She had subsequently taken them into the library, that is to say, the library in Tudor, now about to be superseded by the new library, and had there worked upon them for some time with the aid of some reference books. She said she'd been alone in the library at the time, except for someone whom she had never seen, who was moving about in the bay at the far end. Miss Hilliard had then gone out to lunch in Hall, leaving the papers on the library table. After lunch she had gone on the river to put a group of first-year students through a sculling test. On her return to the library after tea to resume work, she found that the papers had disappeared from the table. She had at first supposed that Miss Lydgate had come in, and, seeing them there, carried them off to make a few more of her celebrated corrections. She went to Miss Lydgate's rooms to ask her about them, but Miss Lydgate was not there. She said she had been a little surprised that Miss Lydgate should have removed them without leaving a note to say what she had done, but she was not actually alarmed until, knocking again at Miss Lydgate's door shortly before Hall, she suddenly remembered that the English tutor had said that she was leaving before lunch to spend a couple of nights in town. An inquiry was, of course, immediately set on foot, but nothing had come of it until, on the Monday morning, just after chapel, the missing proofs had been found, sprawled over the table and floor of the senior common room. The finder had been Miss Pike, who had been the first don to enter the room that morning. The scout responsible for dusting the SCR was confident that nothing of the kind had been there before chapel. The appearance of the papers suggested that they had been tossed into the room by somebody passing the window, which would have been an easy enough thing for anybody to do. Nobody, however, had seen anything suspicious, though the entire college, particularly latecomers to chapel and those students whose windows overlooked the SCR, had been interrogated. The proofs, when found, had been defaced throughout with thick copying ink. All the manuscript alterations in the margins had been heavily blacked out, and on certain pages offensive epithets had been written in rough block capitals. The manuscript introduction had been burnt, and a triumphant note to this effect pasted in large printed letters across the first sheet of the proofs. This was the news with which Miss Hilliard had had to face Miss Lydgate when the latter returned to college immediately after breakfast on the Monday. Some effort had been made to find out when exactly the proofs had been taken from the library. The person in the far bay had been found, and turned out to have been Miss Burrows, the librarian. She, however, said she had not seen Miss Hilliard, who had come in after her and had gone to lunch before her. Nor had she seen, or at any rate noticed, the proofs lying on the table. The library had not been very much used on the Saturday afternoon, but a student who had gone in there at about 3 o'clock to consult Ducange's late Latin dictionary, in the bay where Miss Hilliard had been working, had said that she had taken the volume down and laid it on the table, and she thought that if the proofs had been there she would have noticed them. This student was a Miss Waters, a second-year French student and a pupil of Miss Shaw's. A slight awkwardness had been introduced into the situation by the bursar, who had seen Miss Hilliard apparently entering the senior common room just before chapel on Monday morning. Miss Hilliard explained that she had only gone as far as the door, thinking that she had left her gown there, but remembering in time that she had hung it up in the cloakroom of Queen Elizabeth Building, had come out immediately without entering the SCR. She demanded angrily whether the bursar suspected her of having done the damage herself. Miss Stevens said, of course not, but if Miss Hilliard had gone in, she could have seen whether the proofs were already in the room, and so provided a terminus quo, or, alternatively, ad quem for that part of the investigation. This was really all the material evidence available, except that a large bottle of copying ink had disappeared from the office of the college secretary and treasurer, Miss Allison. The treasurer had not had occasion to enter the office during Saturday afternoon or Sunday. She could only say that the bottle had been in its usual place at 1 o'clock on Saturday. She did not lock the door of her office at any time, as no money was kept there, and all important papers were locked up in a safe. Her assistant did not live in college, and had not been in during the week end. The only other manifestation of any importance had been an outbreak of unpleasant scribbling on the walls of passages and lavatories. These inscriptions had, of course, been effaced as soon as noticed and were not available. It had naturally been necessary to take official notice of the loss and subsequent disfigurement of Miss Lydgate's proofs. The whole college had been addressed by Dr. Baring and asked whether anybody had any evidence to bring forward. Nobody offered any, and the warden had thereupon issued a warning against making the matter known outside the college, together with an intimation that anybody sending indiscreet communications to either the university papers or the daily press might find herself liable to severe disciplinary action. Delicate interrogation among the other women's colleges had made it fairly clear that the nuisance was, so far, confined to Shrewsbury. Since nothing so far had come to light to show that the persecution had started before the previous October, suspicion rather naturally centred upon the first-year students. It was when Dr. Baring had reached this point of her exposition that Harriet felt obliged to speak. "I'm afraid, Warden," she said, "that I am in a position to rule out the first year, and in fact the majority of the present students altogether." And she proceeded with some discomfort to tell the meeting about the two specimens of the anonymous writer's work that she had discovered at and after the Gaudy. "Thank you, Miss Vane," said the warden, when she had finished. "I'm extremely sorry that you should have had so unpleasant an experience, but your information, of course, narrows the field a great deal. If the culprit is someone who attended the Gaudy, it must have been either one of the few present students who were then waiting up for vivas, or one of the scouts, or one of ourselves. Yes, I'm afraid that is the case." The Dons looked at one another. "It cannot, of course," went on Dr. Baring, "be an old student, since the outrages have continued in the interim. Nor can it be an Oxford resident outside the college, since we know that certain papers have been pushed under people's doors during the night, to say nothing of inscriptions on the walls which have been proved to have come into existence between, say, midnight and the next morning. We therefore have to ask ourselves who, among the comparatively small number of persons in the three categories I have mentioned, can possibly be responsible." "Surely," said Miss Burrows, "it is far more likely to be one of the scouts than one of ourselves. I can scarcely imagine that a member of this common room would be capable of anything so disgusting. Whereas that class of persons—" "I think that is a very unfair observation," said Miss Barton. "I feel strongly that we ought not to allow ourselves to be blinded by any sort of class prejudice." "The scouts are all women of excellent character, so far as I know," said the bursar, "and you may be sure that I take very great care in engaging the staff. The scrubbing women and others who come in by the day are naturally excluded from suspicion. Also, you will remember that the greater number of the scouts sleep in their own wing. The outer door of this is locked at night, and the ground-floor windows have bars. Besides this, there are iron gates which cut off the back entrance from the rest of the college buildings. The only possible communication at night would be by way of the buttery, which is also locked. The head scout has the keys. Carrie has been with us 15 years and is presumably to be trusted." "I have never understood," said Miss Barton acidly, "why the unfortunate servants should be locked up at night as though they were dangerous wild beasts, when everybody else is free to come and go at pleasure. However, as things are, it seems to be just as well for them." "The reason, as you very well know," replied the bursar, "is that there is no porter at the tradesman's entrance, and it would not be difficult for unauthorized persons to climb over the outer gates. And I will remind you that all the ground-floor windows that open directly upon the street or the kitchen yard are barred, including those belonging to the fellows. As for the locking of the buttery, I may say that it is done to prevent the students from raiding the pantry, as they frequently did in my predecessor's time, or so I am informed. The precautions are taken quite as much against the members of the college as against the scouts." "How about the scouts in the other buildings?" asked the treasurer. "There are perhaps 2 or 3 occupying odd bedrooms in each building," replied the bursar. "They are reliable women who have been in our service since before my time. I haven't the list here at the moment, but I think there are 3 in Tudor, 3 or 4 in Queen Elizabeth, and 1 in each of the 4 little dormer rooms in the new quad. Burley is all students' rooms, and there is, of course, the warden's own domestic staff, besides the infirmary maid who sleeps here with the infirmarian. "I will take steps," said Dr. Baring, "to make sure that no member of my own household is at fault. You, Bertha, had better do the same by the infirmary, and in their own interest the scouts sleeping in college had better be subjected to some kind of supervision." "Surely, Warden," began Miss Barton heartily. "In their own interests," said the Warden with quiet emphasis. "I entirely agree with you, Miss Barton, that there is no greater reason for suspecting them for suspecting one of ourselves. But that is the more reason why they should be cleared completely and at once." "By all means," said the bursar. "As to the method used," went on the Warden, "to keep check upon the scouts or upon anybody else, I feel strongly that the fewer people who know anything about that, the better. Perhaps Miss Vane will be able to put forward a good suggestion in confidence to myself, or to—" "Exactly," said Miss Hilliard grimly. "To whom? So far as I can see, nobody among us can be taken on trust." "That is unfortunately quite true," said the Warden, "and the same thing applies to myself. While I need not say that I have every confidence in the senior members of the college, both jointly and severally, it appears to me that, exactly as in the case of the scouts, it is of the highest importance that we should be safeguarded in our own interests. What do you say, Sub-Warden?" "Certainly," replied Miss Lydgate. "There should be no distinction made at all. I am perfectly willing to submit to any measures of supervision that may be recommended." "Well, you at least can scarcely be suspected," said the Dean. "You are the greatest sufferer." "We have nearly all suffered to some extent," said Miss Hilliard. "I am afraid," said Miss Allison, "we shall have to allow for what I understand is the well-known practice of these unfortunate, anonymous letter-writers, of sending letters to themselves to distract suspicion. Isn't that so, Miss Vane?" "Yes," said Harriet bluntly. "It seems unlikely on the face of it that anybody would do herself the kind of material damage Miss Lydgate has received, but if we once begin to make distinctions, it is difficult to know where to stop. I don't think anything but a plain alibi ought to be accepted as evidence." "And I have no alibi," said Miss Lydgate. "I did not leave college on the Saturday till after Miss Hilliard had gone to lunch. What is more, I went over to Tudor during lunch-time to return a book to Miss Chilperic's room before I left, so that I might quite easily have taken the manuscript from the library then." "But you have an alibi for the time when the proofs were put in the SCR," said Harriet. "No," said Miss Lydgate. "Not even that. I came by the early train and arrived when everybody was in chapel. I should have had to be rather quick to run across and throw the proofs into the SCR and be back in my rooms again before the discovery was made. But I suppose I could have done it. In any case, I would much rather be treated on the same footing as other people." "Thank you," said the Warden. "Is there anybody who does not feel the same?" "I am sure we must all feel the same," said the Dean, "but there is one set of people we are overlooking." "The present students who were up at the Gaudy," said the Warden. "Yes, how about them?" "I forget exactly who they were," said the Dean, "but I think most of them were schools people, and have since gone down. I'll look up the lists and see. Oh, and, of course, there was Miss Cattermole, who was up for responsions, for the second time of asking." "Ah," said the bursar, "yes, Cattermole. And that woman who was taking mods, what's her name? Hudson, isn't it? Wasn't she still up?" "Yes," said Miss Hilliard, "she was." "They will be in their second and third years now, I suppose," said Harriet. "By the way, is it known who young Farringdon is, in this note addressed to Miss Flaxman?" "There's the point," said the Dean. "Young Farringdon is an undergraduate of New College, I think it is, who was engaged to Cattermole when they both came up, but is now engaged to Flaxman." "Is he indeed?" "Mainly, I understand, or partly, in consequence of that letter. I am told that Miss Flaxman accused Miss Cattermole of sending it and showed it to Mr. Farringdon, with the result that the gentleman broke off the engagement and transferred his affections to Flaxman." "Not pretty," said Harriet. "No, but I don't think the Cattermole engagement was ever anything much more than a family arrangement, and that the New Deal was not much more than an open recognition of the fait accompli. I gather there's been some feeling in the second year about the whole thing." "I see," said Harriet. "The question remains," said Miss Pike, "what steps do we propose to take in the matter? We've asked Miss Vane's advice, and personally I am prepared to agree, particularly in view of what we have heard this evening, that it is abundantly necessary that some outside person should lend us assistance. To call in the police authorities is clearly undesirable. But may I ask whether, at this stage, it is suggested that Miss Vane should personally undertake an investigation? Or alternatively, would she propose our placing the matter in the hands of a private inquiry agent, or what? I feel I'm in a very awkward position, said Harriet. I'm willing to give any help I can, but you do realise, don't you, that this kind of inquiry is apt to take a long time, especially if the investigator has to tackle it single-handed. A place like this, where people run in and out everywhere at all hours, is almost impossible to police and patrol efficiently. It would need quite a little squad of inquiry agents, and even if you disguised them as scouts or students, a good deal of awkwardness might arise. Is there no material evidence to be obtained from an examination of the documents themselves? Asked Miss Pike. Speaking for myself, I'm quite ready to have my fingerprints taken, or to undergo any other kind of precautionary measure that may be considered necessary. I'm afraid, said Harriet, the evidence of fingerprints isn't quite so easy a matter as we make it appear in books. I mean, we could take fingerprints, naturally, from the SCR, and possibly from the Scouts, though they wouldn't like it much. But I should doubt very much whether rough scribbling paper like this would show distinguishable prints. And besides, said the Dean, every malefactor nowadays knows enough about fingerprints to wear gloves. And, said Mr. Vine, speaking for the first time, and with a slight grim emphasis, if we didn't know before, we know it now. Great Scott, cried the Dean impulsively. I'd forgotten all about its being us. You see what I meant, said the Warden, when I said that it was better not to discuss methods of investigation too freely. How many people have handled all these documents already? Inquired Harriet. Oh, ever so many, I should think, said the Dean. But could not a search be made for, began Miss Chilperic. She was the most junior of the dons, a small, fair and timid young woman, assistant tutor in English language and literature, and remarkable chiefly for being engaged to be married to a junior don at another college. The Warden interrupted her. Please, Miss Chilperic, that is the kind of suggestion that ought not to be made here. It might convey a warning. This, said Miss Hilliard, is an intolerable position. She looked angrily at Harriet as though she were responsible for the position, which in a sense she was. It seems to me, said the Treasurer, that now that we have asked Miss Vane to come and give us her advice, it is impossible for us to take it, or even to hear what it is. The situation is rather Gilbertian. We shall have to be frank up to a point, said the Warden. Do you advise the private inquiry agent, Miss Vane? Not the ordinary sort, said Harriet. You wouldn't like them at all. But I do know of an organisation where you could get the right type of person and the greatest possible discretion. For she had remembered that there was a Miss Catherine Climpson who ran what was ostensibly a typing bureau, but was in fact a useful organisation of women engaged in handling odd little investigations. The bureau was self-supporting, though it had, she knew, Peter Wimsey's money behind it. She was one of the very few people in the kingdom who did know that. The Treasurer coughed. Fees paid to a detective agency, she observed, will have an odd appearance in the annual audit. I think that might be arranged, said Harriet. I know the organisation personally. A fee might not be necessary. That, said the Warden, would not be right. The fees would, of course, have to be paid. I would gladly be personally responsible. That would not be right either, said Miss Lydgate. We certainly should not like that. Perhaps, suggested Harriet, I could find out what the fees were likely to be. She had, in fact, no idea how this part of the business was worked. There would be no harm in inquiring, said the Warden. In the meantime, if I may make a suggestion, said the Dean, I should propose, Warden, that the evidence should be handed over to Miss Vane, as she is the only person in this room who cannot possibly come under suspicion. Perhaps she would like to sleep upon the matter and make a report to you in the morning. At least, not in the morning, because of Lord Oakapple and the opening, but at some time during tomorrow. Very well, said Harriet, in response to an inquiring look from the Warden. I will do that. And if I can think of any way in which I can be helpful, I'll do my best. The Warden thanked her. We all appreciate, she added, the extreme awkwardness of the situation, and I'm sure we shall all do what we can to cooperate in getting the matter cleared up. And I would like to say this. Whatever any of us may think or feel, it is of the very greatest importance that we should dismiss, as far as possible, all vague suspicions from our minds, and be particularly careful how we may say anything that might be construed as an accusation against anybody at all. In a close community of this kind, nothing can be more harmful than an atmosphere of mutual distrust. I repeat that I have the very greatest confidence in every senior member of the college. I shall endeavour to keep an entirely open mind, and I shall look to all my colleagues to do the same. The Dons assented, and the meeting broke up. "Well," said the Dean, as she and Harriet turned into the new quad, "that is the most uncomfortable meeting I have ever had to sit through. My dear, you have thrown a bombshell in our midst." "I'm afraid so, but what could I do?" "Oh, you couldn't possibly have done anything else." "Oh, dear, it's all very well for the warden to talk about an open mind, but we shall all feel perfectly ghastly wondering what other people are thinking about us, and whether our own conversation doesn't sound a little potty. It's the pottiness, you know, that's so awful." "I know. By the way, Dean, I do absolutely refuse to suspect you. You're quite the sanest person I ever met. I don't think that's keeping an open mind, but thank you all the same for those few kind words. And one can't possibly suspect the warden or Miss Lydgate, can one? But I'd better not say even that, I suppose. Otherwise, by a process of elimination— Oh, Lord! For heaven's sake, can't we find some handy outsider with a cast-iron alibi ready for busting? We'll hope so. And of course there are these two students and the scouts to be disposed of." They turned in at the Dean's door. Miss Martin savagely poked up the fire in the sitting-room, sat down in an armchair, and stared at the leaping flames. Harriet coiled herself on a couch and contemplated Miss Martin. "Look here," said the Dean, "you'd better not tell me too much about what you think, but there's no reason why any of us shouldn't tell you what we think, is there? No, well, here's the point. What is the object of all this persecution? It doesn't look like a personal grudge against anybody in particular. It's a kind of blind malevolence directed against everybody in college. What's at the back of it? Well, it might be somebody who thought the college as a body had injured her, or it might be a personal grudge masking itself under a general attack, or it might just be somebody with a mania for creating disturbance in order to enjoy the fun. Now, that's the usual reason for this kind of outbreak, if you can call it a reason. Well, that's sheer pottiness in that case. Like those tiresome children who throw furniture about, and the servants who pretend to be ghosts. And talking of servants, do you think there's anything in that idea that it's more likely to be somebody of that class? Of course, Miss Barton wouldn't agree. But after all, some of the words used are very coarse. Yes, said Harriet, but actually there isn't one that I, for example, don't know the meaning of. I believe when you get even the primmest people under an anaesthetic, they're liable to bring the strangest vocabulary out of the subconscious. In fact, the primmer, the coarser. True. Did you notice that there wasn't a single spelling mistake in the whole bunch of messages? I noticed that. It probably points to a fairly well-educated person, though the converse isn't necessarily true. I mean, educated people often put in mistakes on purpose so that spelling mistakes don't prove much. But an absence of mistakes is a more difficult thing to manage, if it doesn't come natural. I'm not putting this very clearly. Oh, yes, you are. Yes, you are. A good speller could pretend to be a bad one, but a bad speller can't pretend to be a good one any more than I could pretend to be a mathematician. She could use a dictionary, but then she would have to know enough to be dictionary conscious, as the new slang would call it. Isn't our poison pen rather silly to get all her spelling right? I don't know. The educated person often fakes bad spelling rather badly, misspells easy words and gets quite difficult ones right. It's not so hard to tell when people are putting it on. I think it's probably cleverer to make no pretence about it. I see. Does this tend to exclude the scouts? But probably they spell far better than we do. They so often are better educated. And I'm sure they dress better. But that's rather off the point. Look, stop me when I dither. You're not dithering, said Harriet. Everything you say is perfectly true. At present I don't see how anybody is to be excluded. And what, demanded the Dean, becomes of the mutilated newspapers? Look, this won't do, said Harriet. You're being a great deal too sharp about this. That's just one of the things I was wondering about. "Well, we've been into that," said the Dean, in a tone of satisfaction. "We've checked up on all the SCR and the JCR papers ever since this business came to our notice. That is, more or less, since the beginning of this term. Before anything goes to be pulped, the whole lot are checked up with the list and examined to see that nothing has been cut out." "Who's been doing that?" "My secretary, Mrs. Goodwin. I don't think we've met her yet. She lives in college during term. Such a nice girl. Or woman, rather. She was left a widow, you know, very hard up, and she's got a little boy of 10 at a prep school. When her husband died, he was a schoolmaster, she set to work to train as a secretary, and really did splendidly. She's simply invaluable to me, and most careful and reliable." "Was she here at Gaudy?" "Well, of course she was. She—" "Oh, good gracious! You surely don't think—" "Oh, my dear, that's absurd. The most straightforward and sane person. And she's very grateful to the college for having found her the job, and she certainly wouldn't want to run the risk of losing it. All the same, she's got to go on the list of possibles. How long has she been here?" Let me see. Well, nearly 2 years. Nothing at all happened till the Gaudy, you know, and she'd been here a year before that. But the SCR and the Scouts who live in college have been here still longer, most of them. We can't make exceptions along those lines. How about the other secretaries?" "The warden's secretary, Miss Parsons, lives at the warden's lodgings. The bursar and the treasurer's secretaries both live out, so they can be crossed off." "Miss Parsons been here long?" 4 years. Harriet noted down the names of Mrs. Goodwin and Miss Parsons. "I think," she said, "for Mrs. Goodwin's own sake, we'd better have a second check on those newspapers. Not that it really matters, because if the poison pen knows that the papers are being checked, she won't use those papers. And I suppose she must know because of the care taken to collect them." "Very likely. Now, that's just the trouble, isn't it? How about people's private newspapers?" "Well, naturally, we couldn't check them. We've kept an eye on the waste paper baskets as well as we can. Nothing is ever destroyed, you know. It's all thriftily collected into sacks and sent to the paper-makers, or whoever it is that gives pence for old papers. The worthy Paget is instructed to examine the sacks, but it's a terrific job. And then, of course, since there are fires in all the rooms, why should anybody leave evidence in the WPB? How about the gowns that were burnt in the quad? That must have taken some doing. Surely more than one person would have been needed to work that. But we don't know whether that was part of the same business or not. About 10 or a dozen people had left their gowns in various places, as they do, you know, before Sunday supper. Some were in the Queen Elizabeth portico, and some at the foot of the hall stairs, and so on. People would bring them over and dump them ready for evening chapel." Harriet nodded. Sunday evening chapel was held at 7:45 and was compulsory, being also a kind of college meeting for the giving out of notices. Well, when the bell started, these people couldn't find their gowns, and so couldn't go into chapel. Everybody thought it was just a rag, but in the middle of the night somebody saw a blaze in the quad, and it turned out to be a merry little bonfire of bombazine. The gowns had all been soaked in petrol, and they went up beautifully. Where did the petrol come from? It was a can Mullins keeps for his motorcycle. You remember Mullins, the Jowett lodge porter? His machine lies in a little outhouse in the lodge garden. He didn't lock it up. Well, why should he? He does now, but that doesn't help. Anybody could have gone and fetched it. He and his wife heard nothing, having retired to their virtuous rest. The bonfire happened bang in the middle of the old quad and burnt a nasty patch in the turf. Lots of people rushed out when the flare went up, and whoever did it probably mingled with the crowd. The victims were 4 M.A. gowns, 2 scholars' gowns, and the rest commoners' gowns. But I don't suppose there was any selection. They just happened to be lying about. I wonder where they were put in the interval between supper and the bonfire. Anybody carrying a whole bunch of gowns round college would be a bit conspicuous. No. No, it was the end of November, and it would be pretty dark. They could easily have been bundled into a lecture room to be left till called for. There wasn't a proper organised search over college, you see. The poor victims who were left gownless thought somebody was having a joke. They were very angry, but not very efficient. Most of them rushed round to accuse their friends. Yes. I don't suppose we can get much out of that episode at this time of day. Well, I suppose I'd better go and wash and brush up for Hall. Hall was an embarrassed meal at the high table. The conversation was valiantly kept to matters of academic and world interest. The undergraduates babbled noisily and cheerfully. The shadow that rested upon the college did not seem to have affected their spirits. Harriet's eye roamed over them. "Is that Miss Catamole at the table on the right, in a green frock with a badly made-up face?" "That's the young lady," replied the Dean. "How did you know?" "I remember seeing her at Gaudy." "Where is the all-conquering Miss Flaxman?" "I don't see her. She may not be dining in hall. Lots of them prefer to boil an egg in their rooms so as to avoid the bother of changing. Slack little beasts. And that's Miss Hudson in a red jumper, at the middle table. Black hair and horn rims. She looks quite normal. Well, so far as I know, she is. So far as I know, we all are." "I suppose," said Miss Pike, who had overheard the last remark, "even murderers look much like other people, Miss Vane. Or do you hold any opinions about the theories put forward by Lombroso? I understand that they are now to a considerable extent exploded." Harriet was quite thankful to be allowed to discuss murderers. After hall, Harriet felt herself rather at a loose end. She felt she ought to be doing something, or interviewing somebody, but it was hard to know where to begin. The Dean had announced that she would be busy with some lists, but would be open to receive visitors later on. Miss Burrows, the librarian, was to be engaged in putting the final touches to the library before the Chancellor's visit. She had been counting and arranging books for the greater part of the day, and had roped in a small band of students to assist her with the shelving of them. Various other dons mentioned that they had work to do. Harriet thought they seemed a little shy of one another's company. Catching hold of the bursar, Harriet asked whether it was possible to get hold of a plan of the college and a list of the various rooms and their occupants. Miss Stevens offered to supply the list and said she thought there was a plan in the Treasurer's office. She took Harriet across into the new quad to get these things. "I hope," said the bursar, "you will not pay too much attention to the unfortunate remark of Miss Burrows about the Scouts. Nothing would please me more, personally, than to transfer all the base to the Scouts' wing out of reach of suspicion, if that were practicable. But there's no room for them there. Certainly, I don't mind giving you the names of those who sleep in college, and I agree, certainly, that precaution should be taken. But to my mind, the episode of Miss Lydgate's proofs definitely rules out the Scouts. Very few of them will be likely to know or care anything about proof sheets. Nor would the idea of mutilating manuscripts be likely to come into their heads. Vulgar letters, yes, possibly, but damaging those proofs was an educated person's crime. Don't you think so?" "I'd better not say what I think," said Harriet. No, quite right. But I can say what I think. I wouldn't say it to anybody but you. Still, I do not like this haste to make scapegoats of the Scouts." "The thing that seems so extraordinary," said Harriet, "is that Miss Lydgate, of all people, should have been chosen as a victim. How could anybody, particularly one of her own colleagues, have a grudge against her? Doesn't it look rather as though the culprit knew nothing about the value of the proofs and was merely making a random gesture of defiance to the world in general?" "That's possible, certainly." "I must say, Miss Vane, that your evidence today has made matters very complicated. I would rather suspect the Scouts than the SCR, I admit. But when these hasty accusations are made by the last person known to have been in the same room with the manuscripts, I can only say that it appears to me injudicious." Harriet said nothing to this. The bursar, apparently feeling that she had gone a little too far, added, "I have no suspicions of anybody. All I say is that statements ought not to be made without proof." Harriet agreed, and after marking off the relevant names upon the bursar's list, went to find the treasurer. Miss Allison produced a plan of the college and showed the positions of the rooms occupied by various people. "I hope this means," she said, "that you intend to undertake the investigation yourself. Not, I suppose, that we ought to ask you to spare the time for any such thing, but I do most strongly feel that the presence of paid detectives in this college would be most unpleasant, however discreet they might be. I have served the college for a considerable number of years, and I have its interests very much at heart. You know how undesirable it is that any outsider should be brought into a matter of this kind." "It is very," said Harriet. "All the same, a spiteful or mentally deficient servant is a misfortune that might occur anywhere. Surely the important thing is to get to the bottom of the mystery as quickly as possible, and a trained detective or two would be very much more efficient than I should be." Miss Allison looked thoughtfully at her, and swayed her glasses to and fro slowly on their gold chain. "I see you incline to the most comfortable theory. Probably we all do. But there is the other possibility. Mind you, I quite see that from your point of view you would not wish to take part in an exposure of a member of the senior common room. But if it came to the point, I would put more faith in your tact than in that of an outside professional detective. And you start with a knowledge of the workings of the collegiate system, which is a great advantage. Harriet said that she thought she would know better what to suggest when she had made a preliminary review of all the circumstances. "If," said Miss Ellison, "you do undertake an inquiry, it is probably only fair to warn you that you may meet with some opposition. It has already been said, but perhaps I ought not to tell you this. That is for you to judge. Well, it has already been said that the narrowing down of the suspects within the limits mentioned at today's meeting rests only upon your assertion. I refer, of course, to the 2 papers you found at the Gaudy." "I see. Am I supposed to have invented those?" "Oh, I don't think anybody will go as far as that, but you have said that you sometimes receive similar letters on your own account. And the suggestion is that if I found anything of the sort, I must have brought it with me. That would be quite likely, only that the style of things was so like the style of these others. However, I admit you have only my word for that." "I am not doubting it for one moment. No. What is being said is that your experience in these affairs is, if anything, a disadvantage. Forgive me, but that is not what I say. That is the thing that made me very unwilling to have anything to do with the inquiry. It's absolutely true. I haven't lived a perfectly blameless life, and you can't get over it." "If you ask me," said Miss Ellison, "some people's blameless lives are to blame for a good deal. I'm not a fool, Miss Vane. No doubt my own life has been blameless as far as the more generous sins are concerned, but there are points upon which I should expect you to hold more balanced opinions than certain people here. I don't think I need say more than that, need I?" Harriet's next visit was to Miss Lydgate, her excuse being to inquire what she should do with the mutilated proofs in her possession. She found the English tutor patiently correcting a small pile of students' essays. Come in," said Miss Lydgate cheerfully. "I've nearly done with these. Oh, about my proofs. I'm afraid they're not much use to me. They're really quite undecipherable. I'm afraid the only thing is to do the whole thing again. The printers will be tearing their hair, poor souls. I shan't have very much difficulty with the greater part of it, I hope, and I have the rough notes of the introduction, so it isn't as bad as it might have been. The worst loss is the number of manuscript footnotes and 2 manuscript appendices that I put in at the last moment to refute what seemed to me some very ill-considered statements in Mr. Elkbottom's new book on modern verse forms. I stupidly wrote those on the blank pages of the proofs, and they are quite irrecoverable. I shall have to verify all the references again in Elkbottom. It's so tiresome, especially as one is always so busy towards the end of term. But it's all my own fault for not keeping a proper record of everything." "I wonder," said Harriet, "if I could be of any help to you in getting the proofs put together. I'd gladly stay up for a week or so if it would do any good. I'm quite used to juggling with proof sheets, and I think I can remember enough of my school's work to be reasonably intelligent about the Anglo-Saxon and early English." "Well, that would be a tremendous help," exclaimed Miss Lydgate, her face lighting up. "But wouldn't it be trespassing far too much on your time?" Harriet said no, she was well ahead with her own work, and would enjoy putting in a little time on English prosody. It was in her mind that if she really meant to pursue inquiries at Shrewsbury, Miss Lydgate's proofs would offer a convenient excuse for her presence in college. The suggestion was left there for the moment. As regards the author of the outrages, Miss Lydgate could make no suggestions, except that whoever it was, the poor creature must be mentally afflicted. As she left Miss Lydgate's room, Harriet encountered Miss Hilliard, who was descending the staircase from her own abode. "Well," said Miss Hilliard, "how is the investigation progressing? But I ought not to ask that. You have contrived to cast the apple of discord among us with a vengeance. However, as you are so well accustomed to the receipt of anonymous communications, you are no doubt the fittest person to handle the situation." "In my case," said Harriet, "I only got what was to some extent deserved. But this is a very different matter. It's not the same problem at all. Miss Lydgate's book could offend nobody." "Except some of the men whose theories she has attacked," replied Miss Hilliard. "However, the circumstances seem to exclude the male sex from the scope of the inquiry. Otherwise, this mass attack on a woman's college would suggest to me the usual masculine spite against educated women. But you, of course, would consider that ridiculous." "Not in the least. Plenty of men are very spiteful. But surely there are no men running about the college at night. Well, I wouldn't be too sure of that, said Miss Hilliard, smiling sarcastically. It's quite ridiculous for the bursar to talk about locked gates. What is to prevent a man from concealing himself about the grounds before the gates are locked, and escaping again when they are opened in the morning? Or climbing the walls, if it comes to that. Harriet thought the theory far-fetched, but it interested her, as evidence of the speaker's prejudice, which amounted almost to an obsession. The thing that, in my opinion, points to a man, went on Miss Hilliard, is the destruction of Miss Barton's book, which is strongly pro-feminist. I don't suppose you've read it. Probably it wouldn't interest you, but why else should that book be picked out? Harriet parted from Miss Hilliard at the corner of the quad and went over to Tudor Building. She did not very much doubt who it was that was likely to offer opposition to her inquiries. If one was looking for a twisted mind, Miss Hilliard's was certainly a little warped, and when one came to think of it, there was no evidence whatever that Miss Lydgate's proofs had ever been taken to the library or ever left Miss Hilliard's hands at all. Also, she had undoubtedly been seen on the threshold of the SCR before chapel on the Monday morning. If Miss Hilliard was sufficiently demented to inflict a blow of this kind on Miss Lydgate, then she was fit for a lunatic asylum. But indeed this would apply to whoever it was. She went into Tudor and tapped on Miss Barton's door, asking, when she was admitted, whether she might borrow a copy of Woman's Place in the Modern State. "The sleuth at work?" said Miss Barton. "Well, Miss Vane, here it is. By the way, I should like to apologize to you for some of the things I said when you were here last. I shall be very glad to see you handle this most unpleasant business, which can scarcely be an agreeable thing for you. I admire exceedingly anyone who can subordinate her own feelings to the common advantage. The case is obviously pathological, as all antisocial behaviour is, in my opinion. But here there is no question of legal proceedings, I imagine. At least I hope not. I feel extremely anxious that it should not be brought into court, and on that account I am against hiring detectives of any kind. If you are able to get to the bottom of it, I am ready to give you any help I can." Harriet thanked the fellow for her good opinion and for the book. "You are probably the best psychologist here," said Harriet. "What do you think?" "Well, probably the usual thing. A morbid desire to attract attention and create a public uproar. The adolescent and the middle-aged are the most likely suspects. I should very much doubt whether there is much more to it than that. Beyond, I mean, that the incidental obscenities point to some kind of sexual disturbance. But that is a commonplace in cases of this kind. But whether you ought to look for a man-hater or a man-trap," added Miss Barton, with the first glimmer of humour Harriet had ever seen in her, "I can't tell you." Having put away her various acquisitions in her own room, Harriet thought it was time to go and see the Dean. She found Miss Burrows with her, very tired and dusty after coping with the library, and being refreshed with a glass of hot milk, to which Miss Martin insisted on adding just a dash of whisky to induce slumber. "What new light one gets on the habits of the SCR when one's an old student," said Harriet. "I always imagined that there was only one bottle of ardent spirits in the college, kept under lock and key by the bursar for life-and-death emergencies." "It used to be so," said the Dean, "but I'm getting frivolous in my old age. Even Miss Lydgate cherishes a small stock of cherry brandy for high days and holidays. The bursar is even thinking of laying down a little port for the college." "Great Scott," said Harriet. "The students are not supposed to imbibe alcohol," said the Dean, "but I shouldn't like to go bail for the contents of all the cupboards in the college." "After all," said Miss Burrows, "their tiresome parents bring them up to have cocktails and things at home, so it probably seems ridiculous to them that they shouldn't do the same things here. And what can one do about it? Make a police search through their belongings? Well, I flatly refuse. We can't keep the place like a jail. The trouble is," said the librarian, "that everybody sneers at restrictions and demands freedom till something annoying happens. Then they demand angrily what has become of the discipline." "You can't exercise the old kind of discipline in these days," said the Dean. "It's too bitterly resented. The modern idea is that young people should discipline themselves," said the librarian. "But do they?" "No, they won't. Responsibility bores them. Before the war they passionately had college meetings about everything. Now they won't be bothered. Half the old institutions, like the college debates and the third-year play, are dead or moribund. They don't want responsibility." "They're all taken up with their young men," said Miss Burrows. "Drat their young men," said the Dean. "In my day we simply thirsted for responsibility. We'd all been sat on at school for the good of our souls, and came up bursting to show how brilliantly we could organise things when we were put in charge. If you ask me, said Harriet, it's the fault of the schools. Free discipline and so on. Children are sick to death of running things and doing prefect duty. And when they get up to Oxford, they're tired out and only want to sit back and let somebody else run the show. Even in my time, the people from the up-to-date Republican schools were shy of taking office, poor brutes. Well, it's all very different, said Miss Burrows with a yawn. However, I did get my library volunteers to do a job of work today. We've got most of the shelves decently filled and the pictures hung and the curtains up. It looks very well. I hope the Chancellor will be impressed. They haven't finished painting the radiators downstairs, but I've bundled the paint pots and things into a cupboard and hoped for the best. And I borrowed a squad of scouts to clean up so as not to leave anything to be done tomorrow. What time does the Chancellor arrive? Asked Harriet. 12 o'clock reception in the SCR and show him round the college. Then lunch in hall, and I hope he enjoys it. Ceremony at 2:30, and then push him off to catch the 3:45. Delightful man, but I'm getting fed up with openings. We've opened the new quad, the chapel, with choral service, the SCR dining room, with lunch to former tutors and fellows, the Tudor annex, with old students' tea, the kitchens and scouts' wing, with royalty, the sanatorium, with address by the Lister Professor of Medicine, the council chamber and the warden's lodgings, and we've unveiled the late warden's portrait, the Willett Memorial sundial, and the new clock. And now it's the library. Paget said to me last term when we were making those alterations in Queen Elizabeth, "Excuse me, Madam Dean, miss, but could you tell me, miss, the date of the opening?" "What opening, Paget?" said I. "We aren't opening anything this term. What is there to open?" "Well, miss," said Paget, "I was thinking of these here new lavatories, if you'll excuse me, Madam Dean. We've opened everything there was to open up to the present, and if there was to be a ceremony, miss, it would be convenient if I was to know in good time, on account of arranging for taxis and parking accommodation." "Dear Paget," said Miss Burrows, "he's the brightest spot in this academy." She yawned again. "Oh, dear, I'm dead." "Take her away to bed, Miss Vane," said the Dean, "and we'll call it a day." Chapter 6. Often when they were gone to bed, the inner doors were flung open, as also the doors of a cupboard which stood in the hall, and this with a great deal of violence and noise. And one night the chairs, which when they went to bed stood all in the chimney corner, were all removed and placed in the middle of the room in very good order, and a meal sieve hung upon one cut full of holes, and a key of an inner door upon another. And in the daytime, as they sat in the house spinning, they could see the barn doors often flung open, but not by whom. Once, as Alice sat spinning, the rock or distaff leapt several times out of the wheel into the middle of the room, with much more such ridiculous stuff as this, which would be tedious to relate. William Turner. "Peter," said Harriet, and with the sound of her own voice she came drowsing and floating up out of the strong circle of his arms, through a green sea of sun-dappled beech leaves into darkness. "Oh, damn," said Harriet. "Damn, damn. Oh, and I didn't want to wake up." The clock in the new quad struck 3 musically. "Oh, this won't do," said Harriet. "This really will not do. My subconscious has a most treacherous imagination." She groped for the switch of her bedside lamp. It's disquieting to reflect that one's dreams never symbolize one's real wishes, but always something much worse. She turned the light on and sat up. If I really wanted to be passionately embraced by Peter, I should dream of something like dentists or gardening. I wonder what are the unthinkable depths of awfulness that can only be expressed by the polite symbol of Peter's embraces. Damn Peter! I wonder what he would do about a case like this. This brought her mind back to the evening in the Egotists' Club and the anonymous letter, and thence back to his absurd fury with the sticking plaster. My mind being momentarily on my job. You'd think he was quite bird-witted sometimes, she thought, but he does keep his mind on the job when he's doing it. One's mind on the job. Yes, what am I doing, letting my mind stray all over the place? Is this a job or isn't it? Suppose the poison pen is on its rounds now, dropping letters at people's doors. Whose door, though? One can't watch all the doors. I ought to be sitting up at the window keeping an eye open for creeping figures in the quad. Somebody ought to do it, but who's to be trusted? Besides, dons have their jobs to do. They can't sit up all night and work all day. The job. Keeping one's mind on the job. She was out of bed now and pulling the window curtains aside. There was no moon and nothing at all to be seen. Not even a late essay writer seen to be burning the midnight lamp. Anybody could go anywhere on a dark night like this, she thought to herself. She could scarcely see even the outline of the roofs of Tudor on her right, or the dark bulk of the new library jutting out on her left from behind the annex. The library with not a soul in it. She put on her dressing gown and opened her door softly. It was bitterly cold. She found the wall switch and went down the central corridor to the annex, past a row of doors behind which students were sleeping and dreaming of goodness knows what. Examinations, sports, undergraduates, parties, all the queer jumble of things that are summed up as activities. Outside their doors lay little heaps of soiled crockery for the scouts to collect and wash. Also shoes. On the doors were cards bearing their names: Miss H. Brown, Miss Jones, Miss Coburn, Miss Sloposki, Miss Isaacson. So many unknown quantities. So many destined wives and mothers of the race. Or alternatively, so many potential historians, scientists, school teachers, doctors, lawyers, as you like to think one thing of more importance than the other. At the end of the passage was a large window, hygienically open at top and bottom. Harriet gently pushed up the bottom sash and looked out, shivering. And suddenly she knew that whatever reason or instinct had led her to look at the library had taken a very just view of the situation. The new library should have been quite dark. It was not. One of the long windows was split from top to bottom by a narrow band of light. Harriet thought rapidly. If this was Miss Burrows carrying on legitimately, though at an unreasonable and sacrificial hour, with her preparations, why had she troubled to draw the curtains? The windows had been curtained, because a library that faces south must have some protection against strong sunlight. But it would be absurd for the librarian to protect herself and her proper functions from scrutiny in the middle of a dark March night. College authorities were not so secretive as all that. Something was up. Should one go and investigate on one's own, or rouse somebody else? One thing was clear. If it was a member of the SCR lurking behind those curtains, it would not be politic to bring a student to witness the discovery. What dons slept in Tudor? Without consulting the list, Harriet remembered that Miss Barton and Miss Chilperic had rooms there, but on the far side of the building. Here was an opportunity to check up on them at any rate. With a last glance at the library window, Harriet made her way quickly back past her own room on the bridge and through into the main building. She cursed herself for not having a torch. She was delayed by fumbling with the switches. Along the corridor, past the stairhead and round to the left. No don on that floor. Must be on the floor below. Back and down the stairs and along to the left again. She was leaving all the passage lights burning behind her, and wondered whether they would arouse attention in other buildings. At last, a door on her left labelled Miss Barton, and the door stood open. She knocked at it sharply and went in. The sitting room was empty. Beyond it, the bedroom door stood open too. "Gracious," said Harriet. "Miss Barton?" There was no reply, and looking in she saw that the bedroom was as empty as the sitting room. The bedclothes were flung back, and the bed had been slept in, but the sleeper had risen and gone. It was easy to think of an innocent explanation. Harriet stood for a moment considering, and then called to mind that the window of the room overlooked the quad. The curtains were drawn back. She looked out into the darkness. The light still shone in the library window, but while she looked, it went out. She ran back to the foot of the stairs and through the entrance hall. The front door of the building was ajar. She pulled it open and ran out across the quad. As she ran, something seemed to loom up ahead of her. She made for it and closed with it. It caught her in a muscular grip. "Who's that?" demanded Harriet fiercely. "And who's that?" The grip of one hand was released, and a torch was switched on in Harriet's face. "Miss Vane, what are you doing here?" "Is that Miss Barton? I was looking for you. I saw a light in the new library." "So did I. I've just been over to investigate. The door's locked." "Locked? And the key inside." "Isn't there another way up?" asked Harriet. "Yes, of course there is. I ought to have thought of that. Up through the hall passage and the fiction library. Come along." "Wait a minute," said Harriet. "Whoever it is may still be there. You watch the main door to see they don't get out that way. I'll go up through the hall." "Very well, good idea. Here, haven't you got a torch? You better take mine. You'll waste time turning on lights." Harriet snatched the torch and ran, thinking hard. Miss Barton's story sounded plausible enough. She'd woken up. Why? Seen the light? Very likely she slept with her curtains drawn open, and gone out to investigate while Harriet was running about the upper floors hunting for the right room. In the meantime, the person in the library had either finished what she was doing, or possibly peeped out and been alarmed by seeing the lights go up in Tudor. She'd switched out the light. She'd not gone out the main door. She was either still somewhere in the hall library wing, or she had crept out by the hall stair while Miss Barton and Harriet were grappling with one another in the quad. Harriet found the hall stair and started up it, using her torch as little as possible and keeping the light low. It came forcibly into her mind that the person she was hunting must be unbalanced, if not mad, and might possibly deliver a nasty swipe out of a dark corner. She arrived at the head of the stair and pushed back the swinging glass double door that led to the passage between the hall and the buttery. As she did so, she fancied she heard a slight scuffling sound ahead, and almost simultaneously she saw the gleam of a torch. There ought to be a two-way switch just on the right behind the door. She found it and pressed it down. There was a quick flicker and then darkness. A fuse? Then she laughed at herself. Of course not. The person at the other end of the passage had flicked the switch at the same moment as herself. She pushed the switch up again, and the lights flooded the passage. On her left, she saw the 3 doorways with the serving hatches between that led into the hall. On the right was the long blank wall between the passage and the kitchens. And ahead of her, at the far end of the passage, close to the buttery door, stood somebody clutching a dressing gown about her with one hand and a large jar in the other. Harriet advanced swiftly upon this apparition, which came meekly enough to meet her. Its features seemed familiar, and in a moment she identified them. It was Miss Hudson, the third-year student who'd been up at Gaudy. "What in the world are you doing here at this time of night?" demanded Harriet severely. Not that she had any particular right to question students about their movements, nor did she feel that her own appearance in pyjamas and a Jaeger dressing-gown suggested dignity or authority. Miss Hudson, indeed, seemed quite flabbergasted at being thus accosted by a total stranger at 3 a.m. She stared speechless. "Why shouldn't I be here?" said Miss Hudson at last, defiantly. "I don't know who you are. I've as much right to walk about as you have." "Oh, gosh," she added, and burst out laughing. "Oh, I suppose you're one of the scouts. Oh, I didn't recognize you without your uniform." "No," said Harriet. "I'm an old student. You are Miss Hudson, aren't you? But your room isn't here. Have you been along to the buttery?" Her eyes were on the jug. Miss Hudson blushed. Yes, I wanted some milk. I've got an essay." She spoke of it as though it were a disease. Harriet chuckled. "So that still goes on, does it? Carrie's just as soft-hearted as Agnes was in my day." She went up to the buttery hatch and shook it, but it was locked. "No, apparently she isn't." "I asked her to leave it open," said Miss Hudson, "but I expect she forgot. I say, don't give Carrie away. She's awfully decent." "You know quite well that Carrie isn't supposed to leave the hatch open. You ought to get your milk before 10 o'clock. "I know, but one doesn't always know if one will want it. You've done the same thing in your time, I expect." "Yes," said Harriet. "Well, you better cut along. No, wait a second. When did you come up here?" "Just now. Just a few seconds before you did." "Did you meet anybody?" "No." Miss Hudson looked alarmed. "Why? Has anything happened?" "No, not that I know of, no. Look, get along to bed." Miss Hudson escaped, and Harriet tried the buttery door, which was as firmly locked as the hatch. Then she went on through the fiction library, which was empty, and put her hand on the handle of the oak door that led to the new library. The door was immovable. There was no key in the lock. Harriet looked round the fiction library. On the window sill lay a thin pencil, beside a book and a few papers. She pushed the pencil into the keyhole. It encountered no resistance. She went to the window of the fiction library and pushed it up. It looked onto the roof of a small loggia. 2 people were not enough for this game of hide-and-seek. She pulled a table across the library door, so that if anyone tried to come out that way behind her back, she should have notice of it. Then she climbed out onto the loggia roof and leaned over the balcony. She could see nothing distinctly beneath her, but she pulled her torch from her pocket and signalled with it. "Hello," said Miss Barton's voice cautiously from below. "The other door's locked and the key gone." "That's awkward. If either of us goes, somebody may come out, and if we yell for help, there'll be an uproar." "That's about the size of it," said Harriet. "Well, listen, I'll try and get in through one of the ground-floor windows. They all seem to be latched, but I might break a pane of glass." Harriet waited. Presently she heard a faint tinkle. Then there was a pause, and presently the sound of a moving sash. There was a longer pause. Harriet came back into the fiction library and pulled the table away from the door. In about 6 or 7 minutes' time, she saw the door handle move and heard a tap on the other side of the yoke. She stooped to the keyhole and called, "What's up?" and bent her ear to listen. "Nobody here," said Miss Barton's voice on the other side. "Key's gone, and the most ghastly mess-up." "I'll come round." She hurried back through the hall and round to the front of the library. Here she found the window that Miss Barton had opened, climbed through, and ran on up the stairs into the library. "Well," said Harriet. The new library was a handsome, lofty room, with 6 bays on the south side, lit by as many windows running nearly from the floor to the ceiling. On the north side the wall was windowless, and shelved to a height of 10 feet. Above this was a space of blank wall, along which it would be possible, at some future time, to run an extra gallery when the books should become too many for the existing shelving. This blank space had been adorned by Miss Burrows and her party with a series of engravings, such as every academic community possesses, representing the Parthenon, the Colosseum, Trajan's Column, and other topographical and classical subjects. All the books in the room had been dragged out and flung on the floor by the simple expedient of removing the shelves bodily. The pictures had been thrown down, and the blank wall space thus exposed had been adorned with a frieze of drawings, roughly executed in brown paint, and with inscriptions in letters a foot high, all of the most unseemly sort. A pair of library steps and a pot of paint with a wide brush in it stood triumphantly in the midst of the wreckage to show how the transformation had been accomplished. "That's torn it," said Harriet. "Yes," said Miss Barton. "A very nice reception for Lord Oakapple." There was an odd note in her voice, almost of satisfaction. Harriet looked sharply at her. "What are you going to do? What does one do? Go over the place with a magnifying glass, or send for the police?" "Neither," said Harriet. She considered for a moment. "The first thing," she said, "is to send for the Dean. The next is to find either the original keys or a spare set. The third is to clean off these filthy inscriptions before anybody sees them. And the fourth is to get the room straight before 12 o'clock. There's plenty of time. Will you be good enough to wake the Dean and bring her with you? In the meantime, I'll have a look round for clues. We can discuss afterwards who did the job and how she got out. Please make haste." Said the fellow. "I like people who know their own minds." She went with surprising promptness. "Her dressing-gown is all over paint," said Harriet aloud to herself. "But she may have got it climbing in." She went downstairs and examined the open window. Yes, here's where she scrambled over the wet radiator. I expect I'm marked too. Yes, I am. Nothing to show whether it all came from there. Damp footmarks. Hers and mine, no doubt. Wait a moment. She traced the damp marks up to the top of the stairs, where they grew faint and ceased. She could find no third set. But the footmarks of the intruder would probably have had time to dry. Whoever it was must have begun operations very soon after midnight at latest. The paint has splashed about a good deal. If it were possible to search the whole college for paint-stained clothing, well and good, but it would cause a terrific scandal. Miss Hudson. Had she shown any sign of paint anywhere? Harriet thought not. She looked about her again and realized unexpectedly that she had the lights full on and that the curtains were drawn open. If anybody was looking across from one of the other buildings, the interior of the room would show up like a lighted stage. She snapped the lights off and drew the curtains again carefully before putting them on again. "Yes," she said, "I see. That was the idea." The curtains were drawn while the job was done. Then the lights were turned off and the curtains opened. Then the artist escaped, leaving the door locked. In the morning everything would look quite ordinary from the outside. Who would have been the first to try to come in? An early scout to do a final clean round? She would find the door locked, think Miss Burrows had left it like that, and probably do nothing about it. Miss Burrows would probably have come up first. When? A little after chapel or a little before? She would not have been able to get in. Time would have been wasted hunting for the keys. When anybody did get in, it would have been too late to straighten things up. Everybody would have been about. The Chancellor? Miss Burrows would have been the first to come up. She'd also been the last to leave, and was the person who knew best where the paint-pots had been put. Would she have wrecked her own job any more than Miss Lydgate would have wrecked her own proofs? How far was that psychological premise sound? One would surely damage anything in the world except one's own work. But on the other hand, if one were cunning enough to see that people would think exactly that, then one would promptly take the precaution of seeing that one's own work did suffer. Harriet moved slowly about the library. There was a big splash of paint on the parquet, and at the edge of it— oh, yes. It would be very useful to hunt the place over for paint-stained clothes, but here was the evidence that the culprit had worn no slippers. Why should she have worn anything? The radiators on this floor were working at full blast, and a complete absence of clothing would be not merely politic, but comfortable. And how had the person got away? Neither Miss Hudson, if she was to be trusted, nor Harriet had met anyone on the way up. But there'd been plenty of time for escape after the lights were put out. A stealthy figure creeping away under the hall archway could not have been seen from the far side of the old quad. Or if it came to that, there might quite well have been somebody lurking in the hall while Harriet and Miss Hudson were talking in the passage. "I've mucked it up a bit," said Harriet. "I ought to have turned on the hall lights to make sure." Miss Barton re-entered with the Dean, who took one look round and said, "Mercy!" She looked like a stout little mandarin, with her long red pigtail and quilted blue dressing-gown sprawled over with green and scarlet dragons. What idiots we were not to expect it. Of course, the obvious thing. Oh, if only we'd thought about it. Miss Burrows could have locked up before she went. And what do we do now? My first reaction, said Harriet, is turpentine, and the second is Paget. My dear, you're perfectly right. Paget'll cope. He always does. Like Charity, he never fails. Oh, what a mercy you spotted what was going on. As soon as we get these disgusting inscriptions cleaned off, we can put on a coat of quick-drying distemper or something, or paper the wall over. Goodness, I don't know where the turpentine will come from. Unless the painters have left a lot. It'll need a young bath, but Paget will manage. I'll run over and get him, said Harriet, and at the same time I'll collar Miss Burrows. We'll have to get these books back into place. What's the time? 5 to 4. I think it can be done all right. Will you hold the fort till I come back? Yes. Oh, and you'll find the main door open now. I had an extra key, fortunately. A beautiful, plated key, all ready for Lord Oakapple. But we'll have to get a locksmith to the other door, unless the builders have a spare. The most remarkable thing about that remarkable morning was the imperturbability of Paget. He answered Harriet's summons attired in a handsome pair of striped pyjamas, and received her instructions with monumental stolidity. The Dean is sorry to say, Paget, that somebody has been playing some very disagreeable tricks in the new library. "Have they indeed, miss?" "The whole place has been turned upside down, and some very vulgar words and pictures scrawled on the wall." "Very unfortunate, miss, that is." "In brown paint." "I allow that's awkward, miss." "It'll have to be cleared at once, before anybody sees it." "Very good, miss." "And then we shall have to get hold of the decorators or somebody to paper or wash it over before the Chancellor arrives." "Very good, miss." "Do you think you can manage it, Paget?" "Just you leave it to me, miss." Harriet's next job was to collect Miss Burrows, who received the news with loud expressions of annoyance. "How loathsome! And do you mean to say all those books have got to be done again, now? Oh, Lord, yes, I suppose there's no help for it. What a blessing I hadn't put the folio Chaucer and the other valuables in the showcases. Lord!" The librarian scrambled out of bed. Harriet looked at her feet. They were quite clean. But there was an odd smell in the bedroom. She traced it, after a moment or two, to the neighbourhood of the permanent basin. "I say, is that turps?" "Yes," replied Miss Burrows, struggling into her stockings. "I brought it across from the library. I got paint on my hands when I moved those pots and things. I wish you'd lend it to me. We had to scramble in through the window over a wet radiator." "Oh, yes, rather." Harriet went out puzzled. Why should Miss Burrows have bothered to bring the can over to the new quad when she could have cleaned off the paint on the spot? But she could well understand if anybody had wanted to remove paint from her feet after being disturbed in the middle of a piece of dirty work. There might have been nothing for it but to snatch up the can and bolt for it. Then she had another idea. The culprit could not have left the library with her bare feet. She would have put on her slippers again. If you put paint-stained feet into slippers, the slippers ought to show signs of it. She went back to her own room and dressed. Then she returned to the new quad. Miss Burrows had gone. Her bedroom slippers lay by the bed. Harriet examined them minutely, inside and out, but they were quite free from paint. On her way back again, Harriet overtook Paget. He was walking sedately across the lawn, carrying a large can of turpentine in each hand. "Where did you rake that up, Paget, so early in the morning?" "Well, miss, Mullins went on his motorbike and knocked up a chap he knows what lives over his own oil shop, miss." As simple as that. Some time later, Harriet and the Dean, decorously robed and gowned, found themselves passing along the east side of Queen Elizabeth Building in the wake of Paget and the decorator's foreman. "Young ladies," Paget was heard to say, "will have their larks, same as young gentlemen." "When I was a lad," replied the foreman, "young ladies was young ladies, and young gentlemen was young gentlemen, if you get my meaning." "What this country wants," said Paget, "is a Hitler." "That's right," said the foreman. "Keep the girls at home." "Funny kind of job you got here, mate. What was you afore you took to keeping an hen-house?" "Assistant camel-hand at the zoo. Very interesting job it was, too." "What made you chuck it?" "Blood poison. I was bitten in the arm," said Paget. "By a female." "Ah," said the foreman decorator. By the time Lord Oakapple arrived, the library presented nothing unseemly to the eye beyond a certain dampness and streakiness in its upper parts, where the new paper was drying unevenly. The glass had been swept up, and the paint stains cleaned from the floor. 20 photographs of classical statuary had been unearthed from a store cupboard to replace the Colosseum and the Parthenon. The books were back on their shelves, and the showcases duly displayed the Chaucer folio, the Shakespeare first quarto, the 3 Kelmscott Morrises, the autographed copy of The Man of Property, and the embroidered glove belonging to the Countess of Shrewsbury. The Dean hovered about the Chancellor like a hen with one chick, in a martyrdom of nervous apprehension, lest some indelicate missive should drop from his table napkin or flutter out unexpectedly from the folds of his robes. And when, in the senior common room after lunch, he took out a bunch of notes from his pocket and riffled them over with a puzzled frown, the tension became so acute that she nearly dropped the sugar basin. It turned out, however, that he had merely mislaid a Greek quotation. The warden, though the history of the library was known to her, displayed her usual serene poise. Harriet saw nothing in all this. She spent the whole interval, after the decorators had done their part, in the library, watching the movements of everyone who came in or out and seeing that they left nothing undesirable behind them. Apparently, however, the college poltergeist had shot its bolt. A cold lunch was brought up to the self-appointed invigilator. A napkin covered it, but nothing lurked beneath its folds beyond a plate of ham sandwiches and other such harmless matter. Harriet recognised the scout. It's Annie, isn't it? Are you on the kitchen staff now? No, madam, no, I'll wait upon the hall in the senior common room. How are your little girls getting on? I think Miss Lidgett said you had 2 little girls. Yes, madam. Oh, how kind of you to ask. Annie's face beamed with pleasure. They're splendid. Oxford suits them, after living in a manufacturing town where we was before. Are you fond of children, madam? Oh, yes, said Harriet. Actually, she didn't care much about children, but one can scarcely say so bluntly to those possessed of these blessings. You ought to be married and have some of your own, madam. Oh, there, I oughtn't to have said that. Well, it's not my place. But it seems to me a dreadful thing to see all these unmarried ladies living together. It isn't natural, is it? Well, Annie, it's all according to taste, and one has to wait for the right person to come along. Oh, that's very true, madam. Harriet suddenly recollected that Annie's husband had been queer or committed suicide or something unfortunate, and wondered whether her commonplace had been a tactful one. But Annie seemed quite pleased with it. She smiled again. She had large, light blue eyes, and Harriet thought she must have been a very good-looking woman before she got so thin and worried-looking. I'm sure I hope he'll come along for you. Or perhaps you're engaged to be married. Harriet frowned. She had no particular liking for the question, and did not want to discuss her private affairs with the college servants. But there seemed to be no impertinent intention behind the inquiry, so she answered pleasantly, not just yet, but you never know. How do you like the new library? Oh, it's a very handsome room, isn't it, madam? But it seems a great shame to keep up this big place just for women to study books in. I can't see what girls want with books. Books won't teach them to be good wives. What dreadful opinions, said Harriet. Whatever made you take a job in a women's college, Annie? The scout's face clouded. Well, madam, I've had my misfortunes. I was glad to take what I could get. Oh, yes, of course. No, I was only joking. Do you like the work? Oh, it's quite all right, but some of these clever ladies are a bit queer, don't you think, madam? Funny, I mean, no heart in them. Harriet remembered that there had been misunderstandings with Miss Hilliard. Oh, no, she said briskly. Of course, they're very busy people and haven't much time for outside interests, but they're all very kind. Yes, madam, I'm sure they mean to be. But I always think of what it says in the Bible about much learning hath made thee mad. Isn't the right thing? Harriet looked up sharply and caught an odd look in the scout's eyes. What do you mean by that, Annie? Nothing at all, madam. Only funny things go on sometimes, but of course being a visitor you wouldn't know, and it's not my place to mention them, being only a servant nowadays. I certainly, said Harriet, rather alarmed, wouldn't mention anything of the kind you suggest to outside people or visitors. If you have any complaint to make, you should speak to the bursar or the warden. Oh, I haven't any complaint, madam. But you may have heard about rude words being written up on walls and about things that were burnt in the quad. Why, there was a bit in the paper about that. Well, you find, madam, they all happened since a certain person came into the college. What person? Said Harriet sternly. One of these learned ladies, madam. Well, perhaps I'd better not say anything more about that. You write detective books, don't you, madam? Well, you'll find something in that lady's past, you may be sure of it. At least that's what a good many people are saying. And it ain't a nice thing for anybody to be in the same place with a woman like that. I feel quite sure you must be mistaken, Annie. I shall be very careful how you spread about a tale of that kind. You better run along back to the hall now. I expect they'll be needing you. So that was what the servants were saying. Mr. Vine, of course. She was the learned lady whose arrival had coincided with the beginning of the disturbances. Coincided more exactly than Annie could know, unless she too had seen that drawing in the quad at the Gaudy. Curious woman, Mr. Vine, and undoubtedly with a varied experience behind those disconcerting eyes. But Harriet was inclined to like her, and she certainly didn't look mad in the way that the poison pen was mad. Though it would not be surprising to learn that she had a streak of fanaticism somewhere. What, by the way, had she been doing during the previous night? She had rooms at the moment in the new quad. There was probably little likelihood of proving an alibi for her now. Mr. Vine, well, she would have to be put on the same footing as everybody else. The opening of the library took place without a hitch. The Chancellor unlocked the door with the plated key, unaware that the same key had opened it under curious circumstances the night before. Harriet watched carefully the faces of the assembled dons and scouts. None of them showed any sign of surprise, anger, or disappointment at the decorous appearance of the library. Miss Hudson was present, looking cheerfully unconcerned. Miss Cattermole, too, was there. She looked as though she'd been crying. And Harriet noticed that she stood in a corner by herself and talked to nobody until, at the conclusion of the ceremony, a dark girl in spectacles made her way through the crowd to her, and they walked away together. Later in the day, Harriet went to the warden to make her promised report. She pointed out the difficulty of dealing with an outbreak like that of the previous night single-handed. A careful patrol of the quads and passages by a number of helpers would probably have resulted in the capture of the culprit, and the whole of the suspects could, in any case, have been checked up at an early moment. She strongly advised enlisting some women from Miss Climpson's agency, the nature of which she explained. "I see the point," replied the warden, "but I find that at least 2 members of the senior common room feel very strong objections to that course of action." "I know," said Harriet. "Miss Allison and Miss Barton. Why?" "I think, too," pursued the warden, without answering this question, "that the matter presents certain difficulties. What would the students think of these strangers prowling about the college at night? They'll wonder why police duties cannot be undertaken by ourselves, and we can hardly inform them that we ourselves are particularly under suspicion. And to perform such duties as you suggest properly, quite a large number would be required, if all the strategic points are to be held. Then these persons will be quite ignorant of the conditions of college life, and might easily make unfortunate mistakes by following and questioning the wrong people. I do not see how we could avoid a very unpleasant scandal and some complaints." "Well, I see all that, warden, but all the same that is the quickest solution." The warden bent her head over a handsome piece of tapestry work on which she was engaged. "I cannot feel it to be very desirable. I know you will say that the whole situation is undesirable. I quite agree with you." She looked up. "I suppose, Miss Vane, you could not yourself spare the time to assist us?" "Well, I could spare the time," said Harriet slowly, "but without help it's going to be very difficult. If there were only 1 or 2 people who were exonerated without a shadow of doubt, it would be very much easier. Miss Spartan assisted you very ably last night." "Yes," said Harriet, "but how shall I put it? If I were writing a story about this, the person first on the spot would be the first to be suspected." The warden selected an orange skein from her basket and threaded her needle deliberately. "Will you explain that, please?" Harriet explained carefully. "That is very clearly put," said Dr. Baring. "I understand perfectly. Now, about the student, Miss Hudson. Her explanation does not seem to be very satisfactory. She could not possibly have expected to get food from the buttery at that hour, and in fact she did not." "No," said Harriet, "but I know quite well that in my day it wasn't too difficult to get round the right side of the head scout to leave the hatch open all night. Then if one had a late essay or anything and felt hungry, one went down and got what one wanted." "Dear me," said the warden. "We were all quite honourable about it," said Harriet, "and entered it all on the slate so that it figured in our battles at the end of term, though there were some items of cold meat and dripping that must have been camouflaged a bit. Still, I think Miss Hudson's explanation will pass muster. Actually, the hatch was locked. Actually, it was. As a matter of fact, I've seen Carrie, and she assures me that it was locked at 10:30 last night as usual. She admits that Miss Hudson asked her to leave it open, but says she didn't do so because only last night the bursar had given special instructions about the locking of the hatch and the buttery. That would be after the meeting, no doubt. She also says that she had been more particular this term than she used to be because of a little trouble there was over the same thing last term. Well, I see there is no proof against Miss Hudson. I believe she is rather a lively young woman, however, so it may be as well to keep an eye on her. She is very able, but her antecedents are not particularly refined, and I dare say it is possible that she might look upon even the disagreeable expressions found in the communications in the light of a joke. I tell you this not to create any prejudice against the girl, but merely for whatever evidential value it may possess." "Thank you. Well then, Warden, if you feel it is impossible to call in outside help, I suggest that I should stay in college for a week or so, ostensibly to help Miss Lydgate with her book and to do some research on my own account in Bodley." I could then make a few more investigations. If nothing decisive results by the end of term, I really think the question of engaging professionals will have to be faced." "Well, that is a very generous offer," said the warden. "We shall be exceedingly grateful to you." "I ought to warn you," said Harriet, "that one or two of the senior members do not approve of me." "Well, that may make it a little more difficult. But if you are ready to put up with that unpleasantness in the interests of the college, it can only increase our sense of gratitude. I cannot too strongly emphasize how exceedingly important it is to avoid publicity. Nothing is more prejudicial to the college in particular, and to university women in general, than spiteful and ill-informed gossip in the press. The students so far seem to have been very loyal. If any of them had been discreet, we should certainly have heard of it by now. How about Miss Flaxman's young man at New College? Both he and Miss Flaxman have behaved quite well. At first, naturally, it was taken to be a purely personal matter. When the situation developed, I spoke to Miss Flaxman and received her assurance that she and her fiancé would keep the whole thing to themselves until it could be properly cleared up." "I see," said Harriet. "Well, we must do what we can. One thing I would like to suggest, and that is some of the passage lights should be left on at night. It is difficult enough to patrol a large set of buildings in the light. In the dark, it's impossible." "That's reasonable," replied Dr. Baring. "I'll speak to the bursar about it." And with this unsatisfactory arrangement, Harriet was obliged to be content. Chapter 7. "My dear Clarice, be not sad, nor with these furies daunted, but let these female fools be mad, with hellish pride enchanted. Let not thy noble thoughts descend so low as their affections, whom neither counsel can amend, nor yet the gods' corrections." Michael Drayton. It was a matter of mild public interest at Shrewsbury College that Miss Harriet Vane, the well-known detective novelist, was spending a couple of weeks in college while engaged in research at the Bodleian upon the life and work of Sheridan Le Fanu. The excuse was good enough. Harriet really was gathering material in a leisurely way for a study of Le Fanu, though the Bodleian was not perhaps the ideal source for it. But there must be some reason given for her presence, and Oxford is willing enough to believe that the Bodleian is the hub of the scholar's universe. She was able to find enough references among the periodical publications to justify an optimistic answer to kindly inquiries about her progress. And if, in fact, she snoozed a great deal in the arms of Duke Humphrey by day, to make up for those hours of the night spent in snooping about the corridors, she was probably not the only person in Oxford to find the atmosphere of old leather and central heating favourable to slumber. At the same time, she devoted a good many hours to establishing order among Miss Lydgate's chaotic proofs. The introduction was rewritten, and the obliterated passages restored from the author's capacious memory. The disfigured pages were replaced from fresh proof sheets. 59 errors and obscurities in the cross-references were eliminated. The rejoinder to Mr. Elkbottom was incorporated in the text and made more vigorous and conclusive, and the authorities at the press began to speak quite hopefully about the date of publication. Whether because Harriet's night prowlings, or perhaps the mere knowledge that the circle of suspects was so greatly narrowed, had intimidated the poison pen, or for some other reason, there were few outbreaks during the next few days. One tiresome episode was the complete stopping up of the lavatory basin drain in the SCR cloakroom. This was found to be due to some torn fragments of material which had been rammed firmly down through the grid with the help of a fine rod, and which, when the plumber had got them out, proved to be the remains of a pair of fabric gloves, stained with brown paint and quite unidentifiable as anybody's property. Another was the noisy emergence of the missing library keys from the interior of a roll of photographs, which Miss Pike had left for half an hour in one of the lecture rooms before using them to illustrate some remarks about the Parthenon frieze. Neither of these episodes led to any discovery. The senior common room behaved to Harriet with that scrupulous and impersonal respect for a person's mission in life which scholarly tradition imposes. It was clear to them that, once established as the official investigator, she must be allowed to investigate without interference. Nor did they hasten to her with protestations of innocence or cries of indignation. They treated the situation with a fine detachment, making little reference to it, and confining the conversation in common room to matters of general and university interest. In solemn and ritual order they invited her to consume sherry or coffee in their rooms, and refrained from comment upon one another. Miss Barton, indeed, went out of her way to invite Harriet's opinion upon women in the modern state, and to consult her on the subject of conditions in Germany. It is true that she flatly disagreed with many of the opinions expressed, but only objectively and without personal rancour. The vexed subject of the amateur's right to investigate crimes was decently shelved. Miss Hilliard also, setting aside animosity, took pains to interrogate Harriet about the technical aspects of such historical crimes as the murder of Sir Edmund Berry Godfrey and the alleged poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury by the Countess of Essex. Such overtures might, of course, be policy, but Harriet was inclined to attribute them to a careful instinct for propriety. With Mr. Vine she had many interesting conversations. The fellow's personality attracted and puzzled her very much. More than with any other of the dons, she felt that with Mr. Vine the devotion to the intellectual life was the result not of the untroubled following of a natural or acquired bias, but of a powerful spiritual call, overriding other possible tendencies and desires. She felt inquisitive enough, without any prompting, about Mr. Vine's past life. But inquiry was difficult, and she always emerged from an encounter with a feeling that she had told more than she'd learnt. She could guess at a history of conflict, but she found it difficult to believe that Mr. Vine was unaware of her own repressions or unable to control them. With a view to establishing friendly relations with the junior common room, Harriet further steeled herself to compose and deliver a talk on detection in fact and fiction for a college literary society. This was perilous work. To the unfortunate case in which she had herself figured as the suspected party, she naturally made no allusion. Nor in the ensuing discussion was anybody so tactless as to mention it. The Wilvercombe murder was a different matter. There was no obvious reason why she shouldn't tell the students about that, and it seemed unkind to deprive them of a legitimate thrill on the purely personal grounds that it was a bore to have to mention Lord Peter Wimsey in every second sentence. Her exposition, though perhaps erring slightly on the dry and academic side, was received with hearty applause, and at the end of the meeting the senior student, one Miss Milbanks, invited her to coffee. Miss Milbanks had her room in Queen Elizabeth, and had furnished it with a good deal of taste. She was a tall, elegant girl, obviously well-to-do, much better dressed than the majority of the students, and carrying her intellectual attainments easily. She had a minor scholarship without emoluments, declaring publicly that she was a scholar only because she would not be seen dead in the ridiculous short gown of a commoner. As alternatives to coffee, she offered Harriet the choice of Madeira or a cocktail, politely regretting that the inadequacy of college arrangements made it impossible to provide ice for the shaker. Harriet, who disliked cocktails after dinner, and had consumed Madeira and sherry on an almost wearisome number of occasions since her arrival in Oxford, accepted the coffee, and chuckled as cups and glasses were filled. Miss Milbanks inquired courteously what the joke was. "Only," said Harriet, "that I gathered the other day from an article in the Morning Star that undergraduates, in the journalist's disgusting phrase, lived entirely on cocoa." "Journalists," said Miss Milbank condescendingly, "are always 30 years behind the times. Have you ever seen cocoa in college, Miss Fowler?" "Oh, yes," said Miss Fowler. She was a dark, thick-set third year, dressed in a very grubby sweater, which, as she had previously explained, she had not had time to change, having been afflicted with an essay up to the moment of attending Harriet's talk. Yes, I've seen it in Don's rooms, occasionally, but I've always looked on that as a kind of infantilism." "Isn't it a reliving of the heroic past?" suggested Miss Milbanks. "Oh, les beaux jours que ce siècle de fer," and so on. "Groupists drink cocoa," added another third year. She was thin, with an eager, scornful face, and made no apology for her sweater, apparently thinking such matters beneath her notice. "But they are oh so tender to the failings of others," said Miss Milbanks. "Miss Layton was changed once, but she has now changed back. It was good while it lasted." Miss Layton, curled on a poof by the fire, lifted a wicked little heart-shaped face alight with mischief. "I did enjoy telling people what I thought of them. Too rapturous, especially confessing in public the evil thoughts I had about that woman Flaxman." "Bother Flaxman," said the dark girl shortly. Her name was Haydock, and she was, as Harriet presently discovered, considered to be a safe history first. She's setting the whole second year by the ears. I don't like her influence at all, and if you ask me, there's something very wrong with Catamole. Goodness knows I don't want any of this business of being my brother's keeper. We had quite enough of that at school, but it'll be awkward if Catamole is driven into doing something drastic. As senior student, Lillian, don't you think you could do something about it? My dear, protested Miss Milbanks, what can anybody do? I can't forbid Flaxman to make people's lives a burden to them. If I could, I wouldn't. You don't surely expect me to exercise authority. It's bad enough hounding people to college meetings. The SCR don't understand our sad lack of enthusiasm. In their day, said Harriet, I think people had a passion for meetings and organisation. There are plenty of intercollegiate meetings, said Miss Layton. We discuss things a great deal and are indignant about the proctorial rules for mixed parties, but our enthusiasm for internal affairs is more restrained. Well, I think, said Miss Haydock bluntly, we sometimes overdo the laissez-aller side of it. If there's a big blow-up, it won't pay anybody. Do you mean about Flaxman's cutting-out expeditions, or about the ragging affair? By the way, Miss Vane, I suppose you've heard about the college mystery. I've heard something, replied Harriet cautiously. It seems to be all very tiresome. It'll be extremely tiresome if it isn't stopped, said Miss Haydock. I say we ought to do a spot of private investigation ourselves. The SCR don't seem to be making much progress. Well, the last effort at investigation wasn't very satisfactory, said Miss Milbanks. Meaning Catamole? I don't believe it's Catamole. She's too obvious, and she hasn't the guts. She could and does make an ass of herself, but she wouldn't go about it so secretively. Well, there's nothing against Catamole, said Miss Fowler, except that somebody wrote Flaxman an offensive letter on the occasion of her swiping Catamole's young man. Catamole was the obvious suspect then, but why should she do all these other things? Surely, Miss Layton appealed to Harriet, surely the obvious suspect is always innocent. Harriet laughed, and Miss Milbanks said, Yes, but I do think Catamole is getting to the stage when she'd do almost anything to attract attention. Well, I don't believe it's Catamole, said Miss Haydock. Why should she write letters to me? Did you have one? Yes, but it was only a kind of wish that I should plough in schools, the usual silly thing made of pasted-up letters. I burnt it and took Catamole into dinner on the strength of it. Good for you, said Miss Fowler. I had one too, said Miss Layton, a beauty, about there being a reward in hell for women who went my way. So, acting on the suggestion given, I forwarded it to my future address by way of the fireplace. All the same, said Miss Milbanks, it is rather disgusting. I don't mind the letters so much, it's the rags and the writing on the wall. If any snoopy person from outside happened to get hold of it, there'd be a public stink, and that would be a bore. I don't pretend to much public spirit, but I admit to some. We don't want to get the whole college gated by way of reprisals, and I'd rather not have it said that we were living in a madhouse. Too shame-making, agreed Miss Layton. Though, of course, you may get an isolated queer specimen anywhere. There are some oddities in the first year, all right, said Miss Fowler. Why is it that every year seems to get shriller and scrubbier than the last? They always did, said Harriet. Yes, said Miss Haydock, I expect the third year said the same about us when we first came up. But it's a fact that we had none of this trouble before we had this bunch of freshers in. Harriet did not contradict this, not wishing to focus suspicion on either the SCR or the unfortunate Catamole, who, as everybody would remember, was up during the Gaudy, waging simultaneous war against despised love and responsions. She did ask, however, whether any suspicion had fallen upon other students besides Miss Catamole. Not definitely, no, replied Miss Milbanks. There's Hudson, of course. She came up from school with a bit of a reputation for ragging, but in my opinion she's quite sound. I should call the whole of our year pretty sound, and Catamole really has only herself to thank. I mean, she's asking for trouble. How? Said Harriet. Various ways, said Miss Milbanks, with a caution which suggested that Harriet was too much in the confidence of the SCR to be trusted with details. She's rather inclined to break rules for the sake of it, which is all right if you get a kick out of it, but she doesn't. Catamole's going in off the deep end, said Miss Haydock. Wants to show young what's-his-name Paddington he isn't the only pebble on the beach. Well, it's all very well, but she's being a bit blatant. She's simply pursuing that lad Pomfret. That fair-faced goop at Queen's, said Miss Fowler. Well, she's going to be unlucky again, because Flaxman is steadily hauling him off. "Curse Flaxman," said Miss Haydock. "Can't she leave other people's men alone? She's bagged Farringdon. I do think she might leave Pomfret for Catamole." "She hates to leave anybody anything," said Miss Layton. "I hope," said Miss Milbanks, "she's not been trying to collect your Geoffrey." "I'm not giving her the opportunity," said Miss Layton with an impish grin. "Geoffrey's sound. Yes, darlings, definitely sound. But I'm taking no chances. Last time we had him to tea in the JCR, Flaxman came undulating in. So sorry, she had no idea anybody was there, and she'd left a book behind. With the engaged label on the door, as large as life, I did not introduce Geoffrey." "Did you want to?" inquired Miss Haydock. "Asked who she was, I said she was the Templeton scholar and the world's heavyweight in the way of learning. That put him off." "What'll Geoffrey do when you pull off your first, my child?" demanded Miss Haydock. "Well, Eve, it will be awkward if I do that. Poor lamb. I shall have to make him believe I only did it by looking fragile and pathetic at the viva." And Miss Layton did, indeed, contrive to look fragile and pathetic and anything but learned. Nevertheless, on inquiry from Miss Lydgate, Harriet discovered that she was an extremely well-fancied favourite for the English school, and was taking, of all things, a language special. If the dry bones of philology could be made to live by Miss Layton, then she was a very dark horse indeed. Harriet felt a respect for her brains. So unexpected a personality might be capable of anything. So much for third-year opinion. Harriet's first personal encounter with the second year was more dramatic. The college had been so quiet for the last week that Harriet gave herself a holiday from police duty and went to a private dance given by a contemporary of her own who had married and settled in North Oxford. Returning between 12 and 1, she garaged the car in the Dean's private garage, let herself quietly through the grille dividing the traffic entrance from the rest of the college, and began to cross the old quad towards Tudor. The weather had turned finer, and there was a pale glimmer of cloudy moonlight. Against that glimmer, Harriet, skirting the corner of Burley Building, observed something humped and strange about the outline of the eastern wall, close to where the principal's private postern led out into St. Cross Road. It seemed clear that here, in the words of the old song, was "a man where nae man should be." If she shouted at him, he would drop over on the outside wall and be lost. She had the key of the postern with her, having been trusted with a complete set of keys for patrol purposes. Pulling her black evening cloak about her face and stepping softly, Harriet ran quickly down the grass path between the warden's house and the fellow's garden, let herself silently out into St. Cross Road, and stood beneath the wall. As she emerged, a second dark form stepped out from the shadows and said urgently, "Oi!" The gentleman on the wall looked round, exclaimed, "Oh, hell!" and scrambled down in a hurry. His friend made off at a smart pace, but the wall climber seemed to have damaged himself in his descent and made but poor speed. Harriet, who was nimble enough, for all she was over 9 years down from Oxford, gave chase and came up with him a few yards from the corner of Jowett Walk. The accomplice, now well away, looked back hesitating. "Clear out, old boy!" yelled the captive, and then, turning to Harriet, remarked with a sheepish grin, "Oh, well, it's a fair cop. I busted my ankle or something." "And what were you doing on our wall, sir?" demanded Harriet. In the moonlight she beheld a fresh, fair, and ingenuous face, youthfully rounded, and at the moment disturbed by an expression of mingled apprehension and amusement. He was a very tall and very large young man, but Harriet had clasped him in a wiry grip that he could scarcely shake off without hurting her, and he showed no disposition to use violence. "Just having a beano," said the young man promptly. "A bet, you know, and all that. Hang my cap on the tip-top branch of Shrewsbury Beeches. My friend there was the witness. I seem to have lost, don't I?" "In that case," said Harriet severely, "where's your cap? And your gown, if it comes to that. And, sir, your name and college." "Well," said the young man impudently, "if it comes to that, where and what are yours?" When one's 32nd birthday is no more than a matter of months away, such a question is flattering. Harriet laughed. "My dear young man, do you take me for an undergraduate? "A Don, a female Don, God help us," exclaimed the young man, whose spirits appeared to be sustained, though not unduly exalted, by spirituous liquors. "Well?" said Harriet. "I don't believe it," said the young man, scanning her face as closely as he could in the feeble light. "Not possible. Too young, too charming, too much sense of humour." "A great deal too much sense of humour to let you get away with that, my lad, and no sense of humour at all about this intrusion." "I say," said the young man, "well, I really am most frightfully sorry. Mere light-heartedness and all that kind of thing. No, honestly, we weren't doing any harm. Quite definitely not. I mean, we were just winning the bet and going away quietly. Oh, I say, do be a sport. I mean, you're not the warden or dean or anything. I know them. Couldn't you overlook it?" "It's all very well," said Harriet, "but we can't have this sort of thing. It doesn't do. You must see that it doesn't do." "Oh, I do see," agreed the young man. "Absolutely, definitely. It's a dashed silly thing to do. Open to misinterpretation." He winced and drew up one leg to rub his injured ankle. "But when you do see a tempting bit of wall like that—" "Oh, yes," said Harriet. "What is the temptation? Just come and show me, will you?" She led him firmly, despite his protests, towards the postern. "Oh, I see, yes. A brick or two out of that buttress. Excellent foothold. You'd almost think they'd been knocked out on purpose, wouldn't you? And a handy tree in the fellow's garden. Well, the bursar will have to see it. Are you well acquainted with that buttress, young man?" "Well, it's known to exist," admitted her captive. "But look here, we weren't calling on anybody or anything of that kind, you know, if you know what I mean." "I hope not," said Harriet. No, we were all on our own," explained the young man eagerly. "Nobody else involved. Good heavens, no. And look here, I bust my ankle, and we shall be gated anyhow, and— Oh, dear, kind lady." At this moment a loud groan resounded from within the college wall. The young man's face became filled with agonized alarm. "What's that?" asked Harriet. I really couldn't say," said the young man. The groan was repeated. Harriet grasped the undergraduate tightly by the arm and led him along to the postern. "But look here," said the gentleman, limping dolefully beside her. "You mustn't— please don't think—" "I'm going to see what's the matter," said Harriet. She unlocked the postern, drew her captive in with her, and relocked the gate. Under the wall, just beneath the spot where the young man had been perched, lay a huddled figure, which was apparently suffering acute internal agonies of some kind. "Look here," said the young man, abandoning all pretence. Look, I'm most frightfully sorry about this. I'm afraid we were a bit thoughtless. I mean, we didn't notice. Look, I'm afraid she isn't very well, and we didn't notice how it was, you know." "The girl's drunk," said Harriet uncompromisingly. She had, in the bad old days, seen too many young poets similarly afflicted to make any mistake about the symptoms. "Well, I'm afraid— Yes, well, that's about it," said the young man. "Rogers will mix 'em so strong. But look here, honestly, there's no harm done, and I mean—" said Harriet. "Well, don't shout. That house is the warden's lodgings." "Hell," said the young man for the second time. "I say, you are going to be sporting." "That depends," said Harriet. "As a matter of fact, you've been extraordinarily lucky. I'm not one of the dons. I'm only staying in college, so I am a free agent." "Bless you," exclaimed the young man fervently. "Don't be in a hurry. You'll have to tell me about this. Who is the girl, anyway?" The patient here gave another groan. "Oh, dear," said the undergraduate. "Don't worry," said Harriet. "She'll be sick in a minute." She walked over and inspected the sufferer. "It's all right. You can preserve a gentlemanly reticence. I know her. Her name's Catamole. What's yours?" "My name's Pomfret, of Queen's." "Ah," said Harriet. "We threw a party round in my friend's rooms," explained Mr. Pomfret. "At least it started as a meeting, but it ended as a party. Nothing went wrong whatever. Miss Catamole came along for a joke, all clean fun. Only there were a lot of us, and between one thing and another we had a few too many, and then we found Miss Catamole was rather under the weather. So we got her collected up, and Rogers and I—" "Yes, I see," said Harriet. Not very creditable, was it? No, it's rotten, admitted Mr. Pomfret. Had she got leave to attend the meeting? And late leave? I don't know, said Mr. Pomfret, disturbed. I'm afraid... look here. Look, it's all rather tiresome. I mean, she doesn't belong to the society. What society? The society that was meeting. I think she pushed in for a joke. Gate crashed you? Well, that probably means no late leave. Sounds serious, said Mr. Pomfret. It's serious for her, said Harriet. You'll get off with a fine or a gating, I suppose, but we have to be more particular. It's a nasty-minded world, and our rules have to remember that fact. I know, said Mr. Pomfret. As a matter of fact, we were dashed worried. We had a devil of a job getting her along, he burst out confidentially. Fortunately, it was only from this end of Long Wall. Phew! He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. Anyhow, he went on, I'm thankful you aren't a Don. Well, that's all very well, said Harriet austerely, but I am a senior member of college, and I must feel responsibility. This isn't the kind of thing one wants. She turned a cold glance on the unfortunate Miss Cattermole, to whom the worst was happening. Well, I'm sure we don't want it, said Mr. Pomfret, averting his eyes. But what can we do? It's no good trying to corrupt your porter, he added ingenuously. It's been tried. Indeed, said Harriet. No, you wouldn't get much change out of Paget. Was anybody else there from Shrewsbury? Yes, Miss Flaxman and Miss Blake. But they had ordinary leave to come and went off at about 11, so they're all right. They ought to have taken Miss Cattermole with them. Well, of course, said Mr. Pomfret. He looked gloomier than ever. Obviously, thought Harriet, Miss Flaxman would not mind at all if Miss Cattermole got into trouble. Miss Blake's motive was more obscure, but she was probably only weak-minded. Harriet was fired with a quite unscrupulous determination that Miss Cattermole should not get into trouble if she could prevent it. She went across to the limp form and hauled it to its feet. Miss Cattermole groaned dismally. She'll do now, said Harriet. I wonder where the little fool's room is. Do you know? Well, as a matter of fact, I do, replied Mr. Pomfret. Sounds bad, but there. People do show people their rooms, you know. All regulations notwithstanding and all that. It's somewhere over there, through that archway. He waved a vague hand towards the new quad at the other end of nowhere. Heavens, said Harriet, it would be. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to give me a hand with her. She's a bit too much for me, and she can't stay here in the damp. If anybody sees us, you'll have to go through with it. How's the ankle? Better, thanks, said Mr. Pomfret. I think I can make shift to stagger a bit. I say, you're being very decent. Look, get on with the job, said Harriet grimly, and don't waste time on speeches. Miss Cattermole was a thickly built young woman, and no inconsiderable weight. She had also reached the stage of complete inertia. For Harriet, hampered by high-heeled shoes, and for Mr. Pomfret, afflicted with a gammy ankle, the progress across the quad was anything but triumphal. It was also rather noisy, what with the squeaking of stone and gravel under their feet, and the grunts and shuffling of the limp figure between them. At every moment Harriet expected to hear a window thrust up, or to see the shape of an agitated Don come rushing out to demand some explanation of Mr. Pomfret's presence at that early hour of the morning. It was with very great relief that she at last found the right doorway and propelled Miss Cattermole's helpless form through it. "What next?" inquired Mr. Pomfret in a hoarse whisper. "I must let you out. I don't know where your room is, but I can't have you wandering all over college. Now, wait a minute. We'll deposit her in the nearest bathroom. Here you are, round the corner. Now, easy does it." Mr. Pomfret again bent obligingly to the task. "There," said Harriet. She laid Miss Cattermole on her back on the bathroom floor, took the key from the lock, and came out, securing the door behind her. "She must stay there for the moment. Now we'll get rid of you. I don't think anybody saw us. If we're met on the way back, you were at Mrs. Heman's dance and saw me home. Get that? It's not very convincing, because you oughtn't to have done any such thing, but it's better than the truth." "I only wish I had been at Mrs. Heman's dance," said the grateful Mr. Pomfret. "I'd have danced every dance with you and all the extras. Do you mind telling me who you are?" "My name's Vane, and you'd better not start being enthusiastic too soon. I'm not considering your welfare particularly. Do you know Miss Cattermole well?" "Rather well. Oh, yes, naturally. I mean, we know some of the same people and that sort of thing. As a matter of fact, she used to be engaged to an old schoolfellow of mine, New College man, only that fell through and all that. No affair of mine, but you know how it is. One knows people, and one kind of goes on knowing them, and there you are." "Yes, I see. Well, Mr. Pomfret, I'm not anxious to get either you or Miss Cattermole into a row." "I knew you were a sport," cried Mr. Pomfret. "Look, don't shout. But this sort of thing cannot go on. There must be no more late parties and no more climbing over walls, you understand? Not with anybody. It's not fair. If I go to the Dean with this story, nothing much will happen to you, but Miss Cattermole will be lucky if she's not sent down. Now, for God's sake, stop being an ass. There are much better ways of enjoying Oxford than fooling around at midnight with the women's students." "I know there are. I think it's all rather rot, really." "Then why do it?" "I don't know. Why does one do idiotic things?" "Why?" said Harriet. They were passing the end of the chapel, and Harriet stood still to give emphasis to what she was saying. "I'll tell you why, Mr. Pomfret. Because you haven't the guts to say no when somebody asks you to be a sport. That tomfool word has got more people in trouble than all the rest of the dictionary put together. If it's sporting to encourage girls to break rules and drink more than they can carry and get themselves into a mess on your account, then I'd stop being a sport and try being a gentleman." "Oh, I say," said Mr. Pomfret, hurt. "Now, I mean it," said Harriet. "Well, I see your point," said Mr. Pomfret, shifting his feet uneasily. Well, I'll do my best about it. You've been dashed you've behaved like a perfect gentleman about all this." He grinned. "And I'll try to— Good Lord, here's somebody coming." A quick patter of slippered feet along the passage between the hall and Queen Elizabeth was approaching rapidly. On an impulse, Harriet stepped back and pushed open the chapel door. "Get in," she said. Mr. Pomfret slipped hastily in behind her. Harriet shut the door on him and stood quietly in front of it. The footsteps came nearer, came opposite the porch and stopped suddenly. The night walker uttered a little squeak. "Oh!" "What is it?" said Harriet. "Oh, miss, it's you. Oh, you gave me such a start. Did you see anything?" "See what? Who is it, by the way?" "It's Emily, miss. I sleep in the new quad, miss, and I woke up and I made sure I heard a man's voice in the quadrangle. And I looked out, and there he was, miss, as plain, coming this way with one of the young ladies. So I slipped on my slippers, miss, and—" "Damn," said Harriet to herself. "Better tell part of the truth, though." "It's all right, Emily. It was a friend of mine. He came in with me and wanted very much to see the new quad by moonlight, so we just walked across and back again." A poor excuse, but probably less suspicious than a flat denial. "Oh, I see, miss. Oh, I beg your pardon. But I get that nervous with one thing and another. And it's unusual, if you'll excuse me saying so, miss." "Yes, very," said Harriet, strolling gently away in the direction of the new quad, so that the scout was bound to follow her. "It was stupid of me not to think it might disturb people. I'll mention it to the Dean in the morning. You did quite right to come down." "Well, miss, of course, I didn't know it was. And the Dean is so particular. And with all these queer things happening—" "Yes, absolutely. Of course, I'm really very sorry to have been so thoughtless. The gentleman has gone now, so you won't get woken up again." Emily seemed doubtful. She was one of those people who never feel they've said a thing till they've said it 3 times over. She paused at the foot of her staircase to say everything again. Harriet listened impatiently, thinking of Mr. Pomfret fuming in the chapel. At last she got rid of the scout and turned back. Complicated, thought Harriet. Silly situation, like a farce. Emily thinks she's caught a student. I think I've caught a poltergeist. We catch each other. Young Pomfret parked in the chapel. He thinks I'm kindly shielding him and Cattermole. Having carefully hidden Pomfret, I have to admit he was there. But if Emily had been the poltergeist, and perhaps she is, then I couldn't have had Pomfret helping to chase her. Oh, this kind of sleuthing is very confusion-making. She pushed open the chapel door. The porch was empty. "Damn," said Harriet irreverently. "The idiot's gone." Perhaps he's gone inside, though. She looked in through the inner door and was relieved to see a dark figure faintly outlined against the pale oak of the stalls. Then, with a sudden violent shock, she became aware of a second dark figure, poised strangely, it seemed, in mid-air. "Hello," said Harriet. In the thin light of the south windows, she saw the flash of a white shirt front as Mr. Pomfret turned. "It's only me. What's that?" She took a torch from her handbag and recklessly switched it on. The beam showed a dismal shape dangling from the canopy above the stalls. It was swinging a little to and fro, and turning slowly as it swung. Harriet darted forward. "Morbid kind of imagination these girls have got, haven't they?" said Mr. Pomfret. Harriet contemplated the M.A. cap and gown, arranged over a dress and bolster, hitched by a thin cord on one of the terminals with which the architect had decorated the canopies. "Bread knife stuck through the tummy, too," pursued Mr. Pomfret. "Gave me quite a turn, as my aunt would say. Did you catch the young woman?" "No. Was she in here?" "Oh, definitely," said Mr. Pomfret. "Thought I'd retreat a bit farther, you know. So in I came. Then I saw that. So I came along to investigate and heard somebody scrambling out by the other door, over there." He pointed vaguely towards the north side of the building, where a door led into the vestry. Harriet hastened to look. The door was open, and the outer vestry door, though shut, had been unlocked from within. She peered out. All was quiet. "Bother them and their rags," said Harriet, returning. "No, I didn't meet the lady. She must have got away while I was taking Emily back to the new quad. Just my luck." She muttered the last explanation under her breath. It was really sickening to have had the poltergeist under her hand like that, and to have been distracted by Emily. She went up to the dummy again, and saw that a paper was pinned to its middle by the bread knife. "Quotations from the classics," said Mr. Pomfret easily. "Looks as though somebody had a grouse against your dons." "Silly fools," said Harriet. "Very convincing bit of work, though, come to look at it. If we hadn't found it first, it would have created quite a sensation when we all filed into prayers. A little investigation is indicated. Well, now, it's time you went quietly home and were gated for the good of your soul." She led him down to the postern and let him out. "By the way, Mr. Pomfret, I'd be obliged if you didn't mention this rag to anybody. It's not in the best of taste. One good turn deserves another." "Just as you say," replied Mr. Pomfret. "And look here, may I push round tomorrow? Yeah, at least it's this morning, isn't it? Yes. And make inquiries and all that? Only proper, you know. When shall you be in? Please." "No visitors in the morning," said Harriet promptly. "I don't know what I shall be doing in the afternoon, but you could always ask at the lodge." "Oh, I may? Oh, that's top hole. Yes, I'll call. And if you're not there, I leave a note. I mean, you must come round and have tea or a cocktail or something, and I do honestly promise it shan't happen again if I can help it." "All right. By the way, what time did Miss Cattermole arrive at your friend's place?" About 9:30, I think. Couldn't be sure. Why?" "I only wondered whether her initials were in the porter's book. But I'll see to it. Good night." "Good night," said Mr. Pomfret, "and thanks frightfully." Harriet locked the postern behind him and returned across the quadrangle, feeling that, out of all this absurd tiresomeness, something had been most definitely gained. The dummy could scarcely have been put in position before 9:30, so that Miss Cattermole, through sheer folly, had contrived to give herself a cast-iron alibi. Harriet was so grateful to her for advancing the inquiry by even this small step that she determined the girl should, if possible, be let off the consequences of her escapade. This reminded her that Miss Cattermole still lay on the bathroom floor, waiting to be dealt with. Well, it would be awkward if she had come to her senses in the interval and started to make a noise. But on reaching the new quad and unlocking the door, Harriet found her prisoner in the somnolent stage of her rake's progress. A little research along the corridors revealed that Miss Cattermole slept on the first floor. Harriet opened the door of the room, and as she did so, the door next to it opened also, and a head popped out. "Is that you, Cattermole?" whispered the head. "Oh, I'm sorry." It popped in again. Harriet recognised the girl who had gone up and spoken to Miss Cattermole after the opening of the library. She went to her door, which bore the name of C.I. Briggs, and knocked gently. The head reappeared. "Were you expecting to see Miss Cattermole come in?" Well," said Miss Briggs, I heard somebody at her door, and—" "Oh, it's Miss Vane, isn't it?" "Yes." What made you sit up and wait for Miss Cattermole?" Miss Briggs, who was wearing a woolly coat over her pyjamas, looked a little alarmed. Well, I had some work to do. I was sitting up in any case. Why?" Harriet looked at the girl. She was short and sturdily built, with a plain, strong, sensible face. She appeared trustworthy. "If you're a friend of Miss Cattermole's," said Harriet, "you'd better come and help me upstairs with her. She's down in the bathroom. I found her being helped over the wall by a young man, and she's rather under the weather." "Oh, dear," said Miss Briggs. "Tight?" "I'm afraid so." "She is a fool," said Miss Briggs. "I knew there'd be trouble some day. All right, I'll come." Between them they lugged Miss Cattermole up the noisy, polished stairs and dumped her upon her bed. In grim silence they undressed her and put her between the sheets. "She'll sleep it off now," said Harriet. "I think, by the way, a little explanation wouldn't be a bad idea. How about it?" "Come into my room," said Miss Briggs. "Would you like any hot milk or Ovaltine or coffee or anything?" Harriet accepted hot milk. Miss Briggs put a kettle on the ring in the pantry opposite, came in, stirred up the fire, and sat down on a poof. "Please tell me," said Miss Briggs, "what has happened?" Harriet told her, omitting the names of the gentlemen concerned, but Miss Briggs promptly supplied the omission. "That was Reggie Pomfret, of course," she observed. "Poor blighter. He always gets left with the baby. After all, what is the lad to do if people go chasing him?" "It's awkward," said Harriet. "I mean, you need some knowledge of the world to get out of it gracefully. Does the girl really care for him?" "No," said Miss Briggs, "not really. She just wants somebody or something. You know, she got a nasty knock when her engagement was broken. You see, she and Lionel Farringdon had been childhood friends and so on, and it was all settled before she came up. Then Farringdon got collared by our Miss Flaxman, and there was a frightful bust-up. And there were complications, and Violet Cattermole has gone all unnerved." "I know," said Harriet. "Sort of desperate feeling. I must have a man of my own, that kind of thing." "Yes." "Doesn't matter who he is. I think it's a sort of inferiority complex or something. One must do idiotic things and assert oneself. Am I making myself clear?" "Oh, yes. I understand that perfectly. It happens so often. One just has to make oneself out no end of a little devil. Has this kind of thing happened often?" "Well," confessed Miss Briggs, "more often than I like. I've tried to keep Violet reasonable, but what's the good of preaching to people? When they get into that worked-up state, you might as well talk to the man in the moon. And though it's very tiresome for young Pomfret, he's awfully decent and safe. If he were strong-minded, of course, he'd get out of it. But I'm rather thankful he's not, because if it wasn't for him, it might be some frightful tick or other." "Is anything likely to come of it? Marriage, do you mean?" "Oh, no. No, I think he has enough sense of self-protection to avoid that. And besides, look here, Miss Vane, it really is an awful shame. Miss Flaxman simply cannot leave anybody alone, and she's trying to get Pomfret away too, though she doesn't want him. If only she'd leave poor Violet alone, the whole thing would probably work itself out quite quietly. Mind you, I'm very fond of Violet. She's a decent sort, and she'd be absolutely all right with the right kind of man. She's no business to be up at Oxford at all, really. A nice domestic life with a man to be devoted to is what she really wants. But he'd have to be a solid, decided kind of man, and frightfully affectionate in a firm kind of way. But not Reggie Pomfret, who is a chivalrous young idiot." Miss Briggs poked the fire savagely. "Well," said Harriet, "something has got to be done about all this. I don't want to go to the Dean, but—" "Of course something must be done," said Miss Briggs. "It's extraordinarily lucky it should have been you who spotted it, and not one of the Dons. I've been almost wishing that something might happen. I've been frightfully worried about it. It isn't the kind of thing I know how to cope with at all, but I had to stand by Violet more or less, otherwise I should have simply lost her confidence altogether, and goodness knows what stupid things she'd have done then." "I think you're quite right," said Harriet. "But now perhaps I can have a word with her and tell her to mind her step. After all, she's got to give some guarantee of sensible behaviour if I'm not to report her to the Dean. A spot of benevolent blackmail is indicated, I fancy." "Yes," agreed Miss Briggs. "You can do it. It's exceedingly decent of you. I'll be thankful to be relieved of the responsibility. It's all rather wearing. It does upset one's work. After all, work is what one's here for. I've got honour mods next term, and it's frightfully upsetting, never knowing what's going to happen next. I expect Miss Cattermole relies on you a lot. Yes, said Miss Briggs. But listening to people's confidences does take a time, and I'm not awfully good at wrestling with fits of temperament. The confidant has a very heavy and thankless task, said Harriet. It's not surprising if she goes mad in white linen. It's more surprising if she keeps sane and sensible like you. But I agree that you ought to have the burden taken off your shoulders. Are you the only one? Pretty well. Poor old Violet lost a lot of friends over the uproar. And the business of the anonymous letters? Oh, you've heard about that. Well, of course it wasn't Violet. That's ridiculous. But Flaxman spread the story all over the college, and once you've started an accusation like that, it takes a lot of killing. It does. Well, Miss Briggs, you and I had better go to bed. I'll come along and see Miss Cattermole after breakfast, and don't worry too much. I dare say this upset will be a blessing in disguise. Well, I'll be going now. Can you lend me a strong knife? Miss Briggs, rather astonished, produced a stout penknife and said good night. On our way over to Tudor, Harriet cut down the dangling dummy and carried it away with her for scrutiny and action at a later hour. She felt she badly needed to sleep on the situation. She must have been weary, for she dropped off as soon as she was in bed, and dreamed neither of Peter Wimsey nor of anything else. Chapter 8. Though marking him with melting eyes, a thrilling throb from her heart did arise, and interrupted all her other speech. With some old sorrow that made a new breach, seemed she saw in the youngling's face the old lineaments of his father's grace. Edmund Spenser. The fact remains, said Miss Pike, that I have to lecture at 9. Can anybody lend me a gown? A number of the dons were breakfasting in the SCR dining-room. Harriet entered in time to hear the request, formulated in a high and rather indignant tone. Have you lost your gown, Miss Pike? You could have mine with pleasure, Miss Pike, said little Miss Chilperic mildly, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be nearly long enough. It isn't safe to leave anything in the SCR cloakroom these days, said Miss Pike. I know it was there after dinner because I saw it. You can have mine, suggested Miss Burrows, if you can get it back to me by 10 o'clock. Ask Mr. Vine or Miss Barton, said the Dean. They have no lectures. Or Miss Vane, hers would fit you. Certainly, said Harriet carelessly. Do you want a cap as well? The cap has gone as well, replied Miss Pike. I don't need it for the lecture, but it would be convenient to know where my property has gone to. It's surprising the way things disappear, replied Harriet, helping herself to scrambled eggs. People are very thoughtless. Who, by the way, owns a black semi-evening crepe de chine figured with bunches of red and green poppies, with a draped crossover front, deep-high yoke and flared skirt and sleeves about 3 years out of date? She looked round the dining-room, which was by now fairly well filled with dons. Miss Shaw, you have a very good eye for a frock. Can you identify it? Well, I might if I saw it, said Miss Shaw. I don't recollect one like it from your description. Have you found one? Asked the bursar. Another chapter in the mystery? Suggested Miss Barton. I'm sure none of my students has one like it, said Miss Shaw. They like to come and show me their frocks. I think it's a good thing to take an interest in them. I don't remember a frock like that in the senior common room, said the bursar. Didn't Miss Wrigley have a black-figured crepe de chine? Asked Mrs. Goodwin. Yes, said Miss Shaw, but she's left. And anyhow, hers had a square neck and no hip yoke. I remember it very well. Can't you tell us what the mystery is, Miss Vane? Inquired Miss Lydgate, or is it better that you shouldn't say anything? Well, said Harriet, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't tell you. When I came in last night after my dance, I went the rounds a bit. Ah, said the Dean, I thought I heard somebody going to and fro outside my window, and whispering. Yes, Emily came out and caught me. I think she thought I was the practical joker. Well, I happened to go into the chapel. She told her story, omitting all mention of Mr. Pomfret, and merely saying that the culprit had apparently left by the vestry door. And, she concluded, as a matter of fact, the cap and gown were yours, Miss Pike, and you can have them any time. The bread knife was taken from the hall, presumably, or from here, and the bolster, well, I can't say where they got that. I think I can guess, said the bursar. Miss Trotman is away. She lives on the ground floor of Burley. It would be easy to nip in and bag her bolster." "Why is Miss Trotman away?" asked Miss Shaw. "She never told me." "Father taken ill," said the Dean. "She went off in a hurry yesterday afternoon." "Well, I can't think why she shouldn't have told me," said Miss Shaw. "My students always come to me with their troubles. It's rather upsetting when you think your pupils value your sympathy." "But you were out to tea," said the treasurer practically. "I put a note in your pigeonhole," said the Dean. "Oh," said Miss Shaw. "Oh, well, I didn't see it. I knew nothing about it. It's very odd that nobody should have mentioned it." "Who did know it?" asked Harriet. There was a pause, during which everybody had time to think it strange and improbable that Miss Shaw should not have received the note or heard of Miss Trotman's departure. "It was mentioned at the High last night, I think," said Miss Allison. "I was out to dinner," said Miss Shaw. "I shall go and see if that note's there." Harriet followed her out. The note was there, a sheet of paper folded together and not sealed in an envelope. "Well," said Miss Shaw, "I never saw it." "Anybody might have read that and put it back," said Harriet. "Yes." "Including myself, you mean?" "I didn't say that, Miss Shaw. Anybody." They returned gloomily to the common room. "The joke was perpetrated between dinner time, when Miss Pike lost her gown, and about 1:45 when I found it out," said Harriet. "It would be convenient if anybody could produce a watertight alibi for the whole of that time, particularly for the time after 11:15. I suppose I can find out whether any student had late leave till midnight. Anybody coming in then might have seen something." "I have a list," said the Dean, "and the porter could show you the names of those who came in after 9. Well, that'll help." "In the meantime," said Miss Pike, pushing away her plate and rolling her napkin, "the ordinary duties of the day must be proceeded with. Could I have my gown? Or a gown?" She went over to Tudor with Harriet, who restored the gown and displayed the crepe de chine frock. "I have never seen that dress to my knowledge before," said Miss Pike, "but I cannot pretend to be observant in these matters. It appears to be made for a slender person of medium height." "There's no reason to suppose it belongs to the person who put it there," said Harriet, "any more than your gown." "Of course not," said Miss Pike. "No, no." She gave Harriet an odd, swift glance from her sharp black eyes. "But the owner might provide some clue to the thief. Would it not— pardon me if I am trespassing upon your province— would it not be possible to draw some deduction from the name of the shop where it was bought?" "Well, obviously it would have been," said Harriet. "The tab has been removed." "Oh," said Miss Pike. "Well, I must go to my lecture. As soon as I can find leisure, I will endeavour to provide you with a timetable of my movements last night. I fear, however, it will scarcely be illuminating. I was in my room after dinner and in bed by 10:30. She stalked out carrying her cap and gown. Harriet watched her go, and then took out a piece of paper from a drawer. The message upon it was pasted up in the usual way, and it ran: "Tristius hot illis, monstrum nec savior, ulla pestis, et ira deum stygiis sese extulit undis. Virginae volucrum vultus foedissima ventris, proluvies uncaeque manus, et pallida semper ora fame." "Harpies," said Harriet aloud. "Harpies. That seems to suggest a train of thought. But I'm afraid we can't suspect Emily or any of the scouts of expressing their feelings in Virgilian hexameters." She frowned. Matters were looking rather bad for the senior common room. Harriet tapped on Miss Cattermole's door, regardless of the fact that it bore a large notice, "Headache, do not disturb." It was opened by Miss Briggs, whose brow was anxious but cleared when she saw who the visitor was. "Oh, I was afraid it might be the Dean," said Miss Briggs. "No," said Harriet. "So far I've held my hand. How is the patient?" "Not too good," said Miss Briggs. "Ah. His lordship hath drunk his bath and gone to bed again. That's about it, I suppose." She strode across to the bed and looked down at Miss Cattermole, who opened her eyes with a groan. They were large, light, hazel eyes, set in a plump face that ought to have been of a pleasant rose-leaf pink. A quantity of fluffy brown hair tumbled damply about her brow, adding to the general impression of an Angora rabbit that had gone on the loose and was astonished at the result. "Feeling bloody?" inquired Harriet with sympathy. "Horrible," said Miss Cattermole. "Serve you right," said Harriet. "If you must take your drink like a man, the least you can do is to carry it like a gentleman. It's a great thing to know your own limitations." Miss Cattermole looked so woebegone that Harriet began to laugh. You don't seem to be a very practical hand at this kind of thing. Look here, I'll get you something to pull you together, and then I'm going to talk to you." She went out briskly and nearly fell over Mr. Pomfret in the outer doorway. "You here?" said Harriet. "I told you no visitors in the morning. It makes a noise in the quad, and it's contrary to regulations." "I'm not a visitor," said Mr. Pomfret, grinning. "I've been attending Miss Hilliard's lecture on constitutional developments." "God help you." "And seeing you cross the quad in this direction, I turned in that direction like the needle to the north." "Dark," said Mr. Pomfret with animation, "and true and tender is the north." "That's a quotation. It's very nearly the only one I know, so it's a good thing it fits." "It does not fit. I am not feeling tender." "Oh. How's Miss Cattermole?" "Bad hangover, as you might expect." Oh, sorry. No row, I hope?" "No." "Bless you," said Mr. Pomfret. "I was lucky too. Friend of mine has a dash good window, all quiet on the western front. So look here, I wish there was something I could do to—" "You shall," said Harriet. She twitched his lecture notebook from under his arm and scribbled in it. "Get that made up at the chemist's and bring it back. I'm damned if I want to go myself and ask for a recipe for hobnailed liver." Mr. Pomfret looked at her with respect. "Where did you learn that one?" said he. "Not at Oxford. I may say I have never had occasion to taste it. I hope it's nasty. The quicker you can get it made up, the better, by the way." I know, said Mr. Pomfret disconsolately. "You're fed up with the sight of me, and no wonder. But I do wish you'd come round some time and meet old Rogers. He's incredibly penitent. Come and have tea, or a drink or something. No, come this afternoon, do, just to show there's no ill feeling." Harriet was opening her mouth to say no when she looked at Mr. Pomfret, and her heart softened. He had the appeal of a very young dog of a very large breed, a kind of amiable absurdity. "All right," said Harriet, "I will. Thank you very much." Mr. Pomfret exhausted himself in expressions of delight, and, still vocal, allowed himself to be shepherded to the gate, where, almost in the act of stepping out, he had to step back to allow the entrance of a tall, dark student wheeling a bicycle. "Hello, Reggie," cried the young woman. "Looking for me?" Good morning," said Mr. Pomfret, rather taken aback. Then, catching sight of a handsome leonine head over the student's shoulder, he added with more assurance, "Hello, Farringdon." "Hello, Pomfret," cried Mr. Farringdon. The adjective Byronic fitted him well enough, thought Harriet. He had an arrogant profile, a mass of close chestnut curls, hot brown eyes and sulky mouth, and looked less pleased to see Mr. Pomfret than Mr. Pomfret to see him. Mr. Pomfret presented Mr. Farringdon of New College to Harriet, and murmured that of course Miss Flaxman was known to her. Miss Flaxman stared coolly at Harriet, and said how much she had enjoyed her detective talk the other night. "We're throwing a party at 6 o'clock, went on Miss Flaxman to Mr. Pomfret. She pulled off her scholar's gown and stuffed it unceremoniously into her bicycle basket. "Care to come? In Leo's room, 6 o'clock. I think we've room for Reggie, haven't we, Leo?" "I suppose so," said Mr. Farringdon, rather ungraciously. "There'll be an awful crowd, anyway." "Then we can always stuff in one more," said Miss Flaxman. "Don't mind Leo, Reggie. He's mislaid his manners this morning." Mr. Pomfret appeared to think that somebody else's manners had also been mislaid, for he replied with more spirit than Harriet had expected of him. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm engaged. Miss Vane is coming to tea with me." Another time will do for that," said Harriet. "Oh, no," said Mr. Pomfret. "Couldn't you both come along then afterwards?" said Mr. Farringdon. "Always room for one more, as Catherine says." He turned to Harriet. "I hope you will come, Miss Vane. We shall be delighted." "Well," said Harriet. It was Miss Flaxman's turn to look sulky. "I say," said Mr. Farringdon, suddenly putting two and two together, "are you the Miss Vane, the novelist?" "You are? Ah, then look here, you simply must come.
I shall be the most envied man in New College. We're all detective fans there."
"What about it?" said Harriet, deferring to Mr. Pomfret. It was so abundantly clear that Miss Flaxman did not want Harriet, that Mr. Farringdon did not want Mr. Pomfret, and that Mr. Pomfret did not want to go, that she felt the novelist's malicious enjoyment in a foolish situation. Since none of the party could now very well get out of the situation without open rudeness, the invitation was eventually accepted. Mr. Pomfret stepped into the street to join Mr. Farringdon. Miss Flaxman could scarcely get out of accompanying Miss Vane back through the quadrangle. "I didn't know you knew Reggie Pomfret," said Miss Flaxman. "Yes, we have met," said Harriet. "Why didn't you bring Miss Cattermole home with you last night? Especially as you must have seen she was unwell." Miss Flaxman looked startled. Nothing to do with me," she said. "Was there a row?" "No. But did you do anything to prevent it? You might have done, mightn't you? I can't be Violet Cattermole's guardian." "Anyway," said Harriet, "you may be glad to know that some good has come of this stupid business. Miss Cattermole is now definitely cleared of all suspicion about the anonymous letters and other disturbances, so it would be quite a good idea to behave decently to her, don't you think?" "I tell you," said Miss Flaxman, "that I don't care one way or the other about it." "No, but you started the rumours about her. It's up to you to stop them now, you know. I think it would be only fair to tell Mr. Farringdon the truth. If you do not, I shall." "You seem to be very much interested in my affairs, Miss Vane." "They seem to have aroused a good deal of general interest," said Harriet bluntly. "I don't blame you for the original misunderstanding, but now that that is cleared up, and you can take my word for it that it is, I am sure you will see it is unfair that Miss Cattermole should be made a scapegoat. You can do a lot with your own year. Will you do what you can?" Miss Flaxman, perplexed and annoyed, and obviously not quite clear what status she was to accord to Harriet, said, rather grudgingly, "Well, of course, if she didn't do it, I'm glad. Very well, I'll tell Leo." "Thank you very much," said Harriet. Mr. Pomfret must have run very fast both ways, for the prescription appeared in a remarkably short space of time, along with a large bunch of roses. The draught was a potent one, and enabled Miss Cattermole not only to appear in the hall, but to eat her lunch. Harriet pursued her as she was leaving, and carried her off to her own room. "Well," said Harriet, "you are a young idiot, aren't you?" Miss Cattermole dismally agreed. "What is the sense of it?" said Harriet. "You have contrived to commit every crime in the calendar, and got dashed little fun out of it, haven't you? You've attended a meeting in a man's room after hall without leave, and you oughtn't to have got leave because you gate-crashed the meeting. That is a social crime as well as a breach of rules. In any case, you were out after 9 without putting your initials in the book. That would cost you 2 bob. You came back to college after 11:15 without extra leave, which would be 5 shillings. You returned, in fact, after midnight, which would be 10 shillings, even if you had had leave. You climbed the wall, for which you ought to be gated, and finally you came in blotto, for which you ought to be sent down. Incidentally, that's another social crime. What have you got to say, prisoner at the bar? Is there any reason why sentence should not be passed upon you? Have a cigarette." "Thank you," said Miss Cattermole faintly. "If," said Harriet, "you hadn't, by this silly piece of work, contrived to clear yourself of the suspicion of being the college lunatic, I should go to the dean. As it is, the episode has had its usefulness, and I am inclined to be merciful." Miss Cattermole looked up. "Did something happen while I was out?" "Yes, it did." "Oh, said Miss Cattermole, and burst into tears. Harriet watched her for a few minutes, and then brought out a large clean handkerchief from a drawer and silently handed it over. "You can forget all that," said Harriet, when the victim's sobs had died down a little. "But do chuck all this nonsense. Oxford isn't the place for it. You can run around after young men any time. God knows the world's full of them. But to waste 3 years, which are unlike anything else in one's lifetime, is ridiculous. And it isn't fair to college, and it's not fair to other Oxford women. Be a fool if you like. I've been a fool in my time, and so have most people. But for heaven's sake, do it somewhere where you won't let other people down." Miss Cattermole was understood to say rather incoherently that she hated college and loathed Oxford and felt no responsibility towards those institutions. "Then why," said Harriet, "are you here?" "I don't want to be here. I never did. Only my parents were so keen. My mother's one of those people who work to get things open to women, you know, professions and things. And father's a lecturer in a small provincial university, and they've made a lot of sacrifices and things." Harriet thought Miss Cattermole was probably the sacrificial victim. "I didn't mind coming up so much," went on Miss Cattermole, "because I was engaged to somebody, when he was up too, and I thought it would be fun and the silly old schools wouldn't matter much. But I'm not engaged to him any more, and how on earth can I be expected to bother about all this dead-and-gone history?" "I wonder they bothered to send you to Oxford if you don't want to go and were engaged." "Oh, but they said that didn't make any difference. Every woman ought to have a university education, even if she's married. And now, of course, they say what a good thing it is I still have my college career, and I can't make them understand that I hate it. They can't see that being brought up with everyone talking education all around one is enough to make one loathe the sound of it. I'm sick of education."
Harriet was not surprised.
"What should you have liked to do? I mean, supposing the complication about your engagement hadn't happened." "I think," said Miss Cattermole, blowing her nose in a final manner and taking another cigarette, "I think I should have liked to be a cook, or possibly a hospital nurse. But I think I should have been better at cooking. Only, you see, those are two of the things Mother's always trying to get people out of the way of thinking women's sphere ought to be restricted to." "There's a lot of money in good cooking," said Harriet. "Yes, but it's not an educational advance. Besides, there's no school of cookery at Oxford, and it had to be Oxford, you see, or Cambridge, because of the opportunity of making the right kind of friends. Only I haven't made any friends. They all hate me. Perhaps they won't so much now that the beastly letters—" "Quite so," said Harriet, hastily, fearing a fresh outburst. "How about Miss Briggs? She seems to be a good sort." "Oh, she's awfully kind. But I'm always having to be grateful to her. It's very depressing. It makes me want to bite."
"How right you are," said Harriet, to whom this was a direct blow over the solar plexus. "I know. Gratitude is simply damnable."
"And now," said Miss Cattermole with devastating candour, "I've got to be grateful to you."
"You needn't be. I was serving my own ends as much as yours. But I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd stop trying to do sensational things because it's apt to get you into positions where you have to be grateful. And I'd stop chasing undergraduates because it bores them to tears and interrupts their work. I'd tackle the history and get through schools. And then I'd turn round and say, now I've done what you want me to do, and I'm going to be a cook, and stick to it."
"Would you?"
"I expect you want to be very truly run after, like old man Kangaroo. Well, good cooks are. Still, as you've started here on history, you'd better worry on at it. It won't hurt you, you know. If you learn how to tackle one subject, any subject, you've learnt how to tackle all subjects."
"Well," said Miss Cattermole, in rather an unconvinced tone, "I'll try."
Harriet went away in a rage and tackled the dean.
"Why do they send these people here, making themselves miserable and taking up the place of people who would enjoy Oxford? We haven't got room for women who aren't and never will be scholars. It's all right for the men's colleges to have hearty pass-men who gamble round and learn to play games so that they can gamble and game in prep schools. But this dreary little devil isn't even hearty. She's a wet mess."
"I know," said the dean impatiently,
"but schoolmistresses and parents are such jugginses. We do our best, but we can't always weed out their mistakes. And here's my secretary called away because her tiresome little boy's got chicken-pox at his infuriating school. Oh, dear, I oughtn't to talk like that, because he's a delicate child, and naturally children must come first, but it's too crushing."
"I'll be off," said Harriet. "It's a shame you should have to be working of an afternoon, and a shame to me to interrupt. By the way, I may as well tell you that Catamole had an alibi for last night's affair. Had she? Good. Oh, well, that's something. Though I suppose it means more suspicion on our miserable selves. Still, facts are facts. Miss Vane, what was the noise in the quad last night? And who was the young man you were bear-leading? I didn't ask this morning in common room because I had an idea you didn't want me to. I didn't, said Harriet. And you don't? As Sherlock Holmes said on another occasion, I think we must ask for an amnesty in that direction. The Dean twinkled shrewdly at her. 2 and 2 make 4. Well, I trust you. But I was going to suggest a row of revolving spikes on the wall of the fellow's garden. Ah, said the Dean. Well, I don't want to know things, and most of it's sheer cussedness. They want to make heroes and heroines of themselves. Last week of term's the worst for wall climbing. They make bets. Have to work 'em off before the end of term. Tiresome little cuckoos. All the same, it can't be allowed. It won't happen again, I fancy, with this particular lot. Very well, I'll speak to the bursar, in a general way, about spikes. Harriet changed her frock, pondering on the social absurdities of the party to which she was invited. Clearly Mr. Pomfret clung to her as a protection against Miss Flaxman, and Mr. Farringdon as a protection against Mr. Pomfret, while Miss Flaxman, who was apparently her hostess, did not want her at all. It was a pity that she could not embark on the adventure of annexing Mr. Farringdon to complete a neat little tail-chasing circle. But she was both too old and too young to feel any thrill over the Byronic profile of Mr. Farringdon. There was more amusement to be had out of remaining a buffer state. She did, however, feel sufficient resentment against Miss Flaxman for her handling of the Catamole affair to put on an exceedingly well-cut coat and skirt and a hat of unexceptionable smartness before starting out for the first item in her afternoon's programme. She had little difficulty in finding Mr. Pomfret's staircase, and none whatever in finding Mr. Pomfret. As she wound her way up the dark and ancient stairs, past the shut door of one Mr. Smith, the sported oak of one Mr. Banerjee, and the open door of one Mr. Hodges, who seemed to be entertaining a large and noisy party of male friends, she became aware of an altercation going on upon the landing above, and presently Mr. Pomfret himself came into view, standing in his own doorway and arguing with a man whose back was turned towards the stairs. "You can go to the devil," said Mr. Pomfret. "Very good, sir," said the back. "But how about me going to the young lady? If I was to go and tell her that I'd see you a-pushing of her over the wall—" "Blast you!" exclaimed Mr. Pomfret. "Will you shut up?" At this point Harriet set her foot upon the top stair and encountered the eye of Mr. Pomfret. "Oh," said Mr. Pomfret, taken aback. Then to the man, "Clear off now. I'm busy. You better come again." "Quite a man for the ladies, ain't you, sir?" said the man disagreeably. At these words he turned, and to her amazement Harriet recognised a familiar face. "Dear me, Jukes," said she. "Fancy seeing you here." "Do you know this blighter?" said Mr. Pomfret. "Of course I do," said Harriet. "He was a porter at Shrewsbury and was sacked for petty pilfering. I hope you're going straight now, Jukes. How's your wife?" "All right," said Jukes sulkily. "I'll come again." He made a move to slip down the staircase, but Harriet had set her umbrella so awkwardly across it as to bar the way pretty effectively. "Hi," said Mr. Pomfret. "Let's hear about this. Just come back here a minute, will you?" He stretched out a powerful arm and yanked the reluctant Jukes over the threshold. "You can't get me on that old business," said Jukes scornfully, as Harriet followed them in, shutting oak and door after her with a bang. "That's over and done with. It ain't got nothing to do with that other little affair what I mentioned." "What's that?" asked Harriet. "This nasty piece of work," said Mr. Pomfret, "has had the blasted neck to come here and say that if I don't pay him to keep his blasted mouth shut, he'll lay an information about what happened last night." "Blackmail," said Harriet, much interested. "That's a serious offence." "I didn't mention no money," said Jukes, injured. "I only told this gentleman as I seen something as didn't ought to have happened, and was uneasy in my mind about it. He says I can go to the devil, so I says in this case I'll go to the lady, being troubled in my conscience, don't you see?" "Very well," said Harriet. "I'm here. Go ahead." Mr. Jukes stared at her. "I take it," said Harriet, "you saw Mr. Pomfret help me in over the Shrewsbury wall last night when I'd forgotten my key." What were you doing out there, by the way? Loitering with intent? You then probably saw me coming out again, thanked Mr. Pomfret and asked him to come in and see the college buildings by moonlight. If you waited long enough, you saw me let him out again. What about it? Nice goings on, I don't think, said Jukes, disconcerted. Possibly, said Harriet. But if senior members choose to enter their own college in an unorthodox way, I don't see who's to prevent them. Certainly not you. I don't believe a word of it, said Jukes. I can't help that, said Harriet. The Dean saw Mr. Pomfret and me, so she will. Nobody's likely to believe you. Why didn't you tell this man the whole story at once, Mr. Pomfret, and relieve his conscience? By the way, Jukes, I've just told the Dean she ought to have that wall spiked. It was handy for us, but it really isn't high enough to keep out burglars and other undesirables. So it's not much good your loitering about there any more. One or two things have been missed from people's rooms lately, she added with some truth. It might be as well to have that road specially policed. None of that, said Jukes. I ain't a-going to have my character took away. If it's as you say, then I'm sure I'd be the last to want to make trouble for a lady like yourself. I hope you'll bear that in mind, said Mr. Pomfret. Perhaps you'd like to have something to remember it by. Look, no assault, cried Jukes, backing towards the door. No assault. Don't you go and lay hands on me. If ever you show your dirty face here again, said Mr. Pomfret, opening the door, I'll kick you downstairs and right through the quad. Get that? Then get out. He flung the oak back with one hand and propelled Jukes vigorously through it with the other. A crash and a curse proclaimed that the swiftness of Jukes' exit had carried him over the head of the stairs. "Phew!" exclaimed Mr. Pomfret, returning. "By Jove, that was great. That was marvellous of you. How did you come to think of it?" "But it was fairly obvious. I expect it was all bluff, really. I don't see how he could have known how Miss Cattermole was. I wonder how he got on to you. He must have followed me back when I came out. But I didn't go into this window, obviously, so how did he—" "Oh, yes. When I knocked Brown up, I believe he stuck his head out and said, 'That you, Pomfret?' Careless blighter, I talked to him. I say, you do seem to be everybody's guardian angel, don't you? It's marvellous being able to keep your wits about you like that." He gazed at her with dog-like eyes. Harriet laughed as Mr. Rogers and the tea entered the room together. Mr. Rogers was in his third year, tall, dark, lively, and full of an easy kind of penitence. "All this running around and busting rules is rot," said Mr. Rogers. "Why do we do it? Because somebody says it's fun and one believes it. Why should one believe it? I can't imagine. One should look at these things more objectively. Is the thing beautiful in itself? No. Then let us not do it. By the way, Pomfret, have you been approached about debagging Culpepper?" "I'm all for it," said Mr. Pomfret. "True, Culpepper's a wart. He's a disgusting object. But would he look any better debagged? No, Socrates, he would not. He would look much worse. If anybody is to be debagged, it shall be somebody with legs that will stand exposure. Your own, Pomfret, for example." "You try, that's all," said Mr. Pomfret. "In any case," pursued Mr. Rogers, "debagging is odious and out of date. The modern craze for exposing anaesthetic legs needs no encouragement from me. I shall not be a party to it. I intend to be a reformed character. From now on I shall consider nothing but the value of the thing itself, unmoved by any pressure of public opinion." Having, in this pleasant manner, confessed his sins and promised amendment, Mr. Rogers gratefully led the conversation to topics of general interest, and about 5 o'clock departed, murmuring something in an apologetic way about work and his tutor, as though they were rather indelicate necessities. At this point Mr. Pomfret suddenly went all solemn, as a very young man occasionally does when alone with a woman older than himself, and told Harriet a good deal about his own view of the meaning of life. Harriet listened with as much intelligent sympathy as she could command, but was slightly relieved when 3 young men burst in to borrow Mr. Pomfret's beer and remained to argue over their host's head about Komisarjevsky. Mr. Pomfret seemed faintly annoyed, and eventually asserted his right to his own guest by announcing that it was time to pop round to New College for old Farringdon's party. His friends let him go with mild regret, and before Harriet and her escort were well out of the room, took possession of their armchairs and continued the argument. "Very able fellow, Marston," said Mr. Pomfret, amiably enough. "Great noise on Oud's, and spends his vacations in Germany. I don't know how they contrive to get so worked up about plays. I like a good play, but I don't understand all this stuff about stylistic treatment and planes of vision. I expect you do, though." "Not a word," said Harriet cheerfully. "I dare say they don't either. Anyhow, I don't like plays in which all the actors have to keep on tumbling up and down flights of steps, or where the lighting's so artistically done that you can't see anything, or where you keep on wondering all the time what the symbolic whirligig in the centre of the stage is going to be used for, if anything. It distracts me. I'd rather go to the Hoban Empire and have my fun vulgar." "Would you?" said Mr. Pomfret wistfully. "You wouldn't come and do a show with me in town in the vac, would you?" Harriet made a vague kind of promise, which seemed to delight Mr. Pomfret very much, and they presently found themselves in Mr. Farrington's sitting-room, packed like sardines among a mixed crowd of undergraduates, and struggling to consume sherry and biscuits without moving their elbows. The crowd was such that Harriet never set eyes on Miss Flaxman from first to last. Mr. Farrington did, however, struggle through to them, bringing with him a bunch of young men and women who wanted to talk about detective fiction. They appeared to have read a good deal of this kind of literature, though very little of anything else. A school of detective fiction would, Harriet thought, have a fair chance of producing a goodly crop of firsts. The fashion for psychological analysis had, she decided, rather gone out since her day. She was instinctively aware that a yearning for action and the concrete was taking its place. The pre-war solemnity and the post-war exhaustion were both gone. The desire now was for an energetic doing of something definite, though the definitions differed. The detective story, no doubt, was acceptable because in it something definite was done, the what being comfortably decided beforehand by the author. It was borne in upon Harriet that all these young men and women were starting out to hoe a hardish kind of row in a very stony ground. She felt rather sorry for them. Something definite done. Yes, indeed. Harriet, reviewing the situation next morning, felt deeply satisfied. She did not like this Duke's business at all. He could scarcely, she supposed, have anything to do with the anonymous letters. Where could he have got hold of that passage from the Aeneid? But he was a man with a grudge, a nasty-minded man, and a thief. It was not pleasant that he should make a habit of hanging round the college walls after dark. Harriet was alone in the senior common room, everybody else having departed to her work. The SCR scout came in, carrying a pile of clean ashtrays, and Harriet suddenly remembered that her children lodged with the Jukeses. "Annie," she said impulsively, "what does Jukes come down into Oxford for after dark?" The woman looked startled. "Does he, madam? For no good, I should think. I found him loitering in St. Cross Road last night, at a place where he might easily get over. Is he keeping honest, do you know?" "Oh, I couldn't say, I'm sure, madam. But I have my doubts. I like Mrs. Jukes very much, and I'll be sorry to add to her troubles. But I never have trusted Jukes. I've been thinking I ought to put my little girl somewhere else. He might be a bad influence on him, don't you think?" "I certainly do think so." "I'm the last person to wish to put difficulties in the way of a respectable married woman," went on Annie, slapping an ashtray smartly down, "and naturally she's right to stick by her husband. But one's own children must come first, mustn't they?" "Of course," said Harriet, rather inattentively. "Oh, yes, I should find somewhere else for them. I suppose you haven't heard either Jukes or his wife saying anything to suggest that that he was stealing from the college or cherished bad feelings against the Dons?" "I don't have much say to Jukes, madam, and if Mrs. Jukes knew anything, she wouldn't tell me. It wouldn't be right if she did. He's her husband, and she has to take his part. I quite see that. But if Jukes is behaving dishonestly, I should have to find somewhere else for my children. I'm much obliged to you for mentioning it, madam. I shall be going round there on Wednesday, which is my free afternoon, and I'll take the opportunity to give notice. May I ask if you've said anything to Jukes, madam? I've spoken to him and told him that if he hangs around here any more he'll have to do with the police." "I'm very glad to hear that, madam. It isn't right at all that he should come here like that. If I'd known about it, I really shouldn't have been able to sleep. I feel sure it ought to be put a stop to." Yes, it ought. By the way, Annie, have you ever seen anybody in the college in a dress of this description?" Harriet picked up the black-figured crepe sheen from the chair behind her. Annie examined it carefully. "No, madam. No, not to my recollection. Perhaps one of the maids that's been here longer than me might know. There's Gertrude in the dining room. Should you like to ask her?" Gertrude, however, could give no help. Harriet asked them to take the dress and catechize the rest of the staff. This was done with no result. An inquiry among the students produced no identification either. The dress was brought back, still unclaimed and unrecognised. One more puzzle. Harriet concluded that it must actually be the property of the poisoned pen. But if so, it must have been brought to college and kept in hiding till the moment of its dramatic appearance in chapel. For if it had ever been worn in college, it was almost inconceivable that no one should be able to recognise it. The alibis produced, meekly enough, by the members of the SCR were none of them watertight. That was not surprising. It would have been more surprising if they had been. Harriet, and Mr. Pomfret, of course, alone knew the exact time for which the alibi was required, and though many people were able to show themselves covered up to midnight or thereabouts, all had been, or claimed to have been, virtuously in their own rooms and beds by 1:45. Nor, though the porter's books and late-leave tickets had been examined, and all students interrogated who might have been about the quad at midnight, had anybody seen any suspicious behaviour with gowns or bolsters or bread-knives. Crime was too easy in a place like this. The college was too big, too open. Even if a form had been seen crossing the quad with a bolster, or indeed for that matter a complete set of bedding and a mattress, nobody would ever think anything of it. Some hardy fresh-air fiend sleeping out, that would be the natural conclusion. Harriet, exasperated, went over to Bodley and plunged into her researches upon Le Fanu. There, at least, one did know what one was investigating. She felt so much in need of a soothing influence that, in the afternoon, she went down to Christchurch to hear service at the cathedral. She had been shopping, purchasing, among other things, a bag of meringues for the entertainment of some students she had asked to a small party in her room that evening, and it was only when her arms were already full of parcels that the idea of cathedral suggested itself. It was rather out of the way, but the parcels were not heavy. She dodged across Carfax, angrily resenting its modern bustle of cars and complications of stop-and-go lights, and joined the little sprinkling of foot passengers who were tripping down St. Aldgates and through Wolsey's great unfinished quadrangle, bound on the same pious errand as herself. It was quiet and pleasant in the cathedral. She lingered in her seat for some little time after the nave had emptied, and until the organist had finished the voluntary. Then she came slowly out, turning left along the plinth, with a vague idea of once more admiring the great staircase and the hall, when a slim figure in a grey suit shot with such velocity from a dark doorway that he cannoned full tilt against her, nearly knocking her down and sending her bag and parcels flying in disorder all along the plinth. "Hell," said a voice, which set her heart beating by its unexpected familiarity. "Have I hurt you? Ah, it's me all over, barging and bumping about like a bumblebee in a bottle. Oh, clumsy lout. I say, do say I haven't hurt you, because if I have, I'll run straight across and drown myself in mercury." He extended the arm that was not supporting Harriet in a vague gesture towards the pond. "Not in the least, thank you," said Harriet, recovering herself. "Oh, thank God for that. This is my unlucky day. I've just had a most unpleasant interview with the junior censor. Was there anything breakable in the parcels? Oh, look, your bag's opened itself wide and all the little oojars have gone down the steps. Oh, look, please don't move. You stand there thinking up things to call me, and I'll pick 'em all up one by one on my knees, saying mea culpa to every one of 'em." He suited the action to the words. "I'm afraid it hasn't improved the meringues." He looked up apologetically. "But if you say you'll forgive me, we'll go and get some new ones from the kitchen. The real kind. You know, speciality of the house and all that." "Please don't bother," said Harriet. It wasn't he, of course. This was a lad of 21 or 2 at the most, with a mop of wavy hair tumbling over his forehead, and a handsome, petulant face full of charm, though ominously weak about the curved lips and upward slanting brows. But the colour of the hair was right, the pale yellow of ripe barley, the little drawling voice with its clipped syllables and ready babble of speech, and the quick sidelong smile, and above all, the beautiful, sensitive hands that were gathering the oojars deftly up into their native bag. "You haven't called me any names yet," said the young man. "I believe I could almost put a name to you," said Harriet. "Isn't it— Are you any relation of Peter Wimsey's?" "Why, of course," said the young man, sitting up on his heels. "He's my uncle, and a dash sight more accommodating than the Jewish kind," he added, as though struck by a melancholy association of ideas. "Have I met you somewhere, or was it just pure guesswork? You don't think I'm like him, do you?" "When you spoke, I thought you were your uncle for the moment." "Yes, you're very like him, in some ways." "That'll break my mater's heart, all right," said the young man with a grin. "Uncle Peter's not approved. I wish he was here, though. He'd come in uncommonly handy at the moment, but he seems to have beetled off somewhere as usual. Mysterious old tomcat, ain't he? I take it you know him. I forget the proper bromide about how small the world is, but we'll take it as read. Where is the old blighter?" "I believe he's in Rome." "Oh, well, he would be. That means a letter. He's awfully hard to be persuasive in a letter, don't you think? I mean, it all takes so much explaining, and the famous family charm doesn't seem to go over so well in black and white." He smiled at her with engaging frankness as he recaptured the last straying copper. "Do I gather," said Harriet with some amusement, "that you anticipate an appeal to Uncle Peter's better feelings?" "That's about it," said the young man. "He's quite human, really, you know, if you go about him the right way. Besides, you see, I've got the bulge on Uncle Peter. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always threaten to cut my throat and land him at the strawberry leaves." With what?" said Harriet, fancying that this must be the latest Oxford version of giving the raspberry. "The strawberry leaves," said the young man. "The balm, the sceptre, and the ball. 4 rows of moth-eaten ermine, to say nothing of that dashed great barracks down at Denver, eating its mouldy head off." Seeing that Harriet still looked blankly at him, he explained further. "I'm sorry, I forgot. My name's St. George, and the governor forgot to provide me with any brothers. So the minute they write DSP after me, Uncle Peter's for it. Of course, my father might outlive him, but I don't believe Uncle Peter's the sort to die young, unless one of his pet criminals manages to bump him off." "That might easily happen," said Harriet, thinking of the plug ugly. "Well, that makes it all the worse for him," said Lord St. George, shaking his head. "The more risks he takes, the quicker he's got to toe the line for the matrimonial stakes. No more bachelor freedom with old Bunter in a Piccadilly flat, and no more spectacular Viennese singers. So you see, it's much as his life worth to let anything happen to me." "Obviously," said Harriet, fascinated by this new light on the subject. "Uncle Peter's weakness," went on Lord St. George, carefully disentangling the squashed meringues from their paper, "is his strong sense of public duty. You mightn't think it to look at him, but it's there. Shall we try these on the carp? I don't think they're really fit for human consumption. He's kept out of it so far. He's an obstinate old devil. Says he'll have the right wife or none. But suppose the right one says no? Aha! Well, that's the story he puts up. I don't believe a word of it. Why should anybody object to Uncle Peter? He's no beauty, and he talked the hind leg off a donkey, but he's dashed well off, and he's got good manners, and he's in the stud book." He balanced himself on the edge of Mercury and peered into tranquil waters. "Look, there's a big one. Been here since the foundation, by the looks of him. See him go? Cardinal Wolsey's particular pet." He tossed a crumb to the great fish, which took it with a quick snap and submerged again. "I don't know how well you know my uncle," he proceeded, "but if you do get a chance, you might let him know that when you saw me I was looking rather unwell and hag-ridden, and hinted darkly at fellow to say." "I'll make a point of it," said Harriet. "I will say you seemed scarcely able to crawl, and in fact fainted into my arms, accidentally crushing all my parcels. He won't believe me, but I'll do my best." No, he isn't good at believing things, confound him. "I'm afraid I shall have to write after all and produce the evidence. Still, I don't know why I should bore you with my personal affairs. Come on down to the kitchen." The Christchurch cook was well pleased to produce meringues from the ancient and famous college oven, and when Harriet had duly admired the vast fireplace with its shining spits and heard statistics of the number of joints roasted and the quantities of fuel consumed per week in term time, she followed her guide out into the quadrangle again with all proper expressions of gratitude. "Not at all," said the Viscount. "Not much return, I'm afraid, after barging you all over the place and throwing your property about. May I know, by the way, whom I've had the honour of inconveniencing?" "My name is Harriet Vane." Lord St. George stood still and smote himself heavily over the forehead. "Oh, by God, what have I done? Miss Vane, I do beg your pardon, and throw myself abjectly on your mercy. If my uncle hears about this, he'll never forgive me. and I shall cut my throat. It is borne in upon me that I have said every possible thing I should not. No, it's my fault," said Harriet, seeing that he looked really alarmed. "I ought to have warned you. As a matter of fact, I've no business to say things like that to anybody. I'm afraid I've inherited my uncle's tongue and my mother's want of tact. Look here, for God's sake, forget all that rot. Uncle Peter's a dash good sort and as decent as they come." "I have reason to know it," said Harriet. "I suppose so. By the way, hell! I seem to be putting my foot in it all round, but I ought to explain that I've never heard him talk about you. I mean, he's not that sort. It's my mother. She says all kinds of things. Sorry, I'm making things worse and worse. No, don't worry," said Harriet. "After all, I do know your uncle, you know. Well enough anyhow to know what sort he is. And I certainly won't give you away." Oh, for heaven's sake, don't. It isn't only that I'd never get anything more out of him, and I'm in a devil of a mess, but he makes one feel such an appalling tick. I don't suppose you've ever been given the wrong side of my uncle's tongue. Well, naturally not. But of the two, I recommend Skilling. We are both in the same boat. I'd no business to listen. Goodbye, and many thanks for the meringues." She was halfway up St. Olgate's when the Viscount caught her up. "I say, look, I've just remembered. That old story I was ass enough to rake up." "The Viennese dancer?" "Singer. Music's his line. Well, look, please forget that. I mean, it's got whiskers on it. He's 6 years old anyway. I was a kid at school, and I dare say it's all rot." Harriet laughed and promised faithfully to forget the Viennese singer. Chapter 9. "Come hither, friend. I am ashamed to hear that what I hear of you. You have almost attained to the age of 9 years, at least 8.5, and seeing that you know your duty, if you neglect it, you deserve greater punishment than he which through ignorance doth it not. Think not that the nobility of your ancestors doth free you to do all that you list. Contrariwise, it bindeth you more to follow virtue. Pierre Erondel." "So," said the bursar, coming briskly up to the high table for lunch on the following Thursday, "Jukes has come to grief once more." "Has he been stealing again?" asked Miss Lydgate. "Dear me, how disappointing. Annie tells me she had had her suspicions for some time, and yesterday, being her half-day, she went down to tell Mrs. Jukes she would have to place the children somewhere else, when lo and behold, in walked the police and discovered a whole lot of things that had been stolen a fortnight ago from an undergraduate's rooms in Holywell. It was most unpleasant for her. For Annie, I mean. They asked her a lot of questions. I always thought it was a mistake to put those children there," said the Dean. "So that's what Jukes did with himself at night," said Harriet. "I heard he'd been seen outside the college here. As a matter of fact, I gave Annie the tip. It's a pity she couldn't have removed the children earlier." "I thought he was doing quite well," said Miss Lydgate. "He had a job, and I know he kept chickens. And there was the money for the little Wilsons, Annie's children, I mean. So he ought not to have needed to steal, poor man. Perhaps Mrs. Jukes is a bad manager." "Jukes is a bad lot," said Harriet. "A nasty bit of business altogether. He's much best out of the way." "Had he taken much?" inquired the Dean. "I gather from Annie," said the bursar, "that they rather think they can trace a lot of petty thieving to Jukes. I understand it's a question of finding out where he sold the things." "He disposed of them through a fence, I suppose," said Harriet. "Some pawnbroker or somebody of that kind. Has he been inside, in prison, before?" "Not that I know of," said the Dean, "though he ought to have been. Then I suppose he'll get off lightly as a first offender." "Miss Barton will know all about that. We'll ask her. I do hope poor Mrs. Jukes isn't involved," said the bursar. "Oh, surely not," cried Miss Lydgate. "She's such a nice woman." "She must have known about it," said Harriet, "unless she was a perfect imbecile. Oh, what a dreadful thing to know your husband was a thief." "Yes," said the Dean. "It would be very uncomfortable to have to live on the proceeds." "Terrible," said Miss Lydgate. "I can't imagine anything more dreadful to an honest person's feelings." "Then," said Harriet, "we must hope, for Jukes's sake, she was as guilty as he was." "Oh, what a horrible hope!" exclaimed Miss Lydgate. "Well, she's got to be either guilty or unhappy," said Harriet, passing the bread to the Dean with a twinkle in her eye. "I dissent altogether," said Miss Lydgate. "She must either be innocent and unhappy or guilty and unhappy. I don't see how she can be happy, poor creature." "Let us ask the warden next time we see her," said Miss Martin, "whether it is possible for a guilty person to be happy, and if so, whether it is better to be happy or virtuous." "Oh, come, Dean," said the bursar, "we can't allow this sort of thing. Miss Vane, a bowl of hemlock for the Dean, if you please." To return to the subject under discussion, the police have not, so far, taken up Mrs. Jukes, so I suppose there's nothing against her. "I'm very glad of that," said Miss Lydgate. And Miss Shaw, arriving at that moment full of woe about one of her pupils who was suffering from perpetual headache and an incapacity to work, the conversation wandered into other channels. Term was drawing to a close, and the investigation seemed little further advanced. But it appeared possible that Harriet's nightly perambulations and the frustration of the library and chapel scandals had exercised a restraining influence on the poltergeist, for there was no further outbreak of any kind, not so much as an inscription on a lavatory or an anonymous letter for 3 days. The Dean, exceedingly busy, was relieved by the respite, and also cheered by the news that Mrs. Goodwin, the secretary, would be back on the Monday to cope with the end-of-term rush. Miss Cattermole was seen to be more cheerful, and wrote a quite respectable paper for Miss Hilliard about the naval policy of Henry VIII. Harriet asked the enigmatic Mr. Vine to coffee. As usual, she had intended to lay bare Mr. Vine's soul, and as usual found herself laying bare her own. "I quite agree with you," said Mr. Vine, "about the difficulty of combining intellectual and emotional interests. I don't think it affects women only. It affects men as well. But when men put their public lives before their private lives, it causes less outcry than when a woman does the same thing, because women put up with the neglect better than men, having been brought up to expect it. But suppose one doesn't quite know which one wants to put first. Suppose," said Harriet, falling back on words which were not her own, "suppose one is cursed with both a heart and a brain." "You can usually tell," said Mr. Vine, "by seeing what kind of mistakes you make. I'm quite sure that one never makes fundamental mistakes about the thing one really wants to do. Fundamental mistakes arise out of a lack of genuine interest. In my opinion, that is." "I made a very big mistake once," said Harriet, "as I expect you know. I don't think that arose out of a lack of interest. It seemed at the time the most important thing in the world. And yet you made the mistake. Were you really giving all your mind to it, do you think? Your mind? Were you really being as cautious and exacting about it as you would be about writing a passage of fine prose? That's rather a difficult sort of comparison. One can't surely deal with emotional excitements in that detached spirit. Isn't the writing of good prose an emotional excitement? Well, yes, of course. At least when you get the thing dead right, and you know it's dead right, there's no excitement like it. It's marvellous. It makes you feel like God on the 7th day. For a bit, anyhow. Well, that's what I mean. You expend the trouble, and you don't make any mistake. And then you experience the ecstasy. But if there's any subject in which you're content with the second rate, then it isn't really your subject." "You're dead right," said Harriet after a pause. "If one's genuinely interested, one knows how to be patient, and let time pass, as Queen Elizabeth said. Perhaps that's the meaning of the phrase about genius being eternal patience, which I always thought rather absurd. If you truly want a thing, you don't snatch. If you snatch, you don't really want it. Do you suppose that, if you find yourself taking pains about a thing, it's a proof of its importance to you? Oh, I think it is to a large extent. But the big proof is that the thing comes right, without those fundamental errors. One always makes surface errors, of course, but a fundamental error is a sure sign of not caring. I wish one could teach people nowadays that the doctrine of snatching what one thinks one wants is unsound." "I saw 6 plays this winter in London," said Harriet, "all preaching the doctrine of snatch. I agree that they left me with a feeling that none of the characters knew what they wanted." "No," said Mr. Vine. "If you are once sure what you do want, you find that everything else goes down before it, like grass under a roller. All other interests, your own and other people's. Miss Lydgate wouldn't like my saying that, but it's as true of her as of anybody else. She's the kindest soul in the world in things she's indifferent about, like the peculations of Jukes, but she hasn't the slightest mercy on the prosodical theories of Mr. Elkbottom. She wouldn't countenance those to save Mr. Elkbottom from hanging. She says she couldn't, and she couldn't, of course. If she actually saw Mr. Elkbottom writhing in humiliation, she'd be sorry, but she wouldn't alter a paragraph. That would be treason. One can't be pitiful where one's own job is concerned. You'd lie cheerfully, I expect, about anything except— Well, what? Oh, anything, said Harriet, laughing, except saying that somebody's beastly book is good when it isn't. I can't do that. Makes me a lot of enemies, but I can't do it. No, one can't, said Mr. Vine. However painful it is, there's always one thing one has to deal with sincerely if there's any root to one's mind at all. I ought to know from my own experience. Of course, the one thing may be an emotional thing. I don't say it mayn't. One may commit all the sins in the calendar and still be faithful and honest towards one person. If so, that one person is probably one's appointed job. I'm not despising that kind of loyalty. It just doesn't happen to be mine, that's all. Did you discover that by making a fundamental mistake? Asked Harriet a little nervously. Yes, said Mr. Vine. I once got engaged to somebody, but I found I was always blundering, hurting his feelings, doing stupid things, making quite elementary mistakes about him. In the end, I realized that I simply wasn't taking as much trouble with him as I should have done over a disputed reading. So I decided that he wasn't my job. She smiled. For all that, I was fonder of him than he was of me. He married an excellent woman who is devoted to him and does make him her job. I should think he was a full-time job. He's a painter and usually on the verge of bankruptcy, but he paints very well. I suppose one oughtn't to marry anybody unless one's prepared to make him a full-time job. Probably not. Though there are few rare people, I believe, who don't look on themselves as jobs but as fellow creatures. I should think Phoebe Tucker and her husband were like that, said Harriet. You met her at the Gaudy. That collaboration seems to work. But what with wives who are jealous of their husbands' work and the husbands who are jealous of their wives' interests, it looks as though most of us imagined ourselves to be jobs. The worst of being a job, said Mr. Vine, is the devastating effect it has on one's character. I'm very sorry for the person who is somebody else's job. He, or she, of course, ends by devouring or being devoured, either of which is bad for one. My painter was devoured by his wife, though neither of them knows it. And poor Miss Catamole is in great danger of being identified with her parents' job and being devoured. Then you're all for the impersonal job. I am, said Mr. Vine. But you say you don't despise those who make some other persons their job. Far from despising them, said Mr. Vine. I think they are dangerous. Christchurch, Friday. Dear Miss Vane, if you can forgive my idiotic behaviour the other day, will you come and lunch with me on Monday at 1 o'clock? Please do. I'm still feeling suicidal, so it would really be a work of charity all round. I hope the meringues got home safely. Very sincerely yours, St. George. My dear young man, thought Harriet, as she wrote an acceptance of this naive invitation, if you think I can't see through that, you're mightily mistaken. This is not for me, but for les beaux yeux de la cassette de l'oncle Pierre. But there are worse meals than those that come out of the house kitchen, and I will go. I should like to know how much money you're managing to get through, by the way. The heir of Denver should be rich enough in his own right without appealing to Uncle Peter. Gracious! And I think that I was given my college fees and my clothes and £5 a term to make whoopee on. You won't get much sympathy or support from me, my lord. Still in this severe mood, she drove down St. Aldgate's on Monday and inquired of the porter beneath Tom Tower for Lord St. George, only to be told that Lord St. George was not in college. Oh, said Harriet, disconcerted, but he asked me to lunch. What a pity you weren't let know, miss. Lord St. George was in a nasty motor accident on Friday night. He's in the infirmary. Didn't you see it in the papers? No, I missed it. Is he badly hurt? Injured his shoulder and cut his head open pretty badly, so we hear, said the porter with regret, and yet with a slight relish at the imparting of bad news. He was unconscious for 24 hours, but we are informed that his condition is now improving. The Duke and Duchess have left for the country again. Dear me, said Harriet. Well, I'm sorry to hear this. I'd better go round and inquire. Do you know whether he's allowed to see anybody yet?" The porter looked her over with a paternal eye, which somehow suggested to her that if she had been an undergraduate the answer would have been no. "I believe, miss," said the porter, "that Mr. Danvers and Lord Warboys were permitted to visit his lordship this morning. I couldn't say further than that. Excuse me, there's Mr. Danvers just crossing the quadrangle. I will ascertain." He emerged from his glass case and pursued Mr. Danvers, who immediately came running to the lodge. "I say," said Mr. Danvers, "are you Miss Vane? Because poor old St. George has only just remembered about you. Look, he's terribly sorry, and I was to catch you and give you some grub. No trouble at all. Great pleasure, great pleasure. We ought to have let you know, but he was knocked clean out, poor old chap. Then, what with the family fussing round, do you know the Duchess? No? Ah, well, she went off this morning, then I was allowed to go round and got my instructions. Terrific apologies and all that." "How did it happen?" "Driving a racing car to the danger of the public," said Mr. Danvers with a grimace, "trying to make it before the gates were shut. No police on the spot as it happened, so we don't know exactly what did happen. Nobody killed, fortunately. St. George took a telegraph pole in his stride, apparently, went out headfirst and pitched on his shoulder. Lucky he had the windscreen down, or he'd have had no face to speak of. The car's a total wreck, and I don't know why he isn't. But all those Wimseys have as many lives as cats. Come along in. Look, these are my rooms. I hope you can eat the usual lamb cutlets. There wasn't time to think up anything special, but I had particular orders to hunt out St. George's near Steiner 23 and mention Uncle Peter in connection with it. Is that right? I don't know whether Uncle Peter bought it or recommended it or merely enjoyed it, or what he had to do with it, but that's what I was told to say." Harriet laughed. "Well, if he did any of those things, it'll be all right." The near Steiner was excellent, and Harriet heartlessly enjoyed her lunch, finding Mr. Danvers a pleasant host. "And do go up and see the patient," said Mr. Danvers, as he escorted her at length to the gate. "He's quite fit to receive company, and it'll cheer him up no end. He's in a private ward, so you can get in any time." "I'll go straight away," said Harriet. "Do," said Mr. Danvers. "What's that?" he added, turning to the porter, who'd come out with a letter in his hand. "Oh, something for St. George. Right, yes. Well, I expect this lady will take it up if she's going now. If not, it can wait for the messenger." Harriet looked at the superscription. The Viscount St. George, Christchurch, Oxford, Inglaterra. Even without the Italian stamp, there was no mistaking where that came from. "I'll take it," she said. "It might be urgent." Lord St. George, with his right arm in a sling, his forehead and one eye obscured by bandages, and the other eye black and bloodshot, was profuse in welcome and apology. "I hope Danvers looked after you all right. It's frightfully decent of you to come along." Harriet asked if he was badly hurt. "Well, it might be worse. I fancy Uncle Peter had a near squeak of it this time, but it's worked out at a cut head and a busted shoulder, and shock and bruises and all that. Much less than I deserve. Look, stay and talk to me. Dash dull being all alone. I've only got one eye, and I can't see out of that." "Won't talking make your head ache?" "It can't ache worse than it does already, and you've got a nice voice. Do be kind and stay." "I brought a letter for you from college." Some dash done or other, I suppose." "No, it's from Rome." "Uncle Peter!" "Oh, God, I suppose I better know the worst." She put it in his left hand and watched his fingers fumble across the broad red seal. "Ugh, sealing wax and the family crest. Yeah, I know what that means. Uncle Peter is his stuffiest." He struggled impatiently with a tough envelope. "Shall I open it for you?" I wish you would. And look here, be an angel and read it to me. Even with 2 good eyes, his fist's a bit of a strain." Harriet drew out the letter and glanced at the opening words. This looks rather private. Better you than a nurse. Besides, I can bear it better, the spot of womanly sympathy. I say, is there any enclosure?" No enclosure, no." The patient groaned. "Uncle Peter turns to bay. That's torn it. How does it start? If it's Gherkins or Jerry, or even Gerald, there's hope yet. It starts, 'My dear St. George.' Oh, gosh, then he's really furious. And signed with all the initials he can rake up, what?" Harriet turned the letter over. Signed with all his names in full. Unrelenting monster. You know, I had a sort of feeling he wouldn't take it very well. I don't know what the devil I'm going to do now." He looked so ill that Harriet said rather anxiously, "Hadn't we better leave it until tomorrow?" "No, I must know where I stand. Look, carry on. Speak gently to your little boy. Sing it to me. I'll need it. My dear St. George, if I've rightly understood your rather incoherent statement of your affairs, you've contracted a debt of honour for a sum which you do not possess. You've settled it with a cheque which you've no money to meet. As cover for this, you have borrowed from a friend, giving him a post-dated cheque, which you've no reason to suppose will be met either. You suggest that I should accommodate you by backing your bill at 6 months, failing which you will either A. try Levy again, or B. blow your brains out. The former alternative, as you admit, increases your ultimate liability. The second, as I will myself venture to point out, would not reimburse your friend, but merely add disgrace to insolvency. Lord St. George shifted restlessly upon his pillows. A nasty, clear-headed way he has of putting things. You are good enough to say that you approach me rather than your father, because I am, in your opinion, more likely to be sympathetic to this dubious piece of finance. I cannot say I feel flattered by your opinion. Well, I didn't mean that exactly, groaned the Viscount. He knows quite well what I mean. The governor would fly right off the handle. Damn it, it's his own fault. He oughtn't to keep me so short. What does he expect? Considering the money he got through in his giddy youth, he should know something about it. And Uncle Peter's rolling. It wouldn't hurt him to cough up a bit. I don't think it's the money so much as the dud cheques, is it? Well, that's the trouble. Well, why the devil does he go barging off to Rome just when he's wanted? He knows I wouldn't have given a dud cheque if I could have got cover for it, but I couldn't get him if he wasn't there. Well, read on. Let's hear the worst. I'm quite aware that your premature decease would leave me heir presumptive to the title. Heir presumptive? Oh, I see. My mother might peg out and my father marry again. Oh, calculating brute. Heir presumptive to the title and estate. Tedious as such an inheritance might be, you will forgive me for suggesting that I might prove a more honest steward than yourself. Hell, that's one in the eye, said the Viscount. If that line of defence is gone, it's all up. You remind me that when you attain your majority next July, you will receive an increased allowance. Since, however, the sum you have mentioned amounts to about a year's income on the higher scale of payment, your prospect of redeeming your bill in 6 months' time seems to be remote. Nor do I understand what you propose to live on when you have anticipated your income to this extent. Further, I do not for one moment suppose that the sum in question represents the whole of your liabilities. Oh, damn thought reader, growled his lordship. Well, of course it doesn't. But how does he know? In the circumstances, I must decline to back your bill or to lend you money. Well, that's flat. Why didn't he say so at once? Since, however, you have put your name to a cheque, and that name must not be dishonoured, I have instructed my bankers— Come, that sounds a bit better. Good old Uncle Peter. You could always get him on the family name. Instructed my bankers to arrange to cover your cheques. Cheque or cheques? Cheques, in the plural, quite distinctly. Cover your cheques from now until the time of my return to England, when I shall come and see you. This will probably be before the end of the Trinity term. I will ask you to see to it that the whole of your liabilities are discharged by that time, including your outstanding Oxford debts and your obligations to the children of Israel. First gleam of humanity, said the Viscount. May I offer you, in addition, a little advice? Bear in mind that the amateur professional is peculiarly rapacious. This applies both to women and to people who play cards. If you must back horses, back them at a reasonable price and both ways. And if you insist on blowing out your brains, do it in some place where you will not cause mess and inconvenience. Your affectionate uncle, Peter Breeden Wimsey. Phew, said Lord St. George. Well, that's a stinker. I fancy I detect a little softening in the last paragraph. Otherwise I should say that a nastier kind of letter never came to soothe the sufferer's aching brow. What do you think? Harriet privately agreed that it was not the kind of letter she would care to receive. It displayed, in fact, almost everything that she resented most in Peter. The condescending superiority, the arrogance of caste, and the generosity that was like a blow in the face. However, he's done far more than you asked him, she pointed out. So far as I can see, there's nothing to prevent you from drawing a cheque for 50,000 and blowing the lot. Well, that's the devil of it. He's got me by the short hairs. He's trusted me with the whole dashed outfit. I did think he might offer to settle up for me, but he's left me to do it and hasn't even asked for an account. That means it'll have to be done. I don't see how I can get out of it. He has the most ingenious ways of making a fellow feel a sweep. Oh, hell, my head's splitting. You'd better keep quiet now and try to go to sleep. You've nothing to worry about now. No, wait a minute, don't go away. The check's all right, that's the chief thing. That's as well, because I'd have had a job to raise the wind elsewhere, laid up like this. There's one thing about it. I can't use this arm, so I shan't have to write a long screed full of grateful penitence. Does he know about your accident? Not unless Aunt Mary's written to him. My grandmother's on the Riviera, and I don't suppose it would occur to my sister. She's at school. The governor never writes to anybody, and my mother certainly wouldn't bother with Uncle Peter. Look here, I must do something. I mean, the old boy's been thoroughly decent, really. Couldn't you write a line for me, explaining all about it? I don't want to let my family in on this. I'll do that, certainly. Tell him I'll settle the blasted debts as soon as I can produce a reasonable signature. I say, think of having a free hand with Uncle Peter's pile and not being able to sign a cheque. That'll make a cat laugh, ain't it? So what's the phrase? Appreciate his confidence and won't let him down. Here, you might give me a spot of the stuff in that jug, would you? I feel like Dives in what's-his-name. He gulped the iced drink down gratefully. Oh, damn it, I must do something. The old boy's really worried. I think I can work these fingers after a fashion. Find me a pencil and paper and I'll have a shot. I don't think you'd better. Yes, I had better. And I will if it kills me. Find me something, there's a darling. She found writing materials and held the paper in place while he scrawled a few staggering words. The pain made him sweat. A shoulder joint which has been dislocated and returned to position is no cushion of ease the day after. But he set his teeth and went through with it gamely. There, he said, with a faint grin. That looks dash pathetic. Now it's up to you. Do your best for me, won't you? Perhaps, thought Harriet, Peter knew the right way with his nephew. The boy was unblushingly ready to consider other people's money his own, and probably, if Peter had simply backed his bill, he would have thought his uncle easy game and proceeded to issue more paper on the same terms. As it was, he seemed inclined to stop and think. And he had what she herself lacked, the grace of gratitude. His facile acceptance of favours might be a sign of shallowness. Still, it had cost him something to scribble that painful note. It was only when, in her own room after hall, she set about writing to Peter that she realised how awkward her own task was going to be. To put down a brief explanation of her own acquaintance with Lord St. George and a reassuring account of his accident was child's play. The difficulties began with the matter of the young man's finances. Her first draft ran easily. It was slightly humorous, and rather gave the benefactor to understand that his precious balms were calculated to break the recipient's head where other agents had not already broken it. She rather enjoyed writing this one. On reading it over, she was disappointed to find that it had an air of officious impertinence. She tore it up. The students were making a vast noise of trampling and laughter in the corridor. Harriet briefly cursed them and tried again. The second draft began stiffly. Dear Peter, I am writing on behalf of your nephew, who has unfortunately... This one, when finished, conveyed the impression that she disapproved strongly of uncle and nephew alike, and was anxious to dissociate herself as far as possible from their affairs. She tore it up, cursed the students again, and made a third draft. This, when completed, turned out to be a moving and indeed powerful piece of special pleading on the young sinner's behalf, but contained remarkably little of the gratitude and repentance which she had been instructed to convey. The fourth draft, erring in the opposite direction, was merely fulsome. "What the devil is the matter with me?" she said aloud. "Oh, damn those noisy brats! Why can't I write a straightforward piece of English on a set subject?" When she had once formulated the difficulty in this plain question, the detached intellect bent meekly to its academic task and produced the answer. Because, however you put it, all this is going to hurt his pride damnably. Answer adjudged correct. What she had to say, stripped of its verbiage, was, "Your nephew has been behaving foolishly and dishonestly, and I know it. He gets on badly with his parents, and I know that too. He has taken me into his confidence, and what is more, into yours, where I have no right to be. In fact, I know a great many things you would rather I did not know, and you can't lift a hand to prevent it." In fact, for the first time in their acquaintance, she had the upper hand of Peter Wimsey, and could rub his aristocratic nose in the dirt if she wanted to. Since she had been looking for such an opportunity for 5 years, it would be odd if she didn't hasten to take advantage of it. Slowly, and with extreme pains, she started on draft number 5. Dear Peter, I don't know whether you know that your nephew is in the infirmary, recovering from what might have been a nasty motor accident. His right shoulder is dislocated and his head badly cut. But he's getting on all right and is lucky not to have been killed. Apparently he skidded into a telegraph pole. I don't know the details. Perhaps you have already heard from his people. I met him by chance a few days ago and only heard of the accident today when I went round to see him. So far, so good. Now for the awkward bit. One of his eyes was bandaged up and the other badly swollen, so he asked me to read him a letter he had just that moment received from you. Please don't think his sight is damaged. I asked the nurse, and it's only cuts and bruises. There was nobody else to read it to him, as his parents left Oxford this morning. As he can't write much himself, he asks me to send you the enclosed, and to say he thanks you very much and is sorry. He appreciates your confidence, and will do exactly as you ask him as soon as he is well enough. She hoped there was nothing there that could offend. She had started to write, honourably do as you ask, and then erased the first word. To mention honour was to suggest its opposite. Her consciousness seemed to have become all one exposed nerve centre, sensitive to the lightest breath of innuendo in her own words. I didn't stay long, as he was really a good bit under the weather, but they assure me he is doing very well. He insisted on writing this note himself, though I suppose I oughtn't to have let him. I'll look him up again before I leave Oxford, entirely for my own sake, because he's perfectly charming. I hope you don't mind my saying so, though I'm sure you don't need to be told it. Yours, Harriet D. Vane. I seem to be taking a lot of trouble about this, she thought, as she carefully reread it. If I believed Miss Devine, I might begin to imagine, oh, damn those students! Would anybody believe you could take 2 hours to write a simple letter? She put the letter resolutely into an envelope and addressed and stamped it. Nobody, having put on a twopenny halfpenny stamp, was ever known to open the envelope again. That was done. For a couple of hours now she would devote herself to the affairs of Sheridan Le Fanu. She worked away a happily till 10:30. The racket in the passage calmed down. Words flowed smoothly. From time to time she looked up from her paper, hesitating for a word, and saw through the window the lights of Burley and Queen Elizabeth burning back across the quad, counterparts of her own. Many of them, no doubt, illuminated cheerful parties, like the one in the annex. Others lent their aid to people who, like herself, were engaged in the elusive pursuit of knowledge, covering paper with ink and hesitating now and again over a word. She felt herself to be a living part of a community engaged in a common purpose. Wilkie Collins, wrote Harriet, was always handicapped in his treatment of the supernatural by the fatal itch. Could one be handicapped by an itch? Yes, why not? Oh, let it go anyway for the moment. The fatal itch to explain everything. His legal training, bother, too long, was handicapped by the lawyer's fatal habit of explaining everything. His geistes and ghoulies, no, worn-out humour. His dream phantasms and apparitions are too careful to tuck their shrouds neatly about them and leave no loose ends to trouble us. It is in Le Fanu that we find the natural master of the uncanny, whose mastery comes by nature. If we compare... Before the comparison could be instituted, the lamp went suddenly out. Ah, curse, said Harriet. She rose and pressed down the wall switch. Nothing happened. Fused, said Harriet, opening the door to investigate. The corridor was in darkness, and a lamentable outcry on either side proclaimed that the lights were out in the whole of Tudor. Harriet snatched her torch from the table and turned right towards the main block of the building. She was soon swept into a crowd of students, some with torches and some clinging to those that had them, all clamouring and wanting to know what was wrong with the lights. "Shut up!" said Harriet, peering behind the barrier of the torchlights to find anybody she recognised. "The main fuse must have gone. Where's the fuse box?" "I think he's under the stairs," said somebody. "Stay where you are," said Harriet. "I'll go and see." Nobody naturally stayed where she was. Everybody came helpfully and angrily downstairs. "It's the poltergeist," said somebody. "Let's catch her this time," said somebody else. "Perhaps it's only blown," suggested a timid voice out of the darkness. "Blown be blowed," exclaimed a louder voice scornfully. "How often does a main fuse blow?" Then, in an agitated whisper, "Hell up, it's the Chilperic. Sorry I spoke." "Is that you, Miss Chilperic?" said Harriet, glad to round up one member of the senior common room. "Have you met Miss Barton anywhere?" "No, I've just got out of bed." "Miss Barton isn't there," said a voice from the hall below, and then another voice chimed in. "Somebody's pulled out the main fuse and taken it away." And then, in a shrill cry from someone at the end of the lower corridor, "There she goes, look, running across the quad." Harriet was carried down the stairs with a rush of 20 or 30 students in the midst of those already milling in the hall. There was a cram in the doorway. She lost Miss Chilperic and was left behind in the struggle. Then, as she thrust her way through onto the terrace, she saw, under the dim sky, a string of runners stretched across the quad. Voices were calling shrilly. Then, as the first half-dozen or so of the pursuers were outlined against the blazing lower windows of Burley, those lights, too, were blacked out. She ran desperately, not to Burley, where the uproar was repeating itself, but to Queen Elizabeth, which she judged would be the next point of attack. The side doors would, she knew, be locked. She dashed past the hall stair and through to the portico, where she flung herself upon the main door. That was locked also. She stepped back and shouted through the nearest window, "Look out! There's somebody in here playing tricks! I'm coming in!" A student put out a tousled head. Other heads appeared. "Let me get past," said Harriet, flinging the sash up and hauling herself up over the sill. "They're putting out all the lights in college. Where's your fuse box?" "I'm sure I don't know," said the student, as Harriet plunged across the room. "Well, of course you wouldn't," said Harriet unreasonably. She flung the door open and burst out into Stygian blackness. By this time the hue and cry had reached Queen Elizabeth. Somebody found the front door and unlocked it, and the tumult increased, those within surging out and those outside surging in. A voice said, "Somebody came through my room and went out the window just after the lights went out." Torches appeared. Here and there a face, mostly unfamiliar, was momentarily lit up. Then the lights in the new quad began to go out also, beginning on the south side. Everybody was running aimlessly. Harriet, dashing along the plinth, cannoned full tilt into somebody and flashed the torch in her face. It was the Dean. "Oh, thank God," said Harriet. "Here's somebody in the right place." She held on to her. "What's happening?" said the Dean. "Look, stand still," said Harriet. "I'll have an alibi for you if I die for it." As she spoke, the lights on the north-east went out. "You're all right," said Harriet. "Now then, make for the west staircase and we'll catch her." The same idea seemed to have occurred to a number of other people, for the entrance to the west staircase was blocked with a crowd of students, while a crowd of scouts, released by Carey from their own wing, added to the congestion. Harriet and the Dean forced a pathway through them, and found Miss Lydgate standing bewildered, and clasping her proof-sheets to her bosom, being determined that this time nothing should happen to them. They scooped her up with them, like playing staggy, thought Harriet, and made their way to the fuse-boxes under the stairs. There they found Paget, grimly on guard, with his trousers hastily pulled on over his pyjamas and a rolling-pin in his hand. "They don't get this," said Paget. "You leave it to me, Madam Dean, miss. Just turning into my bed I was. All late-leave ladies being in. My wife's telephoning across to Jackson to fetch over some new fuses. Have you seen the boxes, miss? Wrenched open with a chisel they was, or something of that. A nice thing to happen. But they won't get this." Nor did they. In the west side of the new quad, the warden's house, the infirmary, and the scout's wing entrenched behind its relocked grille, the lights burned on steadily. But when Jackson arrived with the new fuses, every darkened building showed its trail of damage. While Paget had sat by the mouse-hole, waiting for the mouse that did not come, the poltergeist had passed through the college, breaking ink bottles, flinging papers into the fire, smashing lamps and crockery, and throwing books through the window-panes. In the hall, where the main fuse had also been taken, the silver cups on the high table had been hurled at the portraits, breaking the glass, and the plaster bust of a Victorian benefactor pitched down the stone stair to end in a fragmentary trail of detached side-whiskers and disintegrated features. "Well," said the Dean, surveying the wreckage, "that's one thing to be grateful for. We've seen the last of the Reverend Melchizedek Entwistle. But, oh, Lord!"
Chapter 10. Some say thy fault is youth, some wantonness. Some say thy grace is youth and gentle sport. Both grace and faults are loved of more and less. Thou mak'st false graces that to thee resort. William Shakespeare. It would seem at first sight as though, in an episode witnessed by so many people and lasting altogether about an hour, counting, that is, from the first alarm in Tudor to the refitting of the final fuse, it should have been easy to find alibis for all the innocent. In practice, it was not so at all, chiefly owing to the stubborn refusal of human beings to stay where they're put. It was the very multiplicity of witnesses that made the difficulty, for it seemed likely that the culprit had mixed with the crowd over and over again in the dark. Some alibis were established for certain. Harriet and the Dean had been standing together when the lights were extinguished on the north-east angle of the new quad. The warden had not left her own house till after the uproar had started, as her household staff could attest. The two porters were vouched for by their respective wives, and had in fact never been suspected, since on various earlier occasions disturbances had occurred while they were at their posts. The infirmarian and the infirmary maid had also been together the whole time. Miss Hudson, the student who had been considered a possible, had been at a coffee party when the trouble began and was clear. Miss Lydgate also, to Harriet's great relief, had been in Queen Elizabeth enjoying the hospitality of a party of third years. She had just risen to say good night, remarking that it was past her usual time, when the lights had gone out. She had been caught up in the throng, and as soon as she could free herself, had run hastily up to her own room to rescue her proofs. Other members of the SCR were less fortunately placed. The case of Miss Barton was exciting and mysterious. According to her own account, she had been sitting working when the fuse was pulled out in Tudor. After trying the wall switch, she had looked out of the window, seen the figure hastening across the quad, and gone immediately in pursuit. The figure had dodged her round Burley twice, and had then suddenly come upon her from behind, flung her against the wall, with extraordinary strength, and knocked her torch from her hand. Before she could recover herself, the evildoer had extinguished the Burley lights and gone again. Miss Barton could give no description of this person, except that it wore something dark and ran very fast. She had not seen its face. The only proof of this story was that Miss Barton certainly had received a heavy bruise on the side of the face where, so she said, she'd been flung against an angle of the building. She'd remained where she lay for a few minutes after receiving the blow. By that time, the excitement had spread to the new quad. Here she had certainly been seen for a few seconds by a pair of students. She had then run to look for the Dean, found her room empty, run out again, and joined Harriet and the rest in the west staircase. Miss Chilperic's story was equally difficult to prove. When the cry of "There she goes" had been raised at Tudor, she had been among the first to run out, but having no torch, and being too excited to notice where she was going, she had tripped and fallen down the steps of the terrace, twisting her foot slightly. This had made her late in arriving on the scene. She had come up with the crowd at Queen Elizabeth, been carried in with it through the portico, and run straight into the new quadrangle buildings. She thought she heard footsteps scurrying along to her right, and had followed them when the lights had gone out, and not knowing the building at all well, she had wandered about in some confusion, till at last she found the way out into the quad. Nobody seemed able to remember seeing Miss Chilperic at all after she left Tudor. She was that kind of person. The treasurer had been sitting up at work on the term's accounts. The lights in her building had been the last to go out, and her windows looked outwards upon the road and not upon the quad, so that she had known nothing about the affair till a late stage in the proceedings. When the darkness fell on her, she went, so she said, to the bursar's set opposite, electrical replacements being in the bursar's department. The bursar was not in her room or office, but as Miss Allison came out from looking for her, she emerged from the place where the fuse boxes were, to announce the disappearance of the main fuse. Treasurer and bursar had then joined the crowd in the quadrangle. The account given by Miss Pike of her movements seemed to be the most incredible of all. She lived above the treasurer, and had been working at an article for a learned society's transactions. When her lights had gone out, she'd said, "Bother," taken a pair of candles from a stock which she kept for such emergencies, and gone quietly on working. Miss Burrows asserted that she had been having a bath when the Burley building lights failed, and by an extraordinary coincidence had found, on getting hastily out of it, that she'd left her towel in her bedroom,
She did not possess a self-contained set with a private bathroom, and so was obliged to grope, with her dressing gown clutched about her dripping body, along the passage to her bedroom, and there dry and dress herself in the dark. This had taken a surprisingly long time, and when she came up with the main party, most of the fun was over. No proof, except the undoubted presence of soapy water in a bathroom on her floor. Miss Shaw's set was over the bursars, and her bedroom looked out on St. Cross Road. She had gone to bed and to sleep, being very tired, and knew nothing about it till it was all over. The same story was told by Mrs. Goodwin, who had returned to college only that day, rather exhausted by sick nursing. As for Miss Hilliard and Miss Devine, living above Miss Lydgate, their lights had never gone out at all, and their windows, facing on the road, they had never known that anything was wrong, putting down a vague noise in the quad to the natural cussedness of undergraduates. It had only been after Paget had sat for about 5 minutes in vain at the mouse-hole that Harriet had done what she should have done earlier, and attempted to make a count of the senior common room. She had then found them all in the places where, by their subsequent accounts of themselves, they should have been. But to collect them all into one lighted room and keep them there was not easy. She established Miss Lydgate in her own room and went to look for the rest, asking them to go straight down to Miss Lydgate's room and stay there. The warden, meanwhile, had arrived and was addressing the students, imploring them also to stay where they were and keep quiet. Unfortunately, just as it began to seem possible to make sure of everybody's whereabouts, some inquisitive person, who had broken away from the rest and gone roaming through the old quad, arrived breathless to announce the tale of damage in the hall. Instantly pandemonium broke loose again. Dons who were trotting like lambs into the sheepfold suddenly lost their heads and raced with the students into the darkness. Miss Burrows screamed, "The library!" and tore away, and the bursar, with an anguished cry for the college property, dashed after her. The dean called, "Stop them!" and Miss Pike and Miss Hilliard, taking the command to themselves, rushed out and disappeared. In the resulting confusion, everybody got lost 20 times over, and by the time the fuses were replaced and the community at last gathered and numbered, the damage had all been done. It's surprising how much can be done in a very few minutes. Harriet calculated that the hall had probably been wrecked first of all, being in a detached wing, where noise was not likely to attract much attention. All that was done there could have been done in a couple of minutes. From the extinguishing of the first lights in Tudor to that of the last lights in the new quad, rather less than 10 minutes had elapsed. The third and longest part of the business, the wrecking of the rooms in the darkened buildings, had taken anything from a quarter to half an hour. The warden addressed the college after chapel, again enjoining discretion, begging the culprit to come forward, and promising that all possible measures should be taken to identify her in case she did not confess. "I have no intention," said Dr. Baring, "of inflicting any restriction or punishment upon the college in general for the act of one irresponsible person. I will ask anyone who has any suggestion to make or any evidence to offer with regard to the identity of this foolish practical joker to come privately, either to the dean or myself, and make the communication in strict confidence." She added a few words about the solidarity of the college and departed with a grave face, her gown floating behind her. The glaziers were already at work restoring damaged window panes. In the hall, the bursar was affixing neat cards in the places of portraits whose glass had been broken. Portrait of Miss Matheson, Warden, 1899-1912. Removed for cleaning. Broken crockery was being swept from the grass of the old quad. The college was engaged in presenting a serene face to the world. It did not improve anybody's temper to discover a printed message consisting of "Ha, ha," and a vulgar epithet pasted across the mirror in the senior common room shortly before lunch. The common room had been empty from 9 o'clock onwards, so far as was known. The common room maid, going in at lunchtime with the coffee cups, had been the first to see the notice. It had by then dried hard. The bursar, who had missed her pot of glory after the night's excitement, found it placed neatly in the centre of the SCR mantelpiece. The feeling in the senior common room after this episode underwent a subtle alteration. Tongues were sharpened. The veneer of detachment began to wear thin. The uneasiness of suspicion began to make itself felt. Only Miss Lydgate and the Dean, being proved innocent, remained unmoved. "Your bad luck seems to have repeated itself, Miss Barton," observed Miss Pike acidly. "Both in the library affair and in this last outbreak you seem to have been first on the spot, and yet unhappily prevented from securing the culprit." "Yes," said Miss Barton. "It's very unfortunate. If next time my gown gets taken as well, the college sleuth will begin to smell a rat." "Very trying for you, Mrs. Goodwin," said Miss Hilliard, "to come back to all this upset just when you need a rest. I trust your little boy is better. It is particularly tiresome because all the time you were away we had no disturbance at all." "It's most annoying," said Mrs. Goodwin. "The poor creature who does these things must be quite demented. Of course, these disorders do tend to occur in celibate, or chiefly celibate, communities. It's a kind of compensation, I suppose, for the lack of other excitements." The great mistake, said Miss Burrows, was, of course, our not keeping together. Naturally, I wanted to see if any damage had been done in the library, but why so many people should have come pelting after me— "The hall was my concern," said the bursar. "Oh, you did get to the hall. I completely lost sight of you in the quad." "That," said Miss Hilliard, "was exactly the catastrophe I was trying to avoid when I pursued you. I called loudly to you to stop. You must have heard me." "There was so much noise to hear anything," said Miss Stevens. "I came to Miss Lydgate's room," said Miss Shaw, "the moment I could get dressed, understanding that everybody was to be there. But there was really nobody. I thought I must have misunderstood, so I tried to find Miss Vane, but she seemed to have gone off into the Ewigkeit." "It must have taken you a remarkable long time to dress," said Miss Burrows. "Anybody could run 3 times round college in the time it takes you to pull your stockings on." "Somebody," said Miss Shaw, "apparently did." "They're beginning to get fractious," said Harriet to the Dean. "Well, what can you expect? The silly cuckoos, if they'd only sat tight on their little behinds last night, we could have cleared the whole business up. Oh, it's not your fault. You couldn't be everywhere at once. How can we expect discipline from the students when a whole bunch of middle-aged seniors behave like a flock of hens in a crisis? I cannot think. Who's that out there conducting the strident conversation with the top window? Oh, I think it's Baker's young man. Well, discipline must be observed, I suppose. Give me the house telephone, will you? Thanks. I don't see how we're to prevent this last outbreak from getting— Oh, Martha! The Dean's compliments, if you please, to Miss Baker, and will she kindly bear in mind the rule about morning visitors? And the students are getting rather annoyed about the destruction of their property. I think they're actually getting worked up to call a JCR meeting, and it's very unfair on them, poor lambs, to let them go on suspecting one another. But what can we do about it? Thank God it's the last week of term. I suppose we're not making a ghastly mistake. It must be one of us and not a student or a scout. We seem to have eliminated the students, unless it's a conspiracy between 2 of them. It might be that. Hudson and Catamole together. But as for the scouts, well, I can show you this now, I suppose. Would any of the scouts quote Virgil? No, said the Dean, examining the harpy passage. No, it doesn't seem likely. Oh, dear. The reply to Harriet's letter arrived by return. My dear Harriet, it's exceedingly good of you to be bothered with my graceless nephew. I'm afraid the episode must have left you with an unfortunate impression of both of us. I'm very fond of the boy, and he is, as you say, attractive. But he is rather easily led, and my brother is not, in my opinion, handling him in the wisest way. Considering his expectations, Gerald is kept absurdly short of money, and naturally he feels he has a right to anything he can lay his hands on. Still, he must learn to draw the line between carelessness and dishonesty. I have offered to augment his allowance myself, but the suggestion was not well received at home. His parents, I know, feel that I am stealing his confidence from them. But if I refuse to help him, he would go elsewhere and get himself into worse trouble. Though I do not like the position into which I am forced, of coddling as the friend, not short, I still think it better that he should turn to me than to an outsider. I call this family pride. It may be mere vanity. I know it is vexation of spirit. Let me assure you that so far, when I have trusted Gerald with anything, he's not let me down. He is amenable to some of the shibboleths, but he is not amenable to a discipline of alternate indulgence and severity, and indeed I do not know who is. I must again apologize for troubling you with our family affairs. What on earth are you doing in Oxford? Have you retired from the world to pursue the contemplative life? I will not attempt to dissuade you now, but shall address you on the subject in the usual form on the 1st April next. Yours in gratitude, P.D.B.W. I had forgotten to say thank you for telling me about the accident and reassuring me as to its results. It was the first I'd heard of it. As old James Forsyth says, nobody ever tells me anything. I will oblige with a few kind words. Poor old Peter, said Harriet. The remark probably deserves to be included in an anthology of great first occasions. Lord St. George, when she went to pay him a parting visit, was considerably improved in appearance, but his expression was worried. His bed strewn with untidy papers, he seemed to be trying to cope with his affairs and to be making but heavy weather of it. He brightened up considerably at sight of Harriet. "Oh, look, you're just the person I've been praying for. I've no head for this kind of thing, and all the beastly bills keep sliding off the bed. I can write my name pretty well, but I can't keep track of things. I'm sure I've paid some of these brutes twice over. Let me help, can I? Well, I hoped you'd say that. It's so nice of you to spoil me, isn't it? I can't think how things mount up so. They rook one shockingly at these places. But one must have something to eat, mustn't one? And belong to a few clubs, and play a game or two. Of course, polo comes a bit expensive, but it's rather done just now. Well, it's nothing, really. Of course, the mistake was going round with that bunch in town last vac. Mother imagines they're okay because they're in the stud book, but they're pretty hot, really. She'll be no end surprised if they end up in jail, and her white-headed boy with them. Sad degeneracy of old landed families and that kind of thing. Solemn rebuke by the learned judge. I somehow got behindhand with things about the new year and never caught up again. It looks to me as though Uncle Peter was going to get a bit of a shock. He's written, by the way, much more like himself. He tossed the letter over. Dear Jerry, of all the thundering nuisances that ever embittered the lives of their long-suffering relatives, you are the worst. For God's sake, put down that bloody Alpha before you kill yourself. Strange as it may appear, I still retain some lingering remnants of affection for you. I hope they take your license away for life, and I hope you feel like hell. You probably do. Don't worry any more about the money. I'm writing to thank Miss Vane for her kindness to you. She is a person whose good opinion I value, so be merciful to my feelings as a man and an uncle. Bunter has just found 3 silver threads among the gold. He is incredibly shocked. He begs to tender you his respectful commiserations and advises scalp massage. For me, I mean. When you can manage it, send a line to report progress to your querulous and rapidly decaying uncle. P.W. He'll get a whole crop of silver threads when he realizes that I hadn't paid up the insurance, said the Viscount callously as he took the letter back. What? Fortunately, there was nobody else involved, and the police weren't on the spot, but I suppose I shall hear from the post office about their blasted telegraph pole. If I have to go before the magistrates and the governor hears of it, he'll be annoyed. It'll cost a bit to get the carpet right. I'd throw the damn thing away, only Dad gave it to me in one of his generous fits. And, of course, about the first thing he asked when I came out from under was whether the insurance was all right, and being in no state to argue, I said yes. If only it doesn't get into the papers about the insurance, we're all right. Only the repairs will make a nice little item in Uncle Peter's total. Is it fair to make him pay for that? Damned unfair, said Lord St. George cheerfully. The governor ought to pay the insurance himself. He's like the old man of Thermopylae, never does anything properly. If you come to that, it isn't fair to make Uncle Peter pay for all the horses that fall down when one backs them, or for all the rotten little gold-diggers one carts around either. I shall have to lump them together under sundries, and he'll say, ah, yes, postage stamps, telephone calls, and live wires. And then I shall lose my head and say, well, Uncle. I hate those sentences that start with, well, Uncle. They always seem to go on and lead anywhere. I don't suppose he'll ask for details if you don't volunteer them. Look, I've got all these bills sorted. Shall I write out the cheques for you to sign? Oh, I wish you would. No, he won't ask. He'll only sit looking harmless till I tell him. I suppose that's the way he gets criminals to come across with it. It's not a nice characteristic. Have you got that note from Levy? That's the main thing. And there's a letter from a chap called Cartwright that's rather important. I borrowed a bit from him up in town once or twice. What's he make it come to? Oh, rot. It can't be as much of that. Look, let's see. Oh, well, I suppose he's right. And Archie Campbell, he's my bookmaker. God, what a lot of screws. They oughtn't to allow the poor beasts out. And the odds and ends here. What a marvellous and neat way you have with these things, haven't you? Shall we tot them all up and see where we get to? Then, if I faint, you can ring the bell for the nurse. I'm not very good at arithmetic. You better check this up. It looks a bit unlikely, but I can't make it come to any less. Add on, say, 150. Estimated repairs to car, and then we'll see. Oh, hell! What have we here? The portrait of a blinking idiot, said Harriet irresistibly. Amazing fellow, Shakespeare. The apt word for all occasions. Yes, there's a well-uncle look about this, all right. Of course, I get my quarter's allowance at the end of the month, but there's the VAC to get through, and all next term. One thing, I'll have to go home and be good. Can't get about the place much like this. The governor more or less hinted that I ought to pay my own doctor's bill, but I wasn't taking the hint. Mother blames Uncle Peter for the whole thing. Why on earth? Setting me a bad example of furious driving. He is a bit hot, of course, but he never seems to get my foul luck. Can he possibly be a better driver? Darling Harriet, that is unkind. You don't mind me calling you Harriet? As a matter of fact, I do, rather. But I can't keep on saying Miss Vane to a person who knows all my hideous secrets. Perhaps I'd better accustom myself to saying Aunt Harriet. What's wrong with that? You simply can't refuse to be an adopted aunt to me. My Aunt Mary has gone all domestic and hasn't time for me, and my mother's sisters are the original Gorgons. I'm dreadfully unappreciated and quite auntless for all practical purposes. You deserve neither aunts nor uncles, considering how you treat them. Do you mean to finish these cheques today? Because if not, I have other things to do. Well, very well. We'll continue to rob Peter to pay all. It's wonderful what a good influence you have over me. Unbend in devotion to duty. If you'd only take me in hand, I might turn out quite well after all. Sign, please. But you don't seem very susceptible. Poor Uncle Peter. It will be poor Uncle Peter by the time you've finished. That's what I mean. 53-19-4. It's shocking the way other people smoke one's fags, and I'm sure my scout bag's half of them. 26-12-8, 19-7-2. 100 quid gone before you've time to look at it. 31-14, 12-9-6, 5-15-3. What's all this tale about ghosts playing Merry Hell in Shrewsbury? Harriet jumped. Damn, which of our little beasts told you about that? None of them told me. I don't encourage women students. Nice girls, no doubt, but too rubby. There's a chap on my staircase who came up today with a story. I forgot he told me not to mention it. What's it all about, and why the hush-hush? Oh, dear, and they were implored not to talk. They never think of the harm this kind of thing does to the college. Well, but it's only a rag, isn't it? I'm afraid it's a bit more than that. Look here, if I tell you why it's hush-hush, will you promise not to pass it on? Well, said Lord St. George candidly, you know how my tongue runs away with me. I'm not very dependable. Your uncle says you are. Uncle Peter? Good Lord, he must be potty. Sad to see a fine brain going to rack and ruin. Of course, he's not as young as he was. You're looking very sober about it. It is rather grim, really. We're afraid the trouble's caused by somebody who's not quite right in the head. Not a student, but of course we can't very well tell the students that, especially when we don't know who it is. The Viscount stared. Good Lord, how beastly for you. I quite see your point. Naturally, you don't want a thing like that to get about. Well, I won't say a word, honestly, I won't. And if anybody mentions it, I'll register a concentrated expression of no enthusiasm. I say, do you know, I wonder if I've seen your ghost. Met her? Yes. I certainly met somebody who didn't seem quite all there. Scared me a bit. You'll be the first person I've told about this. When was this? Tell me about it. End of last term. I was awfully short of cash, and I'd had a bet with a man that I'd get into Shrewsbury, and... He stopped and looked up at her with a smile that was so uncannily not his own. What do you know about that? If you mean that bit of the wall by the private gate, it's having a set of spikes put on it. The revolving sort. Ah, all is known. Well, it wasn't an awfully good night for it, full moon and all that. But it seemed about the last chance to get that 10 quid, so I hopped over. There's a bit of garden there. The Fellows' Garden, yes. Yes. Well, I was just pushing along there when somebody hopped out from behind a bush and grabbed me. My heart nearly shot right out of my mouth onto the lawn. I wanted to do a bunk. What was the person like? It was in black, and had a bit of black stuff sort of twisted around its head. I couldn't see anything but its eyes, and they looked beastly. So I said, "Oh, gosh," and she said, "Which of 'em do you want?" in a horrid voice like glue. Well, that wasn't nice, not what I expected. I don't pretend to be a good boy, but such were not my intentions at that time. So I said, "Nothing of the sort. I only made a bet I wouldn't be caught, and I have been caught, so I'll go away, and I'm sorry." So she said, "Yes, go away. We murder beautiful boys like you and eat their hearts out." So I said, "Good God, how very unpleasant." I didn't like it a bit. "Are you making all this up?" "No, honestly I'm not, no." Then she said, "The other had fair hair too." And I said, "No, did he really?" And she said something, I forget what. It seemed to me she had a kind of hungry look about her, if you know what I mean. And anyhow, it was all most uncomfortable, and I said, "Excuse me, I think I'd better be getting along." And I pulled free. She was uncommonly strong in the wrists, and legged it over the wall like one John Smith. Harriet looked at him, but he appeared to be perfectly serious. "How tall was she?" "About your height, I should think, or a bit less." Honestly, I was too scared to notice much. I couldn't recognize her again, I don't think. She didn't give me the impression of being a young thing, and that's about all I can tell you. "And you say you've kept this remarkable story to yourself?" "Yes. Doesn't seem like me, does it? But there was something about it, I don't know. If I'd told any of the men, they'd have thought it howlingly funny, but it wasn't. So I didn't mention it. Didn't seem the right thing, somehow." "I'm glad you didn't want it laughed at." "No. The boy has quite nice instincts. Well, that's all. 25-11-9. That blasted car simply eats oil and petrol. All those big engines do. It's going to be awfully awkward about that insurance. Please, dear Harriet, need I do any more of these? They depress me. You can leave them till I've gone and write all the cheques and envelopes yourself. Slave driver. I shall burst into tears. I'll fetch you a handkerchief. You are the most unwomanly woman I ever met. Uncle Peter has my sincere sympathy. Look at this. 69.15, account rendered. I wonder what it was all about." Harriet said nothing, but continued to make out the cheques. "One thing, there doesn't seem to be much of Blackwell's, a mere trifle of £6.12. 1 halfpenny worth of bread to this intolerable deal of sack. Did you catch that habit of quotation from Uncle Peter? You needn't lay any more burdens on your uncle's shoulders. Must you rub it in? There's practically nothing at the wine merchant's either. Hard drinking has gone quite out. Isn't that satisfactory? Of course the governor obliges with a bottle or two from time to time. Did you like that Neersteiner the other day? Uncle Peter obliged with that. How many more of these things are there? Quite a few. Oh, my arm aches horribly. If you're really too tired— No, I can manage." Half an hour later, Harriet said, "That's the lot. Thank God. Now talk prettily to me. No, I must get back now. I'll post these on my way. You're not really going right away?" "Yes, right away, to London." "Wish I was you. Shall you be up next term?" "I don't know." Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, kiss me good-bye nicely." Since she could think of no form of refusal that might not provoke some nerve-shattering comment, Harriet sedately complied. She was turning to go when the nurse arrived to announce another visitor. This was a young woman, dressed in the more foolish extreme of the current fashion, with an intoxicated-looking hat and bright purple fingernails, who advanced crying sympathetically, "Oh, darling Jerry, how too ruinously shattering! Good Lord, Gillian!" said the Viscount without very much enthusiasm. "How did you— My lamb, you don't sound very pleased to see me." Harriet escaped and found the nurse in the passage, putting an armful of roses in a bowl. "I hope I haven't tired your patient too much with all that business. I'm glad you came to help him out with it. It was on his mind. Aren't these roses beautiful? The young lady brought them from London. He gets a lot of visitors, but you can't wonder, can you? He's a dear boy, and the things he says to Sister. It's as much as one can do to keep a straight face. He's looking a lot better now, don't you think? Mr. Wybrow's made a beautiful job of the cut on his forehead. He's got his stitches out now. Oh, yes, it'll hardly show at all. It is a mercy, isn't it? Because he's ever so handsome. Yes, he's a very good-looking young man. He takes after his father. You know the Duke of Denver. He's ever so handsome, too. I shouldn't call the Duchess good-looking, more distinguished. She was terribly afraid he might be disfigured for life, and it would have been a pity. But Mr. Wybrow's a splendid surgeon. You'll see he'll be quite all right. Sister's ever so pleased. We tell her she's quite lost her heart to number 15. I'm sure we shall all be sorry to say goodbye to him. He keeps us all lively. I expect he does. And the way he pulls Matron's leg. Impudent young monkey, she calls him, but she can't help laughing at his ways. Oh, dear, there's number 17 ringing again. I expect he wants a bedpan. You know your way out, don't you? Harriet departed, feeling it might be rather an onerous position to be aunt to Lord St. George. "Of course," said the Dean, "if anything should happen in vacation—" "I rather doubt it will," said Harriet. "Not a big enough audience. A public scandal is the thing aimed at, I imagine. But if another episode should occur, it will narrow the field. Yes, most of the SCR will be away. Next term, what with the warden, Miss Lydgate and myself definitely clear of suspicion, we ought to be able to patrol the place better. What are you going to do?" "I don't know. I've been rather thinking of coming back to Oxford altogether for a time to do some work. This place gets you. It's so completely uncommercial. I think I'm getting a little shrill in my mind. I need a mellowing. Why not work for a B-Lit? That'd be rather fun. I'm afraid they wouldn't accept Lefanu, would they? It would have to be somebody duller. I should enjoy a little dullness. One would have to go on writing novels for bread and butter, but I'd like an academic and meaty egg to my tea for a change. Well, I hope you'll come back for part of next term anyway. You can't leave Miss Lydgate now till those proofs are in the printer's hands. I'm almost afraid to set her loose this back. She's dissatisfied with her chapter on Gerard Manley Hopkins. She feels she may have attacked him from the wrong angle altogether. Oh, no. I'm afraid it is. Oh, yes. Well, I'll cope with that anyway. And the rest? Well, we shall see what happens." Harriet left Oxford just after lunch. As she was putting her suitcase into the car, Paget came up to her. "Excuse me, miss, but the Dean thinks you would like to see this, miss. In Mr. Vine's fireplace it was found this morning, miss." Harriet looked at the half-burnt sheet of crumpled newspaper. Letters had been cut out from the advertising columns. "Is Mr. Vine still in college?" She left by the 10:10, miss." "I'll keep this, Paget, thank you. Does Mr. Vine usually read the Daily Trumpet?" "I shouldn't think so, miss. It'd be more likely the Times or Telegraph, but you could easily find out. Of course, anybody might have dropped this in the fireplace. It proves nothing. But I'm very glad to have seen it. Good morning, Paget." "Good morning, miss." Chapter 11. "Leave me, O love, which reachest but to dust, and thou, my mind, aspire to higher things. Grow rich in that which never taketh rust, whatever fades, but fading pleasures brings. Draw in thy beams, and humble all they might to that sweet yoke where lasting freedoms be, which breaks the clouds and opens forth the light, that doth both shine and give us sight to see." Sir Philip Sidney. Town seemed remarkably empty and uninteresting, yet a lot of things were going on. Harriet saw her agent and publisher, signed a contract for serial rights, heard the inner history of the quarrel between Lord Cobbersley, the newspaper proprietor, and Mr. Adrian Clute, the reviewer, entered warmly into the triangular dispute raging among Gargantua Coloured Talkies Limited, Mr. Garrick Drury the actor, and Mrs. Snell Wilmington, author of Passionflower Pie, and into the details of Miss Sugar Tubin's monstrous libel action against the Daily Headline, and was, of course, passionately interested to learn that Jacqueline Squills had made a malicious exposé of her second divorced husband's habits and character in her new novel Gas-Filled Bulbs. Yet somehow these distractions failed to keep her amused. To make matters worse, her new mystery novel had got somehow stuck. She had 5 suspects neatly confined in an old watermill with no means of entrance or egress except by a plank bridge, and all provided with motives and alibis for a pleasantly original kind of murder. There seemed to be nothing fundamentally wrong with the thing, but the permutations and combinations of the 5 people's relationships were beginning to take on an unnatural, an incredible symmetry. Human beings were not like that. Human problems were not like that. What you really got was 200 or so people running like rabbits in and out of a college, doing their work, living their lives, and actuated all the time by motives unfathomable even to themselves. And then, in the midst of it all, not a plain, understandable murder, but an unmeaning and inexplicable lunacy. How could one, in any case, understand other people's motives and feelings when one's own remained mysterious? Why did one look forward with irritation to the receipt of a letter on April the 1st, and then feel alarmed and affronted when it did not arrive by the first post? Very likely the letter had been sent to Oxford. There was no possible urgency about it, since one knew what it would contain and how it had to be answered. But it was annoying to sit about expecting it. Ring. Enter secretary with telegram. This was probably it. Wordy and unnecessary cable from American magazine representative to say she was shortly arriving in England and very anxious to talk to Miss Harriet Vane about a story for their publication. Cordially. What on earth did these people want to talk about? You did not write stories by talking about them. Ring. Second post. Letter with Italian stamp. Slightly delay in sorting, no doubt. Oh, thank you, Miss Bracey. Imbecile writing, very bad English. Was eager to translate Miss Vane's work into Italian. Could Miss Vane inform the writer of what book she had composed? Translators were all like that. No English, no sense, no backing. Harriet said briefly what she thought of them, told Miss Bracey to refer the matter to the agent, and returned to her dictation. Wilfred stared at the handkerchief. What was it doing there in Winchester's bedroom? With a curious feeling of... Telephone. Hold on a moment, please. It couldn't very well be that. It would be ridiculous to put through an expensive foreign call. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh? She might have known it. There was a kind of mild determination about Reggie Pomfret. Could Miss Vane, put up with his company for dinner and the new show at the Palladium? That night? The next night? Any night? That very night? Mr. Pomfret was inarticulate with pleasure. Thank you. Ring off. Where were we, Miss Bracey? With a curious feeling of... Oh, yes, Wilfred. Very distressing for Wilfred to find his young woman's handkerchief in the murdered man's bedroom. Agonizing. A curious feeling of... What should you feel like under the circumstances, Miss Bracey? I should think the laundry had made a mistake, I expect. Oh, Miss Bracey. Well, we'd better say it was a lace handkerchief. Winchester couldn't have mistaken a lace handkerchief for one of his own, whatever the laundry sent him. But would Ada have used the lace handkerchief, Miss Vane? Because she's been made rather a boyish outdoor person, and it's not as if she was in evening dress, because it was so important that she should turn up in a tweed costume. That's true. Well, well, better make the handkerchief small but not lace. Plain but good. Turn back to the description of the handkerchief. Oh, dear. No, I'll answer it. Yes? Yes, yes. No, I'm afraid I can't possibly. No, really. Oh? Well, you better ask my agents. Yes, yes, that's right. Goodbye. Some club wanting a debate on should genius marry. The question's not likely to concern any of their members personally, so why do they bother? Yes, Miss Bracey? Oh, yes, Wilfred. Oh, bother, Wilfred. I'm taking quite a dislike to the man. By tea-time, Wilfred was behaving so tiresomely that Harriet put him away in a rage and sallied out to attend a literary cocktail party. The room in which he was held was exceedingly hot and crowded, and all the assembled authors were discussing A. publishers, B. agents, C. their own sales, D. other people's sales, and E. the extraordinary behaviour of the book at the moment selectors in awarding their ephemeral crown to Tasker Heppelwater's Mock Turtle. I finished this book, one distinguished adjudicator had said, with tears running down my face. The author of Serpent's Fang confided to Harriet over a petite saucisse and a glass of sherry that they must have been tears of pure boredom. But the author of Dust and Shiver said, no, they were probably tears of merriment, called forth by the unintentional humour of the book. Had she ever met Heppelwater? A very angry young woman, whose book had been passed over, declared that the whole thing was a notorious farce. The book of the moment was selected from each publisher's list in turn, so that her own, Ariadne Adams, was automatically excluded from benefit, owing to the mere fact that her publisher's imprint had been honoured in the previous January. She had, however, received private assurance that the critic of the Morning Star had sobbed like a child over the last 100 pages of Ariadne, and would probably make it his book of the fortnight if only the publisher could be persuaded to take advertising space in the paper. The author of Squeezed Lemon agreed that advertising was at the bottom of it. Had they heard how the Daily Flashlight had tried to blackmail Humphrey Quint into advertising with them? And how, on his refusal, they had said darkly, "Well, you know what will happen, Mr. Quint?" And how no single Quint book had received so much as a review from the Flashlight ever since? And how Quint had advertised that fact in the Morning Star and set up his net sales 50% in consequence? Well, by some fantastic figure, anyhow. But the author of Primrose Dalliance said that with the Book of the Moment crowd, what counted was personal pull. Surely they remembered that Heppelwater had married Walton Strawberry's latest wife's sister. The author of Jock and Day agreed about the pull, but thought that in this instance it was political because there was some powerful anti-fascist propaganda in Mock Turtle, and it was well known that you could always get old Steep Fortescue with a good smack at the black-shirts. "But what's Mock Turtle about?" inquired Harriet. On this point the authors were for the most part vague, but a young man who wrote humorous magazine stories, and could therefore afford to be wide-minded about novels, said he'd read it and thought it rather interesting, only a bit long. It was about a swimming instructor at a watering place who had contracted such an unfortunate anti-nudity complex through watching so many bathing beauties that it completely inhibited all his natural emotions. So he got a job on a whaler and fell in love at first sight with an Eskimo because she was such a beautiful bundle of garments. So he married her and brought her back to live in a suburb where she fell in love with a vegetarian nudist. So then the husband went slightly mad and contracted a complex about giant turtles, and spent all his spare time staring into the turtle tank at the aquarium and watching the strange, slow monsters swimming significantly round in their encasing shells. But of course lots of things came into it. It was one of those books that reflect the author's reactions to things in general. Altogether significant was, he thought, the word to describe it. Harriet began to feel that there might be something to be said even for the plot of Death Twixt Wind and Water. It was at least significant of nothing in particular. Harriet went back, irritated, to Mecklenburgh Square. She entered the house. She could hear her telephone ringing apoplectically on the first floor. She ran upstairs hastily. One never knew with telephone calls. As she thrust her key into the lock, the telephone stopped dead. "Damn," said Harriet. There was an envelope lying inside the door. It contained press cuttings. One referred to her as Miss Vines, and said she had taken her degree at Cambridge. A second compared her work unfavourably with that of an American thriller writer. A third was a belated review of her last book, which gave away the plot. A fourth attributed somebody else's thriller to her, and stated that she adopted a sporting outlook on life, whatever that might mean. "This," said Harriet, much put out, "is one of those days. April the 1st, indeed. And now I've got to dine with this dashed undergraduate, be made to feel the burden of incalculable age." To her surprise, however, she enjoyed both the dinner and the show. There was a refreshing lack of complication about Reggie Pomfret. He knew nothing about literary jealousies. He had no views about the comparative importance of personal and professional loyalties. He laughed heartily at obvious jokes. He did not expose your nerve centres or his own. He did not use words with double meanings. He did not challenge you to attack him and then suddenly roll himself into an armadillo-like ball, presenting a smooth defensive surface of ironical quotations. He had no overtones of any kind. He was a good-natured, not very clever, young man, eager to give pleasure to someone who had shown him a kindness. Harriet found him quite extraordinarily restful. "Will you come up for a moment and have a drink or anything?" said Harriet on her own doorstep. "Thanks awfully," said Mr. Pomfret. If it isn't too late." He instructed the taxi to wait and galumphed happily up. Harriet opened the door of the flat and switched the light on. Mr. Pomfret stooped courteously to pick up the letter lying on the mat. "Oh, thank you," said Harriet. She preceded him into the sitting-room and let him remove her cloak for her. A moment or two later, she became aware she was still holding the letter in her hand and that her guest and she was still standing. "Oh, I beg your pardon. Do sit down." "Please," said Mr. Pomfret, with a gesture that indicated, "Read it and don't mind me." "Oh, it's nothing," said Harriet, tossing the envelope on the table. "I know what's in it. What'll you have? Will you help yourself?" Mr. Pomfret surveyed such refreshments as offered themselves and asked what he might mix for her. The drink question being settled, there was a pause. By the way," said Mr. Pomfret, "is Miss Cattermole all right? I haven't seen very much of her since that night when I made your acquaintance, you know. Last time we met she said she was working rather hard." "Oh, yes, I believe she is. She's got mods next term." "Oh, poor girl. She has a great admiration for you." "Has she? I don't know why. I seem to remember ticking her off rather brutally." "Well, you were fairly firm with me, but I agree with Miss Cattermole. Absolutely. I mean, we agree about having a great admiration for you." "How nice of you," said Harriet inattentively. "Yes, really, rather. I'll never forget the way you tackled that fellow Jukes. Did you see he got himself into trouble only a week or so later?" "Yes, I'm not surprised." No, a most unpleasant wart, thoroughly scaly. He always was. Well, here's to a long stretch for Comrade Jukes. Not a bad show tonight, don't you think?" Harriet pulled herself together. She was all at once tired of Mr. Pomfret and wished he would go, but it was monstrous of her not to behave politely to him. She exerted herself to talk with bright interest of the entertainment to which he had kindly taken her, and succeeded so well that it was nearly 15 minutes before Mr. Pomfret remembered his waiting taxi and took himself off in high spirits. Harriet took up the letter. Now that she was free to open it, she didn't want to. It had spoilt the evening for her. "Dear Harriet, I send in my demand notes with the brutal regularity of the Income Tax Commissioners, and probably you say when you see the envelopes, 'Oh, God, I know what this is.' The only difference is that some time or other one has to take notice of the income tax. Will you marry me?" It's beginning to look like one of those lines in a farce, merely boring till it's said often enough, and after that you'll get a bigger laugh every time it comes. I should like to write you the kind of words that burn the paper they're written on, but words like that have a way of being not only unforgettable, but unforgivable. You will burn the paper in any case, and I would rather there should be nothing in it that you can't forget if you want to. Well, that's over. Don't worry about it. My nephew, whom you seem, by the way, to have stimulated to the most extraordinary diligence, is cheering my exile by dark hints that you are involved in some disagreeable and dangerous job of work at Oxford, about which he is honour bound to say nothing. I hope he's mistaken. But I know that if you have anything in hand, disagreeableness and danger will not turn you back, and God forbid they should. Whatever it is, you have my best wishes for it. I'm not my own master at the moment, and don't know where I shall be sent next, or when I shall be back. Soon, I trust. In the meantime, may I hope to hear from time to time that all is well with you? Yours, more than my own, Peter Wimsey. After reading that letter, Harriet knew that she could not rest till it was answered. The bitter unhappiness of its opening paragraphs was readily explained by the last two. He probably thought, he could not possibly help thinking, that she'd known him all these years, only to confide at the end, not in him, but in a boy less than half his age, and his own nephew, whom she'd known only a couple of weeks and had little reason to trust. He made no comment and asked no questions. That made it worse. More generously still, he had not only refrained from offers of help and advice which she might have resented. He deliberately acknowledged that she had the right to run her own risks. Do be careful of yourself. I hate to think of your being exposed to unpleasantness. If only I could be there to protect you. Any such phrase would express the normal male reaction. Not one man in 10,000 would say to the woman he loved, or to any woman, disagreeableness and danger will not turn you back, and God forbid they should.
That was an admission of equality, and she had not expected it of him. If he conceived of marriage along those lines, then the whole problem would have to be reviewed in that new light. But that seemed scarcely possible. To take such a line and stick to it, he would have to be not a man, but a miracle. But the business about St. George must be cleared up immediately. She wrote quickly, without stopping to think too much. Dear Peter, no, I can't see my way to it, but thank you all the same. About the Oxford business, I would have told you all about it long ago, only that it is not my secret. I wouldn't have told your nephew, only that he had stumbled on part of it, and I had to trust him with the rest to keep him from making unintentional mischief. I wish I could tell you. I should be very glad for your help. If ever I get leave to, I will. It is rather disagreeable, but not dangerous, I hope. Thank you for not telling me to run away and play. That's the best compliment you ever paid me. I hope your case, or whatever it is getting on all right. It must be a tough one to take so long. Harriet. Lord Peter read this letter while seated upon the terrace of an hotel overlooking the Pincian Gardens, which were bathed in brilliant sunshine. It astonished him so much that he was reading it for the fourth time, when he became aware that the person standing beside him was not the waiter. "My dear Count, I beg your pardon. What manners? My head was in the clouds. Do me the favour to sit down and join me. Servitore." "I beg you will not apologize. It is my fault for interrupting you. But fearing that last night might have somewhat entangled the situation, it's foolish to talk so long and so late. Grown men behave like tired children who are allowed to sit up till midnight. I admit that we were all very fractious, myself not least. You are always the soul of amiability. That is why I thought that a word with you alone. We are both reasonable men. Count, I hope you have not come to persuade me to anything. I should find it too difficult to refuse you." Wimsey folded the letter away in his pocketbook. "The sun is shining, and I am in the mood to make mistakes through overconfidence. Then I must take advantage of the good moment." The Count set his elbows on the table and leaned forward, thumb-tip to thumb-tip, and little finger-tip to little finger-tip, smiling irresistibly. 40 minutes later he took his leave, still smiling, having ceded, without noticing it, rather more than he had gained, and told in 10 words more than he had learned in 1,000. But of this interlude Harriet naturally knew nothing. On the evening of the same day she was dining alone, a little depressed, at Romano's. She had nearly finished when she saw a man just leaving the restaurant who was sketching a vague gesture of recognition. He was in the 40s, going a little bald, with a smooth, vacant face and a dark moustache. For a moment she could not place him. Then something about his languid walk and impeccable tailoring brought back an afternoon at Lord's. She smiled at him. He came up to her table. Hello. Hope I'm not barging in. How's all the doings and all that?" "Very well, thanks." "Oh, that's grand. Thought I might just ooze over and pass the time of day, or night. Only I was afraid you wouldn't remember me and might think I was being a nuisance." "Well, of course I remember you. You're Mr. Arbuthnot, the Honourable Frederick Arbuthnot, and you're a friend of Peter Wimsey's, and I met you at the Eton and Harrow match 2 years ago, and you're married and have 2 children. How are they?" "Oh, fair to middling, thanks. Oh, what a brain you've got. Yes, ghastly hot afternoon that was, too. Can't think why harmless women should be dragged along to be bored by a lot of little boys play off their old school ties. Yeah, that's meant to be a joke. You were frightfully well behaved, I remember." Harriet said sedately that she always enjoyed a good cricket match. "Do you?" "Yeah, I thought it was politeness. It's pretty slow work, if you ask me. But I was never any good at it myself. All right for old Peter. He can always work himself into a stew, thinking how much better he'd have done it himself." Harriet offered him a coffee. "I don't know anybody ever got into a stew at Lord's. I thought it wasn't done." "Well, the atmosphere doesn't exactly remind one of the cup final. But mild old gentlemen do sometimes break out into a spot of tut-tuttery. How about a brandy? Waiter, 2 liqueur brandies. You writing any more books?" Suppressing the rage that this question always rouses in a professional writer, Harriet admitted that she was. "It must be splendid to be able to write," said Mr. Arbuthnot. "I often think I could spin a good yarn myself if I had the brains. About the odd things that happen, you know, queer deals and that kind of thing.
A dim recollection of something Wimsey had once said lit up the labyrinth of Harriet's mind. Money. That was the connection between the two men. Mr. Arbuthnot, moron as he might be in other respects, had a flair for money. He knew what that mysterious commodity was going to do. It was the one thing he did know, and he only knew that by instinct. When things were preparing to go up or down, they rang little warning bells in what Freddie Arbuthnot called his mind, and he acted on the warning without being able to explain why. Peter had money, and Freddie understood money. That must be the common interest and bond of mutual confidence that explained an otherwise inexplicable friendship. She admired the strange nexus of interests that unites the male half of mankind into a close honeycomb of cells, each touching the other on one side only, and yet constituting a tough and closely adhering fabric. "Funny kind of story popped up the other day," went on Mr. Arbuthnot. "Mysterious business. Couldn't make head or tail of it. Would have amused old Peter. How is old Peter, by the way?" "I haven't seen him for some time. He's in Rome. I don't know what he's doing there, but I suppose he's on a case of some kind." "No, I expect he's left this country for his country's good. It's usually that. I hope they manage to keep things quiet. The exchanges are a bit nervy." Mr. Arbuthnot looked almost intelligent. "What's Peter got to do with the exchange?" "Oh, nothing. But if anything blows up, it's bound to affect the exchange." This is Greek to me. What is Peter's job out there?" "Foreign Office. Didn't you know?" "I hadn't the slightest idea. He's not permanently attached there, is he?" In Rome, do you mean? To the Foreign Office?" No, but they sometimes push him out when they think he's wanted. He gets on with people." "I see. I wonder why he never mentioned it." "Oh, everybody knows it's not a secret. He probably thought it wouldn't interest you." Mr. Arbuthnot balanced his spoon across his coffee cup in an abstracted way. "I'm damn fond of old Peter," was his next rather irrelevant contribution. "He's a dashed good sort. Last time I saw him, I thought he seemed a bit out of the weather. Well, I'd better be toddling." He got up a little abruptly and said good night. Harriet thought how humiliating it was to have one's ignorance exposed. 10 days before the beginning of term, Harriet could bear London no longer. The final touch was put to her disgust by the sight of an advance notice of Death Twixt Wind and Water, embodying an exceptionally fulsome blurb. She developed an acute homesickness for Oxford and for the study of L'Effroneux, a book which would never have any advertising value, but of which some scholar might some day moderately observe, "Miss Vane has handled her subject with insight and accuracy." She rang up the bursar, discovered that she could be accommodated at Shrewsbury, and fled back to Academe. College was empty, but for herself, the bursar and treasurer, and Miss Barton, who vanished daily into the Radcliffe camera and was only seen at meals. The warden was up, but remained in her own house. April was running out, chilly and fickle, but with the promise of good things to come, and the city wore withdrawn and secretive beauty that wraps her about in vacation. No clamour of young voices echoed along her ancient stones. The tumult of flying bicycles was stilled in the narrow strait of the Turl. In Radcliffe Square the camera slept like a cat in the sunshine, disturbed only by the occasional visit of a slow-footed don. Even in the High, the roar of car and charabanc seemed diminished and brought low, for the holiday season was not yet. Punts and canoes, new fettled for the summer term, began to put forth upon the Charwell like varnished buds upon the horse-chestnut trees, but as yet there was no press of traffic upon the shining reaches. The mellow bells, soaring high and singing in tower and steeple, told time's flight through an eternity of peace. And great Tom, tolling his nightly 101, called home only the rooks from off Christchurch meadow. Mornings in Bodley, drowsing among the worn brows and tarnished gilding of Duke Humphrey, snuffling the faint musty odour of slowly perishing leather, hearing only the discreet tippity-tap of Agag feet along the padded floor. Long afternoons, taking an outrigger up the Char, feeling the rough kiss of the sculls on unaccustomed palms, listening to the rhythmical and satisfying ker-clunk of the rowlocks, watching the play of muscle on the bursar's sturdy shoulders at stroke, as the sharp spring wind flattened the thin silk shirt against them. Or, if the day were warmer, flicking swiftly in a canoe under Magdalen walls, and so by the twisting race at King's Mill by Mesopotamia to Parson's Pleasure, then back with mind relaxed and body stretched and vigorous, to make toast by the fire, and then at night the lit lamp and the drawn curtain, with the flutter of the turned page and soft scrape of pen on paper, the only sounds to break the utter silence between quarter and quarter chime. Now and again Harriet took out the dossier of the poisoned pen and looked it over. Yet viewed by that solitary lamp, even the ugly printed scrawls looked harmless and impersonal, and the whole dismal problem less important than the determining of a first edition date or the settlement of a disputed reading. In that melodious silence, something came back to her that had lain dumb and dead ever since the old, innocent undergraduate days. The singing voice, stifled long ago by the pressure of the struggle for existence and throttled into dumbness by that queer, unhappy contact with physical passion, began to stammer a few uncertain notes. Great golden phrases rising from nothing and leading to nothing swam up out of her dreaming mind like the huge, sluggish carp in the cool water of Mercury. One day she climbed up Shotover and sat looking over the spires of the city. Deep down, fathom-drowned, striking from the round bowl of the river basin, improbably remote and lovely as the towers of Tiernan Og beneath the green sea rollers. She held on her knee the loose-leaf notebook that contained her notes upon the Shrewsbury scandal. But her heart was not in that sordid inquiry. A detached pentameter, echoing out of nowhere, was beating in her ears. 7 marching feet, a pentameter and a half, to that still centre where the spinning world sleeps on its axis. Had she made it or remembered it? It sounded familiar. But in her heart she knew certainly that it was her own, and seemed familiar only because it was inevitable and right. She opened the notebook at another page and wrote the words down. She felt like the man in the Punch story. "Nice little bathroom, Liza. What shall we do with it?" Blank verse? No. It was part of the octave of a sonnet. It had the feel of a sonnet. But what a rhyme sound. Curled, furled. She fumbled over rhyme and metre, like an unpractised musician fingering the keys of a disused instrument. Then, with many false starts and blank feet, returning and filling and erasing painfully as she went, she began to write again, knowing with a deep inner certainty that somehow, after long and bitter wandering, she was once more in her own place. Here, then, at home, the centre, the middle sea, the heart of the labyrinth. Here, then, at home, by no more storms distressed, stay we our steps, course, flight, hands, folded and wings furled. Here, then, at home, by no more storms distressed, folding laborious hands we sit, wings furled. Here in close perfume lies the rose leaf curled. Here the sun stands and knows not east nor west. Here no tide runs. We have come last and best, from the wide zone through dizzying circles hurled, to that still centre where the spinning world sleeps on its axis, to the heart of rest. Yes, there was something there, though the meter halted monotonously, lacking a free stress shift, and the chime, dizzy spinning, was unsatisfactory. The line swayed and lurched in her clumsy hands, uncontrollable. Still, such as it was, she had an octave. And there it seemed to end. She had reached the full close and had nothing more to say. She could find no turn for the sestet to take, no epigram, no change of mood. She put down a tentative line or two and crossed them out. If the right twist would not come of itself, it was useless to manufacture it. She had her image, the world sleeping like a great top on its everlasting spindle, and anything added to that would be mere verse-making. Something might come of it some day. In the meanwhile, she'd got her mood onto paper, And this is the release that all writers, even the feeblest, seek for as men seek for love. And having found it, they doze off happily into dreams and trouble their heads no further. She shut up her notebook, scandal and sonnet together, and began to make her way slowly down the steep path. Halfway down, she met a small party coming up. 2 small, flaxen-haired girls in charge of a woman, whose face seemed at first vaguely familiar. Then as they came close, she realized that it was Annie, looking strange without her cap and apron, taking the children for a walk. As in duty bound, Harriet greeted them and asked them where they were living now. "We found a very nice place in Headington, madam, thank you. I'm stopping there myself for my holidays. These are my little girls. This one's Beatrice, and this is Carola. Say how do you do to Miss Vane." Harriet shook hands gravely with the children and asked their ages and how they were getting on. "It's nice for you having them so close." "Yes, madam. I don't know what I should do without them." The look of quick pride and joy was almost fiercely possessive. Harriet got a glimpse of a fundamental passion that she had, as it were, forgotten when she made her reckoning. It blazed across the serenity of her sonnet mood like an ominous meteor. "They're all I have, now that I've lost their father." "Oh, dear, yes," said Harriet a little uncomfortably. "Has he, How long ago was it, Annie?" 3 years, madam. He was driven to it. They said he did what he ought not, and it preyed on his mind. But I didn't care. He never did any harm to anybody, and a man's first duty is to his wife and family, isn't it? I'd have starved with him gladly and worked my fingers to the bone to keep the children, but he couldn't get over it. It's a cruel world for anyone with his way to make and so much competition." "Yes, indeed," said Harriet. The elder child, Beatrice, was looking up at her mother with eyes that were too intelligent for her 8 years. It would be better to get off the subject of the husband's wrongs and iniquities, whatever they might be. She murmured that the children must be a great comfort. "Oh, yes, madam. Yes, there's nothing like having children of your own. They make life worth living. Beatrice here is her father's living image, aren't you, darling? I was sorry not to have a boy, but now I'm glad. It's difficult to bring up boys without a father. And what are Beatrice and Carol going to be when they grow up?" "Well, I hope they'll be good girls, madam, and good wives and mothers. That's what I'll bring them up to be." "I want to ride a motorcycle when I'm bigger," said Beatrice, shaking her curls assertively. "Oh, no, darling. Oh, what things they say, don't they, madam?" "Yes, I do," said Beatrice. "I'm going to have a motorcycle and keep a garage." "Nonsense," said her mother a little sharply. "You mustn't talk so. That's a boy's job." "But lots of girls do boys' jobs nowadays," said Harriet. "But they ought not, madam. It isn't fair. The boys have hard enough work to get jobs of their own. Now, please don't put such things into our head, madam. You'll never get a husband, Beatrice, if you mess about in a garage, getting all ugly and dirty." "I don't want one," said Beatrice firmly. "I'd rather have a motorcycle." Annie looked annoyed, but laughed when Harriet laughed. "She'll find out some day, won't she, madam?" "Very likely she will," said Harriet. If the woman took the view that any husband was better than none at all, it was useless to argue. And she'd rather got into the habit of shying at all discussion that turned upon men and marriage. She said good afternoon pleasantly and strode on, a little shaken in her mood, but not unduly so. Either one liked discussing these matters, or one did not. And when there were ugly phantoms lurking in the corners of one's mind, skeletons that one dared not show to anybody, even to Peter— well, of course not to Peter, he was the last person, and he at any rate had no niche in the grey stones of Oxford. He stood for London, for the swift, rattling, clattering, excitable and devilishly upsetting world of strain and uproar. Here at the still centre— yes, that line was definitely good. He had no place. For a whole week she'd scarcely given him a thought. And then the dons began to arrive, full of their vacation activity and ready to take up the burden of the most exciting yet most lovable term of the academic year. Harriet watched them come, wondering which of those cheerful and determined faces concealed a secret. Mr. Vine had been consulting a library in some ancient Flemish town, where was preserved a remarkable family correspondence dealing with trade conditions between England and Flanders under Elizabeth. Her mind was full of statistics about wool and pepper, and it was difficult to get her to think back to what she had done on the last day of the Hilary term. She had undoubtedly burnt some old papers. There might have been newspapers among them. Certainly she never read the Daily Trumpet. She could throw no light on the mutilated newspaper found in the fireplace. Miss Lydgate, as Harriet had expected, had contrived in a few short weeks to make havoc of her proofs. She was apologetic. She'd spent a most interesting long weekend with Professor somebody, who was a great authority upon Greek quantitative measures, and he had discovered several passages that contained inaccuracies and thrown an entirely fresh light upon the argument of Chapter 7. Harriet groaned dismally. Miss Shaw had taken 5 of her students for a reading party, had seen 4 new plays, and bought a rather exciting summer outfit. Miss Pike had spent an enthralling time assisting the curator of a local museum to put together the fragments of 3-figured pots and a quantity of burial urns that had been dug up in a field in Essex. Miss Hilliard was really glad to be back in Oxford. She had had to spend a month at her sister's house while her sister was having a baby. Looking after her brother-in-law seemed to have soured her temper. The Dean, on the other hand, had been helping to get a niece married and had found the whole business full of humour. One of the bridesmaids went over to the wrong church and only turned up when it was all over, and there was at least 200 of us squeezed into a room that would only hold 50, and I only got half a glass of champagne and no wedding cake. My tummy was flapping against my spine. And the bridegroom lost his hat at the last moment, and, oh, my dear, would you believe it? People still give plated biscuit barrels. Miss Chilperick had gone with her fiancé and his sister to a number of interesting places to study medieval domestic sculpture. Miss Burrows had spent most of her time playing golf. There arrived also a reinforcement in the person of Miss Edwards, the science tutor, just returned from taking a term's leave. She was a young and active woman, square in face and shoulder, with bobbed hair and a stand-no-nonsense manner. The only member missing from the senior common room was Mrs. Goodwin, whose small son, a most unfortunate child, had come out with measles immediately upon his returning to school and again required his mother's nursing. "Of course she can't help it," said the Dean, "but it's a very great nuisance just at the beginning of the summer term. If I'd only known, I could have come back earlier." "I don't see," observed Miss Hilliard grimly, "what else you can expect if you give jobs to widows with children. You have to be prepared for these perpetual interruptions, and for some reason these domestic preoccupations always have to be put before work." "Well," said the Dean, "one must put work aside in a case of serious illness." "But all children get measles." "Yes, but he's not a very strong child, you know. His father was tubercular, poor man. In fact, that's what he died of, and if measles should turn to pneumonia, as it so often does, the consequences might be serious." "But has it turned to pneumonia?" "Well, they're afraid it may. He's got it very badly, and as he's a nervous little creature, he naturally likes to have his mother with him. Then in any case she'd be in quarantine. The longer she stays with him, the longer she'll be in quarantine." "It's very tiresome, of course," put in Miss Lydgate mildly, "but if Mrs. Goodwin had isolated herself and come back at the earliest possible moment, as she very bravely offered to do, she would have been suffering a great deal of anxiety." "A great many of us have to suffer from anxiety in one way or another," said Miss Hilliard sharply. "I have been very anxious about my sister. It's always an anxious business to have a first baby at 35. But if the event had happened to occur in term time, it would have had to take place without my assistance." "It's always difficult to say which duty one should put first," said Miss Pike. "Each case must be decided individually. I presume that in bringing children into the world one accepts a certain responsibility towards them." "I am not denying it," said Miss Hilliard, "but if the domestic responsibility is to take precedent over the public responsibility, then the work should be handed over to someone else to do." "But the children must be fed and clothed," said Miss Edwards. "Quite so, but the mother should not take a resident post." "Mrs. Goodwin is an excellent secretary," said the Dean. "I should be very sorry to lose her, and it's nice to think that we are able to help her in her very difficult position." Miss Hilliard lost patience. "The fact is, though you will never admit it, that everybody in this place has an inferiority complex about married women and children. For all your talk about careers and independence, you all believe in your hearts that we ought to abase ourselves before any woman who has fulfilled her animal functions." "That is absolute nonsense," said the bursar. "It is natural, I suppose, to feel that married women lead a fuller life," began Miss Lydgate. "And a more useful one," retorted Miss Hilliard. "Look at the fuss that's made over Shrewsbury grandchildren. Look how delighted you all are when old students get married. As if you were saying, 'Aha! Education doesn't unfit us for real life after all.' And when a really brilliant scholar throws away all her prospects to marry a curate, you say perfunctorily, 'What a pity! But of course her own life must come first.'" "I never said such a thing," cried the Dean indignantly. "I always say they're perfect fools to marry." "I shouldn't mind," said Miss Hilliard, unheeding, "if you said openly that intellectual interests were only a second best, but you pretend to put them first in theory, and are ashamed of them in practice." "There's no need to get so heated about it," said Miss Barton, breaking in upon the angry protest of Miss Pike. "After all, some of us may have deliberately chosen not to marry, and if you will forgive my saying so—" At this ominous phrase, always the prelude to something quite unforgivable, Harriet and the Dean broke hastily into the discussion. "Considering that we are devoting our whole lives, even for a man it's not always easy to say—" Their common readiness confronted their good intentions. Each broke off and begged the other's pardon, and Miss Barton went on unchecked. "It is not altogether wise or convincing to show so much animus against married women. It was the same unreasonable prejudice that made you get that scout removed from your staircase. I object," said Miss Hilliard with a heightened colour, "to this preferential treatment. I do not see why we should put up with slackness on duty because a servant or a secretary happens to be a widow with children. I do not see why Annie should be given a room to herself in the Scouts' wing and charge over a corridor, when servants who have been here for longer than she has have to be content to share a room. I do not—" "Well," said Miss Stevens, "I think she is entitled to a little consideration. A woman who has been accustomed to a nice home of her own—" "Very likely," said Miss Hilliard. "At any rate, it was not my lack of consideration that led her precious children being placed in the charge of a common thief." "I was always against that," said the Dean. "And why did you give in? Because poor Mrs. Jukes was such a nice woman and had a family to keep. She must be considered and rewarded for being fool enough to marry a scoundrel. What's the good of pretending that you put the interests of the college first when you hesitate for 2 whole terms about getting rid of a dishonest porter because you're sorry for his family?" "There," said Miss Allison, "I entirely agree with you. The college ought to come first in a case like that. It ought always to come first. Mrs. Goodwin ought to see it and resign her post if she can't carry out her duties properly." She stood up. "Perhaps, however, it is as well that she should be away and stay away. You may remember that last time she was away we had no trouble from anonymous letters or monkey tricks." Miss Hilliard put down her coffee cup and stalked out of the room. Everybody looked uncomfortable. "Bless my heart," said the Dean. "Something very wrong there," said Miss Edwards bluntly. "She's so prejudiced," said Miss Lydgate. "I always think it's a very great pity that she never married." Miss Lydgate had a way of putting into language that a child could understand things which other people did not say or said otherwise. "I should be sorry for the man, I must say," observed Miss Shaw. "But perhaps I'm showing an undue consideration for the male sex. One is almost afraid to open one's mouth." "Poor Mrs. Goodwin!" exclaimed the bursar. "The very last person." She got up angrily and went out. Miss Lydgate followed her. Miss Chilperic, who'd said nothing but looked quite alarmed, murmured that she must get along to her work. The common room slowly cleared, and Harriet was left with the Dean. "Miss Lydgate has the most terrifying way of hitting the nail on the head," said Miss Martin, "because it is obviously much more likely that—" "A great deal more likely," said Harriet. Mr. Jenkin was a youngish and agreeable don whom Harriet had met the previous term at a party in North Oxford. The same party, in fact, which had led to her acquaintance with Mr. Reginald Pomfret. He resided at Magdalen, and was incidentally one of the pro-proctors. Harriet had happened to say something to him about the Magdalen May Day ceremony, and he had promised to send her a ticket for the Tower. Being a scientist and a man of scrupulously exact mind, he remembered his promise, and the ticket duly arrived. None of the Shrewsbury SCR was going. Most of them had been up on May mornings before. Mr. Vine had not, but though she'd been offered tickets, her heart would not stand the stairs. There were students who had received invitations, but they were not students whom Harriet knew. She therefore set off alone, well before sunrise, having made an appointment to meet Miss Edwards when she came down, and take an outrigger down to the Isis for a pipe-opener before having breakfast on the river. The choristers had sung their hymn. The sun had risen, rather red and angry, casting a faint flush over the roofs and spires of the waking city. Harriet leaned over the parapet, looking down upon the heart-breaking beauty of the curved High Street, scarcely disturbed as yet by the roar of petrol-driven traffic. Under her feet the tower began to swing to the swinging of the bells. The little group of bicyclists and pedestrians far below began to break up and move away. Mr. Jenkin came up, said a few pleasant words, remarked that he had to hurry off to go bathing with a friend at Parson's Pleasure. There was no need for her to hurry. Could she get down the stairs all right alone? Harriet laughed and thanked him, and he took leave of her at the stairhead. She moved to the east side of the tower. There lay the river and Magdalen Bridge, with its pack of punts and canoes. Among them she distinguished the sturdy figure of Miss Edwards in a bright orange jumper. It was wonderful to stand so above the world, with a sea of sound below and an ocean of air above. All mankind shrunk to proportions of an ant-heap. True, a cluster of people still lingered upon the tower itself, her companions in this airy hermitage. They, too, spellbound with beauty. Great Scott! What was that girl trying to do? Harriet made a dive at the young woman who was just placing one knee on the stonework and drawing herself up between two crenellations of the parapet. "Here," she said. "You mustn't do that. It's dangerous." The girl, a thin, fair, frightened-looking child, desisted at once. "I only wanted to look over." "Well, that's very silly of you. You might get giddy. Now, you better come along down. It would be very unpleasant for the Magdalen authorities if anyone fell over. They might have to stop letting people come up." "I'm so sorry. I didn't think." "Well, you should think. Is anybody with you?" "No." "I'm going down now. You better come too." "Very well." Harriet shepherded the girl down the dark spiral. She'd no proof of anything but rash curiosity, but she wondered. The girl spoke with a slightly common accent, and Harriet could have put her down for a shop assistant, but for the fact that tickets for the tower were more likely to be restricted to university people and their friends. She might be an undergraduate, come up with a county scholarship. In any case, one was perhaps attaching too much importance to the incident. They were passing the bell-chamber now, and the brazen clamour was loud and insistent. It reminded her of a story that Peter Wimsey had told her years ago now. One day, when only a resolute determination to talk on and on had enabled him to prevent a most unfortunate outing from ending in a quarrel. Something about a body in a belfry and a flood and the great bells bawling the alarm across 3 counties. The noise of the bells died down behind her as she passed, and the recollection with it. But she'd paused for a moment in the awkward descent, and the girl, whoever she was, had got ahead of her. When she reached the foot of the stair and came out into clear daylight, she saw the slight figure scurrying off through the passage into the quad. She was doubtful whether to pursue it or not. She followed at a distance, watched it turn townwards up the High, and suddenly found herself almost in the arms of Mr. Pomfret, coming down from Queen's in a very untidy grey flannel suit with a towel over his arm. "Hello," said Mr. Pomfret. "You been saluting the sunrise?" "Yes, not a very good sunrise, but a good